Creo que la hora de los mejores de tres, eso es lo que nos destaca, que podemos estar compitiendo contra todos, pero también podemos perder bastante rápido contra todos.
I kind of expected to have a lot of victories, especially over the Brazilian and Latin American teams, but they surprised us a lot with their team play.
Foi muito da hora ganhar tanto no primeiro dia tanto nesse último dia que a gente virou o jogo contra a Fierex. Faltou aquela vitória contra a Cade, né? Mas tá bom, a gente também feliz que eles passaram de fase também. O Brasil tá junto nessa.
No siento mucha presión, particularmente yo, de que seamos el único equipo latino en el torneo ahora. Pensábamos que WAP iba a ir en primera fase, entonces creo que está pasando lo que iba a pasar. Obviamente queremos ganar, pensamos que podemos ganar y vamos a hacer todo lo posible para que suceda.
The other teams played better than I thought, but it's also good for us because we have to wake up to win it all, but I think we can.
Talvez a gente possa ser considerado sim a criptonita da PEN, considerando que a gente ganhou. Até mesmo na fase regular do Academy, a gente foi o primeiro time que ganhou deles, então acho que a gente tá invicto ainda, mas acho que eles são um time muito bom e a gente tem que ter olho neles sempre.
Cara, eu não posso falar que a gente é melhor, né? Porque eles ganharam da gente. Mas eu tenho muita confiança. A gente tem que tomar cuidado com o Kisser, acho que é o jogador mais impactante lá. Mas se a gente conseguir fazer nosso jogo, todo mundo tá bem aqui no dia, acho que vai ser um jogo bom pra gente.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to America's Challengers. Things have been heating up over the course of the group stage. We've said farewell to two teams, both Dragonsteel and WAP. This leaves our top four ready for the fearless double elimination bracket, and that begins today. Bringing you the action, my name is Eric Deserex Beltran. Joining me, it's Flangles for the Flangle God. It is Joshua Joshi Howard. Josh, I need a temp check, man. How are your expectations doing?
I'm feeling good, especially now that I'm the Flangle God. You know, I've always just been the Flangle caller before, but as long as we can move up through the course of this tournament, just like all these teams, I think it's going to be a good day.
Yeah, it definitely is. And quite a wild start to the group stages. You know, one of our favorites going out. We're the NACL guys, so definitely going to hurt us a little bit there, but always great to see the action. That note, I do want to bid farewell to those two teams, both WAP and Dragonsteel. Gonna wish them the best, but we do need to move on as we pull up the bracket right here, and we're gonna have some fun games. As you can see, for the first game, hello, our old friend, we meet again. It's CBLOL Academy Finals rematch between Pain Gaming and Vivo Keystars. Match number 2, the LRN has shown in group stages, Josh, they don't fear the Reaper. NACL's last hope, Fear Starforge, will take on Fuego, all in fearless best of 3.
Yeah, this is definitely not the bracket a lot of the North American fans were expecting to see going into America's Challengers playoffs. The fact that we're getting a rematch of the CBLOL Academy finals right off, that is very entertaining to me because Cade has been this kryptonite for Pain throughout the entire summer split thus far. They beat them in the regular season, they beat them in playoffs, now they beat them again here in America's Challengers, and if that happens a 4th time in a row, I mean, I'm no scientist, but that is a very clear trend line.
Yeah, it's kind of fun to look at how these teams have performed in their regular seasons, because as you said, this is Vivo Keystars who took them out in the finals, but you have to look at how that bracket really went down because Pain Gaming was running it straight to the finals from the upper bracket. It was Vivo Keystars who dropped in round number 1, which means they had to make that lower bracket run, and glorious it was. It's shown that they can do it again, as you said, in group stages, took them down, so it's going to make this a very hot competition, Josh.
Yeah, and in particular, one of the major things that Cade has had an advantage in is they have played a lot more fearless draft than their opponents have. Technically, you know, best of ones can still be fearless. It just doesn't matter because there's not a second game where you cannot play the same champions again. However, because the regular season for CBLOL Academy is just best of ones, they have not had the same amount of time to play through all of it. But as we go through the team for Pain with Hidan up in the top lane, he has been one of the keys for their victories going into Cade Stars, because even though it ended up going over to Cade during the finals, every single game that Hidan was getting advantages were games that Pain was winning. And so seeing whether or not he'll be able to recreate that here on this stage is going to tell us a lot about how this series is going to go.
As we get through the rosters right here, you can see Marvin right there. Made his debut this year and actually won in spring, as well as Jeegs right there. Jeegs, excuse me. With that, we did catch up with one of the members of Pain Gaming, and that is going to be Hidan, to hear his thoughts on the matchup that he has today.
Cara, eu acho que a Cade é um time muito inventivo e às vezes eles realmente só dão outdraft na gente, inventam alguma coisa que a gente não tá esperando, faz o jogo ficar de uma maneira muito diferente do que a gente tá acostumado. Acho que esse é o ponto mais forte deles e isso é uma parada que a gente tá aprendendo a lidar. Eu acho que se a gente estiver tranquilo com o nosso plano de jogo, nossos campeões que a gente gosta mesmo, acho que a gente não vai sofrer muito. A gente tem que tomar cuidado com o Kisser, acho que é o jogador mais impactante lá. Mas se a gente conseguir fazer nosso jogo, todo mundo tá bem aqui no dia, que vai ser um jogo bom pra gente. Cara, eu acho que a principal característica é que eu acho que é 5 malucos jogando junto. Acho que todo mundo ali é muito pra frente dentro de jogo, ninguém fica nessa de não sei o que, não vamos comprar essa fight, a gente sempre compra. E como todo mundo tá na mesma página ali, sempre, normalmente dá certo. Então, acho que essa é a principal característica, nossa agressividade dentro de jogo.
And it's always great to see words coming from a lot of these players, especially Hedon, who's done so well in the group stages. If you looked over the group stages, he was first place in solo kills, got 5 throughout the entirety of it in every game he's played. So very capable player, man.
Yeah, and we love comparing him to what we've been seeing so far. He's been looking like the strongest top laner that we still have left in this tournament. He's been looking so good in every single one of their games. But it's not just about how you can play as an individual, because they're also going to be playing up against a team that has had their numbers so far throughout the course of the summer split, in particular with the Vivo Cade Stars. With their mid laner that they've had that they have imported from the Oceanic region, they've been able to take down Pain Gaming repeatedly, like we said, 3 times in a row at this point, and so much of it has had to do with the fact that Kisse just seems to have had the number of QOTs throughout the course of this entire season.
Yeah, Kisse's been absolutely incredible, man. Seeing a lot of his play, especially, you can't give this guy Yone. Champion's already too damn strong, but man, when he's able to get it and show it off on the Rift, looks incredible. As well as Morteus is another player that I'm going to be looking forward to. But first, we got to start from the top down, Josh, starting with Tyrann right there and following it through to Saralu. Another person who is a rookie, we did mention earlier, over on the opposite side, won his first split here in the summer, so always got to feel incredible.
Yeah, but we gotta zoom in once again. Kisse here in the mid lane. They have changed a lot about how this team operates in order to accommodate this player. One, the entire team speaks in English, which is very odd in the Brazilian community. The other thing that we have been seeing in general is the fact that this team loves to play around him. They need to make sure that he is doing well early on in the game so that they can give him the resources later and let him carry the late game.
Hey, we heard from Hedon. It's only fair we hear from the opposite side, so we have a little bit of words coming out from Tyrann about his opponents.
Pra falar bem a verdade, eu acho que os dois times brasileiros são os melhores e eu acho que a gente disputa com a PEN. Eu acho que a gente é melhor porque a gente ganhou a final do Academy, né? Óbvio que pelo campeonato em si a gente quer muito ganhar, mas a gente tava se divertindo muito, então a gente queria jogar mais. É isso, acho que o time todo tá feliz jogando e a gente quer chegar o mais longe possível. Acho que contra a PEN a gente conhece muito bem a PEN, a gente treina muito com eles também, eles com a gente. Então a gente meio que sabe alguns padrões de alguns jogadores ali, eu acho, e muito o que eles jogam também. Acho que a gente sabe muito bem quais são os picks fortes deles, que alguns outros times estão deixando passar. Eu acho que tá sendo um problema isso também. Talvez a gente possa ser considerado sim a criptonita da PEN, considerando que a gente ganhou.
You see there, Josh, even he admits it. He feels like this team is Pain Gaming's kryptonite. It showed. I mean, let's talk about the regular season real quick one more time, because Pain was the favorites to win the split. They only lost 5 games across the summer. 4 of those were to VKS, man. This team really does have their number.
And a 5th one came here in the Americas Challengers. We'll see if there's going to be a 6th and 7th, as looking for Cade to continue moving on. But I got to say, once again, Eric, that looking at all of these games and looking at how the Brazilian teams play, it's so obvious that they are so emotive. Just the way that Tyrann talks about both teams, just the way that they are looking to play through, and the amount of fun that he was saying is like, yeah, we played this best of 5 already. We wanted to keep on playing more. I know I'm someone who's played a couple of best of 5s that is exhausting, playing like 5 games in a row where you're trying to win every single one. We'll get to see exactly how much stamina they have over the course of this tournament, because as today's only day 1, they're going to have to win at least 2 more series to take home the championship.
And I think it's important to point out that this is Fearless Draft. This is where things are going to start to change up. For CBLOL Academy, they only experienced Fearless for the first time in their recent playoffs in summer. And for that, that means that Pain Gaming, who took the upper bracket, has played less Fearless technically. They only played 4 series in Fearless, where VKS, who did drop in that round 1, had to play 6 series in Fearless. As well as VKS having some pretty expansive champion pools that I've seen from their players, it does seem like they are much more ready to do battle in this Fearless format.
Yeah, in particular, as we kind of touched on, the fact that Kisei can play a lot of these scaling champions has helped them out quite a bit over the course of their tournament life, just because Kisei will allocate so many resources to himself. He'll move off to the side lane, he'll play the Tristana, the Corki, he'll hit that second tier turret while the rest of his team is just not getting engaged upon. However, one of the major things we've been seeing is that Hidan, who has a large champion pool, hasn't necessarily been able to push it going up against Cade, because it seems that so many of their games rely on him finding some kind of an advantage, and a very quick Azir coming through for Kotz, as well as the Cassante coming out for Tyrion, really sets the pace relatively early on. It's going to be hard to find an advantage in this first game.
Yeah, interesting start right there. The long range of the Kaisa did pay dividends last time that Vivo Cade Stars were able to play this. You can poke out quite a bit into the late game. This is something that Brazil has been very, very high on, and it's these Skarner picks that we've seen from time and time again. Played both in top as well as jungle. We'll get locked in. We'll see where that gets hovered later for Pain Gaming.
Yeah. I am expecting that this Skarner are very likely to be going into the jungle. Tatu has shown an affinity for this champion, but one of the major things that I'm looking at already in this series is that Kisei is going to get the Tristana that he has had some fantastic games on so far. It's a decent matchup into the Azir if they want it at the same time. But one of the other things that I'm looking at already here, Deserex, is the fact that Cade has chosen not to ban away the Rumble, which has been nerfed a little bit on 14-18, but has still generally been one of the strongest competitors to the Cassante over the course of just the regular season so far. The other major one I'm looking at is the Jax, which does get banned away from Cade, but we have to be looking at what it is that Hidan can do to actually prove an advantage now that they are on the blue side.
I'm going to be interested in this bot lane matchup now that we have the Kalista locked in. Every time we've seen Marvin play, he does like going for more lane-dominant play style, and it really does show with his group stage KDA being 14.8. Definitely played very aggressive down there, so if we can get a pretty good support that can complement the aggression of this Kalista, could give a foot forward for Pain Gaming in this game 1.
Yeah. While we wait for the rest of the bands to come through here, Deserex, one of the things I do want to know is when these two teams played during the group stage of America's Challengers, Pain had side select and they chose to go towards the red side. However, for this one, they're currently playing on the blue side, and I believe as the first seed, they should have had the side select once again. So a very different showing coming out from Pain, choosing to switch sides of the side select that you are actually going to be going for in this Fearless draft, where it will matter more. Not super surprised at the champions we've been seeing so far, but definitely something to pay attention to, because historically, at least in North America, blue side has been the side that has been winning way more games.
Interesting right here, coming out from Vivo Cade Stars. They kind of recognize the situation going down in the bot lane, so taking away that Renata, very, very powerful combo in the Kalista Renata. Not going to allow that to be matched. Now for the jungle of Vivo Cade Stars, looking for Maokai. This is going to get you a pretty beefy front line now, as well as these two marksmen. Kind of gives you a pretty good front-to-back setup so far for Vivo Cade Stars.
Yeah, looking across this, one of the things that has been key for Vivo is the fact that while they have Kisei sitting off in the side lane, just taking turrets and farming up a storm, the rest of his team has been very difficult to engage upon. Currently, you have the Maokai ultimate, you have Cassante who can use that Unstoppable to make sure that they do not get crowd controlled and die, and then Kaisa can play very far back. One of the major ways that we saw Marvin carrying one of the previous games was the fact that you just scaled up with the AP. Suddenly you're able to poke from half a screen away, sometimes multiple screens away, and Cade has this composition that seems to be playing very well into the traditional way of playing for this team, whereas on the other side, you do have the Gnar, you do have the Azir, you have multiple lanes of split push later on, and I actually really like this adaptation from Pain as a way to potentially shut down Kisei's side lane dominance.
Yeah, I like the Alistair being the last pick too. We do know that Giggs does like his engaged supports. Well, allows you to play aggressive with this Kalista. Not only that, but it gives you some crowd control to try and grab these marksmen in the back line, where the Skarner is going to be looking to put that Impale into. So going to be keeping close eyes on that. Final pick coming out. We're getting more engaged, more frontline as Vivo Cade Stars grab the Rel.
Yeah, overall, Cade just going with a very traditional composition for themselves, whereas Pain, they also have some slightly offbeat picks, and the Skarner has not been nearly as popular in a while, but something that has been consistently part of Tatu's repertoire throughout the course of America's Challengers. One of the major things I'm going to be looking at in this is how Azir actually gets played by Kots. Because it is a champion that has lost a little bit of early game damage, it is going to be losing a little bit more to Tristana early on in the game, and really relies on ramping up. So if Kots is able to consistently push off in the sideline, control where Kisse is moving on the map, and at least prevent him from free farming and hitting more than 10 CS per minute, there is a good way in for Pain. So I really like what they've drafted so far. This could be a way to relieve themselves of some of their kryptonite.
Josh, are you ready? I gotta ask the same thing of Twitch chat, because Fearless is now here. Both of our teams have locked in. A reminder for those of you who might be new to the Fearless format, if you pick a champion right here, it means you cannot play it for the rest of the series. Both teams will be locked from these champions that you will see on the map. And you can see the crowd now coming out in support. Vivo Cade Stars fans. I imagine there's a lot of Pain Gaming fans as well. Both of these teams, very, very old organizations within the CB LOL system. Are you ready, Josh?
Yeah, I'm ready to get on to this one. I also really want to put Hidan under a microscope. Yet again, we've been talking about how much of an impact he has had in their wins thus far. This is definitely a matchup where it takes a little bit of time for the Nard to prove an advantage up in the side lane. You really need to get that Trinity Force. You want to get some early boots. You want to make sure you can get that movement speed going. And this is definitely a champion that can force Tyr into group with the rest of the team. Hidan has generally been better in the side lanes. And as we already go onto this first rift, we can see Cade going with his hard press, trying to force some vision down in the bottom side of the map.
To jump on that point for Hidan, one of the things we've seen from him in Pain Gaming is he does a large amount of his team's damage share with few resources really allocated to him. Pain Gaming usually try and give that over to both Marvin as well as Quats in the mid lane. So Hidan can be that big factor for Pain Gaming as we head into this and take a look at the runes.
Yeah. Not a whole lot of surprises coming out from this one that I can see. Very standard stuff, bone plating, demolish here and there. So it is going to be a very normal game, but Hidan already up in the top side. A little bit of vision traded back and forth as to where the junglers will be starting. We can see that Sorolu will be starting at those Raptors or those red buffs, but ultimately very likely that both of these junglers will be meeting each other in the bottom side of the map at around 3 minutes. They're already setting up. Marvin, a little bit of extra information, but allowing their opponent to get into this brush. Largeman does a lot of that early prep.
The topside start for Seralu. Tatu, same thing on his blue buff, that ward right on top of it. Does have information on the red buff for now, but Seralu gonna opt to not start on that red buff, just gonna leave the sapling there and go on his golems.
Yeah, really smart adaptation from Sorolu, actually, just not hitting the red buff early on. One, you're going to be getting the cycle on your early camps faster. These are the ones that are generally worth a whole lot more a little bit later, whereas you're not going to be getting over that information, but they are spotted off now with that ward, as Kisse, it's a lot of damage in the mid lane.
Yeah, he's not really liking this trade right now. Quats is looking worse for wear as Kisse really puts on the pressure. And that's the thing, Quats hasn't been the most explosive, more of a brick wall in the mid lane. It's Kisse who's known to be the playmaker.
Yeah, I do think that Quats has been a pretty good playmaker, really understanding the risks that they are able to take later on in team fights, but usually not making the same kind of early game plays in the laning phase as Marvin. Not going to be finding a whole lot of damage off of this one, but we do see both the junglers now starting to move towards the bottom side of the map simply because they both started top side. They will be potentially looking for a gank, but because Morteus and Tellus have the early priority, they can at least get the wards to spot out the Skarner before they get into lane.
Now they have one in the river, don't have one in Tri, and Tatu is completing his red buff. Will be moving over to the bottom side right now. I want to see if he's actually going to look for this gank. You do have pretty good setup when it comes to having that Alistar. So headbutt pulverize, or you can just flash for the pulverize. Could set up the Skarner in the bottom lane. And with the wave being so pushed in, it does make it rather hard for Vivo Cade Stars to actually approach the wave. Now, Cerolu coming over to try and help out with the situation. Both junglers going to meet.
Yeah. Both mid laners also committing the teleports relatively early in the lane. Kese going to go ahead and back away, grab that coal, but because there's a bit more priority to play with for Kese using teleport earlier, they're able to get the first scuttle on the bottom side as Tatu runs mid.
Ooh, gonna get right onto Kise before Kise could find the reset. Now more damage coming in. Buying time, Cerolu hops, gets twisted advance, and will push Tatu away.
Yeah. Ultimately, getting the early flash
An
out of Kise
opportunity,
matters
man.
a
So
lot.
close.
But Tachi's starting to move into the jungle as well. Not going to be finding a whole lot. We'll get a bit of a smite fight between these two, and this is a massive morale play more than anything else. Goes over to Cerolu, not going to be grabbing that one, but now Tatu still takes away a couple of those small chickens and has control over the top side crab, so not really anything being lost from Tatu, but as Kise moves top side, is going to at least ward out and make sure that they will be safe.
So clearing out the ward and headed straight back into that lane. Watts has been under a massive amount of pressure so far, but still keeping up in CS. Still dealing with that situation. Now both junglers going to end up on the top side. They've kind of been mirroring each other to some regard, but for Cerolu, it's time to recall, get that first purchase in. Probably the same thing for Tatu.
Yeah. One of the other major things that we've been looking at so far is that Hidan doing a fantastic job in controlling this early lane state, making sure that Tyrion has not been able to farm as effectively as they potentially wanted to. This is definitely a position where Hidan is really liking this early lane state on this split pushing champion. As we were touching on, it's a champion that has a lot of flexibility in how you want to play it, depending on how you itemize. Gnar, one of my favorite champions of all time. You can kind of do a little bit of anything, and I'm really looking forward to a bit of a split pushing build coming out from this Gnar to control Tyrion in the side lane and force Cade to actually be the ones that need to go for engages, whereas traditionally they've been succeeding because they're not the ones who have to do anything.
See waves getting shoved in over in the top lane. That's where a lot of the priority is. Will give Pain Gaming a potential opportunity to start looking towards the Void Grubs if they do want to play towards those side lanes. Tatu is currently hovering into the mid lane, looking for an angle onto Kise. It's not the easiest thing to pull off a gank onto Tristana, who does have that rocket jump, and you can see exactly why, just a hop, skip, jumping away.
Yeah. I mean, when the rock comes through, that's the entire end of the gank. At the same time, up in the top side of the map, we are seeing a movement speed trade, the boots compared to the phage, but Pain Gaming moving down. This is relatively uncommon to see from the blue side. They're going to be the ones starting up the first dragon of the game. A little bit surprising. You usually tend to see this going over towards the red side of the map, but because of the early game power that the Kalista provides, don't really want to be fighting for that whatsoever. And instead, Cerolu and Tyrion moving towards the top side of the map to make sure that they can get something for their time.
I mean, it's always nice when you have a Kalista to start up that dragon stacky win condition, because no one's really going to contest you on Smite unless an outright team fight breaks out. So Vivo Cade Stars not going to go for that Gambit, instead going to start posturing up on the Void Grubs, and that's an easy take for them, scoring all three.
Yeah, but it is going to come at the cost of the flash on the Maokai, which isn't the most important thing at this point in the game. They are still level 5, Kise walking back into their own jungle, trying to steal something away. We'll get at least one of the chickens back. This is another Raptor respawn that's going to be going over in part to Tatu from Cerolu's side of the map. So overall, Pain still very happy with his game state back and forth. The only real thing you have to worry about is giving over too many of the grubs, letting the Twitch chatters get on the side of Kise.
It's great to see this out of Tatu. He's one of the younger players on this roster who has been performing quite a bit for Pain Gaming, as he looks for an angle on the invade right here. Giggs in the mid lane, however, is going to allow Quats to start to step out, as Pain Gaming looking for an angle on the jungler of Vivo Cade Stars. Impale's going to go in, find Cerelu. Cerelu, remember, he does not have flash, gets pulled in by the Emperor's Divide, and here comes the pain. First blood to Quats.
Gotta feel good about that one. Finding some of these early kills, taking down the red buff, taking down the Maokai at the same time. We are seeing that Pain Gaming off on all cylinders right at the beginning of this game. They have a lead in every single position across the map, and just using the priority, using the aggression that Tatu has been known for throughout so much of this tournament already, to put some of the support pieces behind is going to limit the amount of pressure that Kisei is going to have later on in the game if the rest of his team just can't stand up to the power that Pain has.
And a great understanding out of Tatu. I mean, if you have strong lanes, take advantage of that. Get them to come out with you to set up plays like this.
Yeah. You have to remember that they didn't get to see Cerulu flash, but they had a pretty good idea. It's like, wait a second, there's no Maokai in the pit when they walked on over to see the Void Grubs as they were taken down. There's no way for Maokai to hop a wall except with that summoner spell, so making sure they can chase them down. You could see how calm Klotz was with that ultimate, with his willingness to dash in, knowing that there's no escape coming through for the Maokai once the Twisted Advantage is down. So, First Blood going over there, rapidly on the way towards the Nashor's Tooth, and at the same time, one of the big things as this bottom lane, however, for Cade Stars, is starting to pick up a little bit of steam. You generally expect that this lane is going to be a bit behind going into the Callista, but Morteus and Tellus doing a good job finding some early advantage, but as they are pushed around, they are going to be moving towards the top half of the map relatively early to try and control the next grub spawn.
Yeah. Lane swap coming out. You can see the Void Grub spawn will be in the next 1 minute and 10 seconds. So early setup coming out for Vivo Cade Stars. Following that, you do have a minute 50 before the Dragon comes up. If Pain Gaming want to continue stacking onto that. Right now, Hidan just holding the wave right in front of his tower, not going to allow it to completely crash, still having some control. Morteus is alone for a little bit, and Hidan just going to get a few autos in to punish it.
Yeah, oh.
Oh,
Nice.
Ember's Divide, it cancels out the rocket jump. Beautiful from Quats, and Vivo K-Stars are in so much pain.
Oh man, Giggs there almost threw it away a little bit, but the Ignite at the very end still able to take it down, giving the kill over to a place maybe it didn't want to be, but this is all the control coming through from Pain. They were getting ready to respond to the Grubs play, and just finding this opportunity to look for a dive at the same time gives them so much priority.
And here comes Datu once again, looking after Tellus. Here comes the Impale. You will not escape his grasp. Now following through Pain Gaming, looking for an angle onto this dive. Ultimate going to come out from Cerulu as well as the teleport. Morteus looking for an angle onto Hidan. Killer Instinct comes out. Hidan cannot escape. Now Tatu comes through the wall, looks for Morteus. Here comes Quats on the teleport. Will slide right on in the DMs and grab the kill. Cerulu follows suit, and it's 5 kills very early on. Vivo K-Stars were only able to get 1 back. Pain Gaming, they're off to the races.
Yeah, it was a little bit sloppy, but they're going for more.
We are not done. It's going to be another teleport. This might be doom and gloom for Vivo Cade Stars. Marvin looks to run away, but the all-out of Tyrion is able to get 1 back for VKS.
Still, though, that is a lot more kills going over to Pain, and now Cade still looking to try and get something done, but the major prize here, it has been all the gold, but a secondary prize could be the Grubs, as Cade now in more control of the map. Tatu in trouble.
Ooh, Tatu in a bad way. There's 3 members jumping on him, and I don't think this Scorpion's gonna get away. Morteus, the recipient of that kill, now allows VKS to set up on the Void Grub.
Major overstay coming through from Pain Gaming, ends up giving a couple of kills right on back to Cade. This could be that Achilles heel that we were looking at before, as now we do see all 6 Grubs going to get picked up by Cade Stars. We have seen what Kisei can do with the control in the game. Tristana with the Grubs, absolutely crazy how quickly they're able to take down these structures off on the side lane, and just as importantly, Pain not in a position to move towards this Dragon at all. They're going to have to wait for people to get back out on the map. And that's part of why Giggs looking for something a bit cheeky in the bottom side of the map.
Has an angle, going to use the Hex Flash over the wall. Nope. Doing it the other way, just going to bluff it out. Crashing the wave into the tower, getting that plate. Going to be the bigger objective because Dragon has now spawned. Pain Gaming, they still have that Dragon stacking they've been doing. Coming into the next Drake with his Callista, you can keep it up.
Yeah, it ends up being a small victory coming through. We cannot understate the fact that Kisei is pretty far behind, but as long as they're keeping their farm up, it will be okay for this Tristana as the game gets later and later. The side lane power coming through for Pain Gaming is still going to be very strong. It's going to be mostly about whether or not they are actually allocating their lanes properly. This has been something that Kisei has been leading the charge on for Cade. You just make sure that you are in a side lane, that you are uncontested. You have a lot more control in this way. As we see Hedon back away, I have to imagine it has to be because the Trinity Force is ready.
So as we take a look at the state of the game right now, we have 25 seconds until the Rift Herald does come down. Grubageddon was picked up by Vivo Cade Stars, 6 grubs altogether, which does mean some pretty strong side laning. Kisei has been willing to go into those side lanes, start taking towers. Tristana is very, very good at that, so that does give a window of opportunity for Vivo Cade Stars to try and play around.
But they don't seem to be interested in doing that just quite yet. Oftentimes that'll start around now, but it can start a little bit later on. But Cade just bringing all 5 members towards the top half of the map, looking to try and play for this Rift Herald, while Hedon going to be stacking up Rage and stacking up Farm on the bottom side of the map.
Oh, 3 members, 4 members, they're all just pouncing onto this Scorpion, and Tatu's dead in the blink of an eye. Rift Herald, it belongs to VKS. Pain Gaming should not be in this area. Hedon realizes that goes right after this bot lane tower.
Yeah, ultimately, that's going to be Tatu overplaying again, looking for the crab. Last time got him caught, got him killed. This time trying to look for the bigger version of the crab. Also going to do the exact same thing. They get the first turret that is going to be going over towards Hedon. Really important for his own personal economy, but if you're going to be playing like this, we can't afford to be giving over the free kills at the same time, especially just going over towards the star.
And considerably more, you're going for a dragon stacking win condition. I mean, you've already stacked 2 very early. If you're going to give up more and more gold, it's going to be harder later on when Vivo Cade Stars actually choose to take a 5v5 at dragon.
Yeah, and we do have to note that Pain Gaming, they're looking quite good right now. I do like what we've been seeing is Kotz is able to get the buster shot coming out from Kisei. But one of the things that has been plaguing them so far in this tournament has been the fact that their lane allocations has not been as good as Cade. They've oftentimes been pulled around. It's part of why they've had to come back in a couple of their victories, like the one they had going up against Fear, where Fear were consistently in better places on the map. But Pain have been so clutch when it comes to team fighting, when it comes to actually going for these picks later on in the game. It has been a major comeback mechanism for them so far.
Kisei's already looking for the side lane. I see that, Madman. Setting up in the bottom lane. There's not that much health left onto that bot lane tower, so this is where a lot of the econ is going to go for Vivo Cade Stars. Should be able to take this out. Hedon's looking for an angle. Tatu's now getting called down, so this is the call to bail for Kisei. Talas is over there to scout out Tatu on his approach. Tries to clear out the control ward, can't even get that. Takes an angle right back. Kisei still in the area. Finally, Tatu will kill that pesky control ward.
Yeah. You're already seeing, though, that Hedon having to protect the turret by defending it from a forward position, making sure that the waves, making sure that Kisei cannot actually get towards the structure. But we're also seeing back and forth consistently. Hedon has gone from the top lane to the bottom lane, back to the top lane again, trying to stay ahead of a lot of the plays. But it is going to be Tyrion who's up there in the top side. This is a good lane swap coming through from Pain Gaming, making sure that they have control over the course of the map. We know how powerful Gnar flanks can be if you build up some of that rage, but just as importantly, it's a winning matchup off in the side lane. With that Trinity Force already completed, Hedon is going to be able to escape from a lot of the engages that Tyrion wants to go for, as well as making sure that the Cassante has to run away in very long lanes against a very fast little Yordle.
You can see right now, Kisei is really fighting for that side lane control, because look at the timer. We got 45 seconds. Dragon will be spawning. Mid lane control, bought for by VKS in the meanwhile, but it's Pain Gaming who have the first setup on the Dragon itself. You can see they're sending quads down into the bottom lane to make sure that wave is not going to go too far past, and you still have priority down there. Both top laners getting called down, and we're getting ready for what looks like a team fight timer. Josh?
Full-on team fight, 18 minutes in. A lot of first items completed across both sides of the board. Small gold lead coming through for Pain. But one of the major things that we are going to be looking for is how Kissei tries to enter this fight, because Kot's in a very awkward position, but I don't think Cade knows exactly. Oh, now they know. Yeah, they see exactly where he is at this point. And Pain, with the pressure in the mid lane, can at least get the turret or a lot of damage there before they try and go for the fight.
Yeah, Morteus had to go clear the wave, took damage on the way out, took a spear, took a boomerang, now almost at half health. That doesn't bode well for Vivo Cade Stars looking for the setup. They're slowly getting pushed and poked out.
A lot of this pressure coming through from Pain Gaming has to do with the fact that they are trying to play for the turret. They're not able to force a fight into some of these choke points. They have a lot of scaling tools, but now, because they saw Kissei move down towards the bottom side, because they see everybody on the side of Cade in the mid lane, way more comfortable to try and go for this, and Kissei cannot walk up into the river. Hidan now has a full rage bar. Pain have everything that they want, and Cade has to think carefully about whether or not they even want to try and enter the river.
This is great play coming out from Pain Gaming. They were able to pull them apart. Now Tyrion looking for Hidan. Hidan will find his escape. Riptail crashes into the mid as Pain Gaming, very calculated play to take away that dragon and continue the stacking in their favor. All the meanwhile, though, Kissei is pushing the side lanes.
Yeah, pushing, but now he's going to be going for a reset. They do get a little bit back, but the Rift Herald not going to find them a whole lot. They do get the bottom lane turret. It was already mostly dead. It's going to be whether or not Cade is going to be able to continue doing those kind of plays. They can't afford to trade another dragon for an outer turret in 5 minutes. That's going to be a mountain soul, one of the strongest souls that you can get in this game. So Pain setting themselves up in a fantastic way. But they do want to step on the gas a little bit, because Kissei, now that he's on 2 items, he's gotten over part of the hump, where Tristana not generally very strong on 1 completed item. It's a little bit stronger now that they're building Blade of the Rune King, as opposed to when it was Kraken Slayer all the time. However, they get really strong once you start getting towards that 3rd item.
VKS now trying to push their vision forward. We have eyes on Tatu, eyes on Giggs for the time being. Kissei going to be that big threat. Potential chance to take down this mid lane tower, but Pain Gaming are very quick to the call to defend that tower. We still got a long while before we actually get that Dragon Soul. It's going to be coming up 3 minutes, 30 seconds. So a lot of the eyes are going to be on how these teams really play out the side lanes.
Yeah. Okay, Hidan knows where just about everyone on the side of Cade are. This is what we were talking about and why it can be so dangerous for Cassante playing into the Gnar, but looking for Kots.
Yeah, Emperor's Divide comes out at the right time, too. It's going to stop the reset. Now Kissei is the one who's in a bad way, has to use the Buster's shot to push away Kots.
Yeah, the fact that Kissei didn't get the 4th shot, didn't get all the explosive power going onto that E, not getting the reset, suddenly means that Kots very safe in this side lane all of a sudden, especially with all the pressure that his team is providing. But at the same time, lots of pressure from Hidan in the bottom side of the map as Pain not letting Cade play the style that they want to play, not playing the style that Cade's had plenty of success against both them and other teams in Americas so far. And now Pain, oh, they're pulling the Baron already. They have the Azir, they have the Kalista. This is a lot of damage, and they know how strong they still are.
Yeah. And you're not going to get a smite skill. You just said it. They have the Kalista, which means you have a Rend. It gives you such a big damage boost. So BKS, they got to act fast and looking to get those teleports in. Tatu has to flash for the 5k health remains on the Baron itself as the ultimate comes out from Saralu. Pushing forward, BKS, Kissei on one end, looks for Quats. Here it goes. On the opposite end, Tyron's able to get the all out and will find the kill, saving his life in the process. Hidan looking for the ultimate on the Gnar, but Kissei will find a way out. Same can't be said for Morteus. A double kill picked up by Kots as Pain Gaming will trade up.
Tatu a little bit overplaying the beginning of that fight, but the rest of the team able to carry the weight. They don't get the Baron, but they get a lot of pressure on the map overall. They get several flashes out of crucial members. Notice the fact that Kissei still has the flash. So do Kots and Marvin, but crucially, Morteus no longer has theirs available because of the pressure that Hidan is able to put on this game. The Gnar starting to come alive even more. As we take another look at this play, look at the fact that Tatu goes over the wall, immediately has to flash right on back. But as the twisted advance comes through from Sarolu, the entire damage core of Pain takes a while to come back in. But as soon as the Pain damage core is there, you're getting multiple member in this small corridor. They can hit whoever they want, and multiple members of Cade have to run away at very low HP bars because of how much AoE damage Pain is doing.
See, Tyrion, I got the whole health bar. I'm going to use the whole health bar. Well, what about the second half of the fight? Goodbye. Morteus just falls, unfortunately. Does result in a trade up for Pain Gaming. And you can see their gold lead. It's been growing and growing consistently as this game has been going on. About 5K now in the lead. And setting up for potentially what could be Dragon Soul right here in 40 seconds.
Yeah, 40 seconds left. No teleport on Hidan, no teleport on Tyrion. Got to be careful how they're going to be moving around this map. We are seeing that second item starting to come through for a lot of players. The Randuins, the Sterix, already done for Hidan as well as Tatu. Second item not quite done yet for Kots, but it has been done for the AD carry Marvin. Here's the engage.
Ooh. It's not the engage you were looking for. Saralu lost a lot of health. You didn't even get the Alistair ultimate out. You were hoping for Giggs to pop that. So it means he can still fight, he can still engage, and Pain Gaming are going to seize the opportunity right onto the tree. They are Lumberjacks. They'll whack that right down. Now Tyrion looking for an angle with the all-out. Here comes Kissei hopping in to protect the top laner. Hidan's moving forward, though, looking for the angles, looking for the plays. Emperor's Device going to find nothing. It doesn't matter, though, because Pain Gaming win these fights all day, every day. A triple kill picked up by Quads. Tyrion and Kissei sent running for the hills, but pulled right back into the grasp of the godlike Tots.
Unofficially a quadra kill coming through for the Azir. So powerful at this point, and because nobody dies on the side of Pain, they can conceivably go for both of these objectives at the same time. Marvin going to be starting up the Dragon. The rest of the team moving towards the top side. Tatu has pulled the Baron. He just has the rest of the team getting over to them right now, but all you need for the damage is potentially the Azir. Thinking better of it a little bit. They want to make sure they secure at least one of these. Hidan is going to move over to make sure that Marvin can do this safely.
Kisei's coming. Kisei's approaching. You don't have the chance to Ren. Marvin's by himself. Marvin's trying to get away. Here comes the reset from Kissei. Kissei's going to give his life for the cause. Trading. Both carries go down. But for Pain Gaming, they still have more men on the board, and they'll use that to take down Telos for a 1-for-2.
They even get the Mountain Dragon as well. Marvin's still able to get the Ren off the Dragon at the last possible moment, and the fight's not done.
Saralu looking for an angle out of this, but Tatu is deep on this. Shay's headbutt pulverize comes out, and Saralu again fed to the wolves. Morteus, there is no escape. Slammed right into that wall. It's another double kill coming out for Quats. 10-0-3 is this Azir, Josh.
No pressure has been put on this Azir whatsoever the entire game. Kissei had a little bit of control in the first couple of levels, but then after that, every single kill going over Quads' way, and it started with that catch onto Sorolu. Tatu creating some space right off the bat, and suddenly this Azir, the first pick that we were seeing, something that received a little bit of nerfs on this patch. Quads is still showing that that is a champion that Pain is ready to play. Now they're pushing up in the top side of the map, and Tyrion has to run for the hills.
Pain Gaming setting up on this top lane siege. They're wearing purple right now. Going to continue this Baron power play. Already 1.6k gold they got from it. Add another 1,000 right on top. They are looking to siege over in the top lane. The meanwhile, you have Marvin looking for the siege in the mid lane. Kissei is looking for a counter siege over in the bot lane in the meanwhile for Vivo Cade Stars. But this is going to leave your inhibitor exposed. First inhibitor is going to go down, and they want more as they start setting up in the mid lane.
This is always the downside of the way that Cade like playing. Even when their opponents have all of these Baron buffs, they generally have Kissei off in the side lane. He's still down 2,500 gold because of the amount of money that has been funneled into the Azir. They already lost the top lane turret. Hidan has the teleport. They get a little bit of gold right back on the play, but it's still so much control from Pain. They're starting to move in, looking for a flank on Sorolu and Kissei.
Sorolu's pretty much the last chance to go for a play right now. Marvin's able to maneuver around it. Saralu still goes for the engage, but goes way too deep in and gets chased down by Pain Gaming. Now Kissei trying to get away from Hidan. There's the Fate's Call. It gets thrown, putting Giggs right on top of Kissei. That's 2 down, and now Pain Gaming are looking for the death march. They want revenge, Josh. They've lost way too many times against Vivo Cade Stars, and in game number 1 of this fearless upper bracket match, it's going to go the way of Pain.
Pain absolutely looking to start off the series in a strong way. They switch to the other side and they keep going. A couple more kills to pad those stats as Cuts, making sure you can't even get back onto the fountain. But this is what Pain have been looking for. They always look for these aggressive plays. They come out swinging right off the bat, and finding some of this early success gives them so much control over the rest of the series, because it means that if they get to a game 3, they have sight slick. They can do this again.
And I just gotta say, what about Kods, man? Absolutely tremendous on the Azir. Kisei has been this standout player where I felt like Kots was going to have to deal with a lot of pressure. But you mentioned it, Josh, during the Champions Select, that Kots is someone who does really well with positioning and team fighting, and that's what we saw out of him here today.
Yeah, there's two major things that made this game work so well. The first one was that Hidan had a good matchup up in the top side and really put Tyrion to task the entire game, finding some of these early laning advantage. And then later on, because Kots got some of those early kills because he was accelerated, there was never a place for Kisei to go to. They just made Hidan Kisei's problem the entire game, and so this Tristana never able to really accelerate themselves through the game because they were always in position where the other Yordle was just going to walk up and auto-attack them. So the traditional win conditions that we've been seeing for Cade Stars were just not there this game. And so it really comes down to whether or not Pain can create this kind of situation again for the rest of the series.
I mean, it feels like if they are able to get something that's as dominant in the early game, this is something that's very, very repeatable for them. I mean, just keep in mind, the Kalista pick down in the bottom lane, it's blue side that's going for Dragon on every respawn. But a lot of that is because of the pressure that you have with that Kalista and Alistar, and how well Marvin works with those high-pressure champions, and how well Tatu is able to capitalize on situations like that. I mean, Pain Gaming, it seems like they have these early strats where it's about pushing in and taking over.
Yeah, really good stuff coming out from Pain. We see that there is a lot of pressure on Cade Stars, in particular the Elise and the Yone, two of the star champions that Cade has played so far throughout the course of this tournament, that really shut down a lot of what Cade was trying to do over the course of the event. At the same time, this first pick, Asante, not showcasing the same kind of strength that we have seen from it throughout the course of the regular season. Definitely has been a tournament where Hidan has looked better than Tyrion by and large. We really got to see that put on display in this game.
Hey, Josh, you know what that means, though? It's fearless.
What does that mean?
That means
It's
those
fearless.
champions that we just saw, they're gone. We're no longer going to see them anymore. So stuff like Kalista, which is very, very lane dominant, no longer on the table for the next draft. So we're going to have to figure out another way, another recipe to make this happen. But before we start talking about that recipe, let's look at some of the highlights. Let's look at the post-game breakdown, to really analyze just the grand scheme of this one. Because, I mean, it really did run away from Vivo way too fast from what was very exponential early game plays.
Yeah, the only real place that we saw any kind of advantage coming out for Cade was the fact that Marvin was not doing as much damage as Morteus was throughout the course of the game. There was a lot of pressure that was put onto Marvin, but it didn't really matter, simply because there was so much extra damage coming out from the rest of Pain Gaming. This was maybe the only really sloppy part of Pain's game. They overstayed a little bit, ended up getting over some kills they perhaps didn't need to. They overstayed, got a crab in exchange for a kill. Definitely not worth it overall, but Pain still with way more control over the map, really making sure that the four-man core of everybody but Kisei not able to get anything done over the course of the game. And once they found the really long version of the play, they still ended up coming out on top.
I can't get over that fight, man. It went on for so long. But Pain Gaming, when they're able to get into these 5v5 scenarios, when they're able to find their team fight, they seemed rather unstoppable, even in situations like this, where it looked pretty bad. I mean, it was a really good magnetic storm coming out from Vivo Cade Stars, but still too far ahead because of Marvin, because of Quats. They're left unchecked in the backline for a lot of these fights, and they can just continuously do damage.
Yeah, I mean, I think a big part of that was Talos picked the wrong side of the fight to go for. If he had hopped the wall and tried to go for something onto, like, Kots and Marvin, maybe the fight could have gone better in that last fight around the Baron. But choosing to go onto the front line and funneling yourself into all the AoE that Pain Gaming was bringing to the table, ultimately, probably not the play. But At this point, the game is pretty much already over. It requires a couple of major throws. Not just one throw, but probably 2 or even 3 of them from Pain to allow Kissei and Marvin to get to the point where they can try and carry the game.
Okay, I will play a little bit of devil's advocate on that. They were pressing for Baron with the Callista, so it was one of those situations where you were like really forced to go for the engage or just lose Baron outright. I think it was like 5k health that remained.
Yeah,
and as we look at the closing half of these fights, I mean, there's not really much to analyze here. Pain Gaming are just so far ahead that they can really throw themselves at your face and not have any worries.
Yeah. That's one of the things I'll be looking for in the next game. I think Sorolu in particular has been a player that has been pivotal for the success of Cade, but getting invaded early on, losing out on several of these trades, going down relatively early to Tatu in these invades, needs to be something that is different for them. Sorolo has looked their best when they are the ones setting the tempo, when they are the ones being very aggressive, when they're looking for dives off in the side lanes. The Elise has been so pivotal for this player, so if they can get something a bit more aggressive in Game 2 and potentially Game 3, I think that's going to be one of the major ways that Cade can try and come back in this series.
Well, from what we heard, Vivo Cade Stars will be on blue side for this next game, so we're not going to have the same setup that we had in the last time. I also want to give some credit over to Tatu, who has performed phenomenally well. You know, I was mentioning earlier, he's a rather younger player. He started in 2022 and was too young to compete. His coach had to sub in for him, which absolutely hilarious. Love little stories like that. Off of that note, we are going to take a moment to throw it over a short break while we get ready for our next game.
Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Dermaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost. Welcome back, everyone, to America's Challengers. Game number 1 already done between Pain Gaming and Vivo K-Stars. It is Pain Gaming finally getting some revenge. Not all of it just yet. They still got to take the series, but taking game 1 against their Kryptonite, it's got to revitalize them in this tournament.
It was a very dominant win. It wasn't just a win that they were picking up. It never really felt like Cade had a way back into that game whatsoever. However, this is something that we have to remember, Desrux, is that is also how Pain Gaming's wins came in CBLOL Finals, when they were actually looking for the Academy win there. Every single time that they were winning, it did not feel like it was a particularly close game. However, the games that Cade have been winning so far in their history have tended to be a little bit longer. You even just look at the regular game times. When Pain was winning, the number generally starts with a 2. However, whenever Cade is winning, it's usually at least 30 minutes long in a lot of these game timers. So if Pain are not getting off to this early game lead, it has historically been Cade who has been coming out on top.
And as we get set into this game 2, this is where the Fearless is going to start to take effect. Again, Pain Gaming does have less experience. They've only played 4 series in Fearless, where Vivo K-Stars, they had to run the lower bracket, so they have 6 series in Fearless. But something else to keep in mind is champion pools. We were talking about it a little bit, alluding to it a little bit. I do think Vivo K-Stars have more wealthier champion pools throughout their lanes. Tyrion played 16 unique champions on the season, 13 unique junglers for Sarah Lou. And the most of all was 18 unique champions for Kissei. Stuff like that, having a lot of these pocket picks that you can just pull out of nowhere, sometimes can be the big difference maker in these Fearless matches.
Yeah, in particular, Kissei is a player that has had a lot of time playing in the Tier 2 and Tier 3 scene, playing in the Oceanic region for a long time before coming over to play here in the CBLOL Academy, where he was pretty consistently one of the top 4 players in his role while he was in Oceania. So now coming over to play in this competition, looking to try and continue to prove that narrative, but that last game never really had much of a chance to strut their stuff. Had a small laning advantage going up against Kotz, but wasn't really able to prove it into anything real. So as we start looking at this next game, I'm going to be paying a lot of attention to whether or not they're able to get him one of these champions that he has had a lot of success on in the past. In particular, if somehow they'll be able to get a Yone.
I think he also needs more support from Sarah Lou, because one thing we did see from Kotz is that Tatu and Giggs kept coming into his lane and kept making it hard for Kissei to put the pressure that he likes to put on. You saw from the get-go that Kissei was rocket jumping in, getting in the face of Kotz, getting those autos, getting him critically low. But what would happen soon after Tatu shows up ruins all his fun. So if we can get more support for Kissei, that's one of the things that I'm going to be looking out for Vivo K-Stars if they want to start to come back, especially with the early game plans that we've seen from Pain Gaming.
Yeah, one of the big things that I'll be looking for coming out from Cade is, are they going to be getting their top side of the map counterpick? Who is going to be getting it? If Kissei has it, he can build up a good lane matchup. He can get a champion that scales rather well. Whereas on the other side of the coin, we also have to look at the fact that Tyrion first picked Cassante in that last game, and unfortunately didn't do a whole lot. It ultimately was just an opportunity for Hedon to free farm, to build up some of these advantages, to take some plays, to be strong in a side lane. As we start getting ready for the champion select here, Desirux, we need to see who on the side of Pain is going to be able to get matchups.
Yeah, we already have our bans out of the way, taking away that Yone, taking away that Corki. A lot of standard picks moved off the table. Viva K-Stars are going to put some priority onto that Ashe, the first champion they look to take right here. Kind of interesting to see the Ashe go through personally for me, because for the supports that I've seen from CBLOL Academy, it's been all about engage. Just like Nautilus, Elster, Rels, Leonas, even Rakans all day. Gonna try and potentially take a detour from that depending on which role this gets put in. But Ezreal will be the response for Pain Gaming.
Trying to think of who the last person I can think of that played Ashe support. It's been mostly an AD carry so far throughout the course of this tournament, even during most of Summer Split. However, Smolder, another champion going to be coming through. This is flexible between the mid lane and the AD carry. But I'm not sure I love the fact that we're going to be getting a blind Renekton coming out for Cade, coming out for Tyrion in this moment. It has been something that can be abusable in the past. And even though with the Gnar gone, the last time we saw Tyrion play this one, it went up against a Jax of Hidan who ran over the matchup. At least they're not going to be making the same mistake this time around.
It's going to be a lot of fun right here. As you're mentioning that Renekton, it is the #1 champion that Tyrion is willing to blind. So very comfortable on that champ, but the one that's popping out to me is that Viego. We have some potential jungle carry to look to come out of Saralu, and the setup is kind of there. I mean, you have Ashe for these early pick engages, as well as Renekton's damage can really take you by surprise when he does get the jaws down on you to start getting those resets for this Viego to pop off.
Yeah, now we got to look for where the counter picks are going to be coming out. The Braum band away from Telos to make sure that Giggs is going to be a bit more comfortable up or down there in the bottom side of the map. However, I'm expecting a couple of bans away from Hidan to make sure that things that you like playing into the Renekton are taken off the table. Historically, one of the strongest ones has been Kennen. They did win a game on Kennen last time around going into the CBLOL Academy Finals, where Hidan was able to take over that game and really shut Tyrion down.
By the way, I wanted to make sure I wasn't crazy before I said it, so I looked it up again. The last Ashe support I saw was Telos. He played it in groups. So there is the potential to flex this over there. Not going insane. I'm making sure. I'm learning my CBLOL Academy teams, guys. So bear with me on this one. As yeah, we do take a look at that bottom lane. I mean, double marksman going to be locked in. We get both the Ezreal Smolder, as well as that hard engage of Leona, which is going to be kind of on double duty this time. Going to have to be both doing that engage, as well as trying to peel this Renekton and Viego off.
I mean, you know, Ezreal and Smolder can kind of take care of themselves. Between the Arcane Shift and the Flap Flap Flap, they can create a lot of space, and especially if they're kiting together, they can absolutely take down a Renekton that's trying to dive on top of them. Hidan looking to be going for an Ornn potentially here. It's a decent matchup into the Renekton. However, I think the real big value that it's going to be providing is the fact that it is going to be unstoppable throughout a lot of the bits of engage coming through from Cade. You can use it to stop the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. You can use it to stop the Spectral Maw coming out from Sorolu. There are ways to play around the engage now from the other side of the map, and also you combine it with the Brittle procs potentially coming out from Giggs. It is a crazy amount of crowd control they can put onto single targets.
And it's a great heads up as well. They did ban away the Braum before they took this Ornn, so really recognizing what could potentially flip that matchup around and ruin that Call of the Forge God from even starting an engage in the first place. Vivo Cade Stars, they go straight for double Yordle Trouble. You get a Mumu getting locked in, as well as potentially the Lulu. I got completely juked there. I thought it was locked in. It wasn't. It's the Syndra that's going to get locked in for Kisei in the mid lane.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting a Lumu to be played right now. I've been seeing Telas hover that Lulu a lot. I'm expecting it's probably a shout-out to someone in his life. However, the Syndra going to be another scaling pick. It is decently strong early on. It can bully around the Smolder, and it's a scaling pick. However, it doesn't have the same kind of side laning power that we've seen a lot of the other Kisei picks have so far throughout the course of this tournament. And with the Xin coming through on the other side, there's a lot of brawling. There's a lot of frontline power that's coming out from Pain. The one downside, though, is they have very little magic damage coming out, which means that players like Tyrion and Telas can become very, very tough to take down for the side of Pain. They have some tools that are very strong in the mid game and some tools that are very weak in the mid game, but they have some good scaling. So ultimately, it's a very different look from Pain. They've generally lost scaling games going up against Cade. However, Cade are also not playing their traditional side laning style that has won them so many of their games throughout the regular season and throughout America's Challengers, because Kisei on the Syndra is nowhere near as safe in a side lane as they would be on something like a Yone or Tristana.
Yeah, it's not really a side laner, so as you said, not towards that style, right? I still kind of do like the composition that Vivo Cade Stars are able to draft up right here, just because of the pick potential for the early to mid game when they are going to be looking to take down members of Pain Gaming. So, you know, Scatter the Weak, a great tool for that. Same thing with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. All those tools can come together to get you those early picks to come alive, and expect Vivo Cade Stars to really utilize that as we get ready for game number 2. Again, full Fearless now underway. Pain Gaming versus Vivo Cade Stars. a rematch of that CB LOL Academy Finals. Pain Gaming want their revenge. They've already taken game number 1 against their Kryptonite. Can they overcome, or will Vivo Cade Stars look to take us to a series?
It's always going to be the question. Is it over in 2, or do we get a game 3? And now, right now, Pain Gaming, they set themselves up for a lot of success. However, as we do see the big old deer, again, a lot of pressure going to be putting on Kise in this game. On the Syndra, he has some early game power. However, we've also seen what can happen when the Smolder is allowed to stack uncontrolled. They can get a lot of damage. They can get a lot of very effective executes coming out from this little dragon. However, it will be stacking up, going up against the Syndra. They're both trying to get their different dollars. You got the Smolder bucks, you got the Syndra bucks. You got to spend them in order to make your champions good.
Both of these orgs, some of the oldest that we've had within the CB LOL system. Pain Gaming, I believe, takes the title for that as a whole, but Vivo Cade Stars, second oldest org within the CB LOL system. So lots of history, and lots of history made over the course of summer between these two teams, and the matches that they've had together. Pain Gaming have been the big favorites, and now I think they've almost certainly taken that title, with Dragon still being removed from the tournament. But they got to show it right now by taking down their demons and taking down Vivo Cade Stars. So we get a little bit of a setup, some wards in the jungle as we try and spot out our junglers.
Kots has to be very careful. They don't know. Oh, now they do.
Ooh, spooky.
Okay. How does he get to mid lane? Is he going to have to teleport?
I don't think he's getting across this line. We're even calling the bot lane over to just help the poor man out. It is enough to stop the invade, though, which that's going to hurt a bit for Saralu. He will have to go over to his Raptors. A bit of a fail right there. Tatu, however, having no problems getting started himself.
Yeah, almost an entire camp behind coming out on this Viego simply because they were not willing to stand and fight, even with the Amumu, the power of the double stun that they had, not willing to go for anything. Instead, just going to be Marvin and Giggs getting back to the bottom lane a little bit faster. They should be hitting level 2 a little bit earlier as we race for it.
Ooh, yeah, level 2, gonna click for both teams as the bandage toss goes right onto Marvin. And that's the scary thing, you get 2 of them on this Amumu, so Marvin having to use the cleanse. It is punished, however. Flash burns out of Telos.
That's a lot of summoner spells burned on the bottom side as Kots going aggressive in the mid lane as well. Very aggressive coming through from the little Smolder, using that flap to get as much damage as you possibly can in. However, it comes at a lot of damage being traded right on back. And look at this Sorola. We said he looks his best when he's being aggressive, when he's skipping camps to try and make these plays happen. He's going in for his opponent's blue buff, but gets spotted out.
See Tatu head into that direction, but he's going to do his wolves first, calling down the bot lane before he actually looks to intervene with his blue buff. It's already low enough where Saralu can score it, and so far this is looking okay for Vivo Cade Stars. I mean, having some priority to allow Saralu to actually get the invades onto Tatu is playing some significance to this early game.
Yeah. I also want to point out the fact that Kise doing a really good job in the mid lane, already forcing a teleport out from Kots, and this Syndra already starting to pay off with how aggressive it can be into the Smolder. Yeah, you're trading back and forth, you're letting the Dragon training stack up, but it's also coming at the cost of the Syndra bucks, because Kise actually stacking faster so far than what Kots is doing, and it's definitely harder to get Syndra bucks than it is to get Smolder bucks.
I love your name for both of them, Smolder bucks.
Yeah, I don't know what they're actually called.
I think it should be like Syndra Sense. I know it's shards, but Syndra Sense kind of rolls off the tongue a little bit better.
Sense?
Look at Tatu right now as he is going to use that sweeper and realize that BKS are waiting. They're looking to hunt down the poor Xin Zhao and steal away his Raptor Cam. Tatu forced to watch for a little bit. He does have the smite available, so he can try and steal the big one back for himself. Trying to block him away from it. As it gets reset, BKS are going to get nothing out of this.
Yeah, Kots will get a couple extra Dragon training stacks off of that one. And now they look for the mid.
Oh man, Kisei's in a bad way. Gets caught out by the Zenith Blade. Had to burn his flash, but luckily Talos is there with the bandage toss to provide some interference. Will allow Kisei to get a recall. Does have the teleport to return to lane.
even bringing Marvin into mid lane. This is all hands on deck to make sure that Kots can get this wave underneath the turret, prevent any possible freeze, so they can actually get their own back once again, but still a lot of money in favor of Kisei up in the mid lane, as the rest of Pain now have to move back towards the bottom side to make sure that they don't lose too much farm. It gives a lot of freedom to Merteus to move around the map as well, potentially clear out some of the vision in their own side of the jungle.
See Merteus, he doesn't have vision on the river right now, and can be a little bit scary, but Giggs not going to be in that vicinity. BKS going to dance around the mid lane to potentially set up this first dragon of the game 5 minutes into this. Going to pull it out. Tatu is going to be late to the objective, so this should be pretty handily over to BKS.
Yeah, especially with a Smolder on the other side, a Smolder that is noticeably behind at the same time. Very difficult to actually try and contest this one. Kisei is level 6.
Okay, we're just going for this outright. Gonna take down Leona. Giggs falls, and now Talas gonna follow his enemy support. Support for support, 600 health remains. Luckily for Sarah Lou, who's able to net up that dragon. Now reset number 1. Marvin's looking for the escape, but there's an Ashe on your tail. Luckily an arcane shift gets him over the wall into safety.
Honestly, a baffling call coming out from Pain Gaming Academy in this one, as they're like, hey, we have a level 5 Smolder, it's a level 6 Syndra, we are late to the play, and they went for it anyway. And frankly, the fact that they get away with a 1-for-1 is about as well as they could have expected that one to go. They end up losing multiple flashes, they end up losing a lot more as the dragon goes over towards Vivo Cade Stars. And this is already setting up for a very different game than the first time around. Remember, Kisei, he had a little bit of a laning advantage. He was doing okay into Kants in game 1. However, a couple of these skirmishes really turned the game on its head, gave a lot more power over towards Kants in this matchup. But Kisei is 600 gold ahead already. A wave and a half up. Going to be a little bit more after they catch this wave. And stacking way faster than the Syndra is supposed to, where Kants still only level 5.
For Pain Gaming, it kind of feels like they're playing like they're always ahead, and sometimes that doesn't really end up being the factor, as Kisei is going to be the recipient of a major gank coming through from Pain Gaming, as they'll just dive poor Kisei.
Yeah, it ends up working out, but you're seeing how much of a commitment needs to be made in order to keep Kants in this game. If this Smolder falls too far behind, the game can very quickly get out of hand, and you're seeing that's 2 plates going over to Tyrion at the same time as Hidan flashes for the carry minion. Based as heck, man. I absolutely love seeing that come through, but that's what they're giving up in order to try and make this play happen in the mid lane.
Oh, goodness. Okay, to be fair, like, do you really need your flash as an Ornn at this state of the game? It's not the biggest summoner to have down. You're mostly going to be staying under your tower. And being a weak side warrior, it's all right. So at least he got the cannon creep. That's what matters the most. But it does show that Tyrion has amassed himself quite a bit of gold over on that top side. You can see that CS speed, even though it's relatively even, a lot of that is just coming from the plates.
Yeah, even with the kill going over 2 Kots, it was still a pretty even gold trade, all said and done, with the kill being worth a little bit more than the plates and all the CS that Tyrion was able to pick up in the top side while Hidan was out of lane. So we're going to be paying a lot more attention to what it is that Tyrion can do on this Renekton, whether or not Hidan will have a chance to scale up with them. The last time that we saw Hidan play Ornn into Cade ended up being a massive game coming out from Cade. Kisei went 8-1 on Illusion, Merteus 5-2 on Avars. They had so much money, and so it's a very, very different look coming through, and something that the Achilles heel might already be showing as Kisei gets more and more money.
Now Sarah Lou once again going in for these very, very aggressive invades. Vivo Cade Stars in this game have felt that they're the ones who are going to put their foot forward, and doing that right now, as now an engage comes down in the bottom lane. Ultimate's going to be burnt. Tatu's in the area, but same can be said for Sarah Lou, who's right on his tail. Bandage toss lands onto Tatu, who has to use the Crescent Guard. Now will now turn onto the Amumu. Sarah Lou trying to get the damage in before support falls. He will get collapsed on, and even with the reset, destroyed as Mom comes down and Pain Gaming come alive.
Okay, we're seeing a bit more fighting. Tatu once again refusing to lose on this Zinja, but Hidan in trouble.
Oh no, gonna chase him down. The Croc looking to put those chompers right onto Hedon. Hedon still gonna be okay though underneath that tower. All that being said, let's go back to what happened a little bit earlier. Pain Gaming, Josh, they're able to get a team fight win, and now they're the ones with the kill lead.
Yeah, really good target selection coming through from Tatu, knowing that it was going to be difficult to take down Sorolu in that last fight, going for a Talas on the Amumu, who is not yet tanky, able to find that kill, use just the raw brawling power that the Xin Zhao has early on in the game, but now Kant shifting up towards the top side of the map to secure some of this farm. Hedon looking to go towards the bottom side, so Pain, I mean, they lost the first 3 grubs going over to Cade earlier in the game. Now potentially shifting their power towards the top half of the map to make sure they do not repeat that loss of neutral objectives.
Yeah, both Kots and Gigs going to be up there dealing with the Gator. Tatu will have his camps cleared towards that side of the map. They are spawning right now, so this does put Pain Gaming in a pretty good situation to make sure that, as you said, that Grubageddon is not going to be a factor in this game. For Vivo Cade Stars, if they do want to forfeit that, they do have a pretty easy track over to the Dragon. They want to start a Dragon stacking win condition.
Yeah. Pain, though, we saw Hedon considering moving up towards the mid lane yet again, shifting their attention further down the rift. We can see that Kots, it is way easier for the Smolder to play this lane. There have been players who like playing the Smolder in the top lane of Renekton just because you can do this. You can be like, ha ha ha, what are you going to do about any of this? The teleport is available for Kots. Will they use him to come down for the fight?
Wow. So Pain Gaming not even going to go after the Void Grubs first. They want to contest with the Dragon. 16k health remains as now the arrow comes in. It lands on the Marvin, but look at the crowd control coming right back from Pain Gaming. They'll get ran right through. 2 kills and a Dragon.
So much power coming out from Tatu and Marvin in these fights, and we can see that Hedon not afraid to go for any of these engages. Gigs having level 6 until loss, not being able to respond with the Curse of the Sad Mummy, really helping out Pain Gaming's chances in this. They pick up the Mountain Dragon, they stop some of the Dragon scaling coming out from Cade, so the Smolder will have time to get towards all of those Dragon stacks, and just as importantly, also be in a position to fight for all of these grubs. But Sorolo's in the area.
Oh. Vivo Cade Stars are here. Look for that Scatter of the Week to land. It finds it onto Tatu. Already one of the grubs going to be taken away. Sarah Lou grabs it, but Talas is too low and he's dead again. Now Sarah Lou looking for an angle out as the rest of VKS behind him. Pain Gaming will bully away Vivo Cade Stars and find themselves 5 grubs.
Yeah. Well, 4 grubs going over to Cade at the very least. However, it's worth noting that grubs are nowhere near as important in this game as they were in the last one. There aren't really dedicated split pushers. Tyrion might be the best one that we have in the game. Like Hedon, Kots, Kisse, they can do it simply because of how weak a lot of these side laning is really going to be throughout the course of this game. But Pain Gaming, they've been finding so many of these kills. Hedon on the Ornn, 3 kills, the Thornmail completed. Tatu also with the Sundered Skies. We're taking another look at this. Watch how this engage comes through and how long that stun lasts when you have little procs on top of it. You saw Talas try and waddle his way right back on him, but he doesn't even have the level 6. There's no Curse of Sad Mummy, and then the immediate follow-up. Talas didn't get any experience between that fight and this one. He's not leveled up.
800 gold lead now for Pain Gaming, as they turned around what was kind of a rough early game into just pure success through these team fights. It's been looking so far so good as really Vivo Cade Stars try and find their next angle on the map. Rift Herald will be spawning soon. That's going to be a tough thing to challenge for because these 5v fights have very handedly belonged to Pain Gaming.
Yeah, they've been using the Ornn very well as this engage tool. One of the major things that we have been seeing as issues throughout the course of games going up against Cade is a lot of teams just have not had the engage tools necessary to prevent Cade from just scaling on into the game. That is not a problem that Pain Gaming's composition has whatsoever, and as they're setting up for a Rift Herald fight, they're already in control, forcing their opponents to face check.
You can see how dangerous it is. They're kind of dancing around the river brush in the mid lane, giving that sharp angle. You get too close and they're going to jump on you right away. You can see Gigs wants that approach.
Whoa.
Now Tattoo over the wall with the audacious charge. He's just gonna melt Kisei, who gets picked off by the true shot barrage. Saralu tries to run away. Mom comes down. Saralu has to flash to get to safety, and Pain Gaming own this place, Josh.
Once again, just taking down members before they can do anything. This time going over to Kisei, taking them down before the flash is back up. Fantastic target selection coming out from Pain Gaming. They're going to reward themselves with a whole lot more than that, but potential engage in the mid lane.
Very questionable engage in the mid lane to loss. Only has his ADC and a Croc in his back pocket, and one is through a wall. That would be tough to take. Pain Gaming now seizing the opportunity to take this Rift Herald as well as a little bit of damage on the top turret. We'll take the recall. Not going to have the angle to actually take down that tower, but hey, you can take one down with the Rift Herald, as that is now picked up by Pain Gaming.
Yeah, the counterplay coming through from Cade on the bottom side of the map. They'll get a little bit of damage, but a couple turret shots also taken up by Tyrion, really making sure that no dive play likely to come through. The members of Pain moving down to at least make sure that they're not giving up everything for free. So small silver linings coming out for the side of Cade, but it is not their turn because of the amount of damage that was taken by them right there. We get to see another turn potentially taken by Pain, but Tatu recognizing, there's a lot of wards here. They definitely know I am around. This is not a dive that we are going to be able to make happen. So both teams going to have to back away and just reset while both teams try and build up the priority to get another thing done in the Rift.
I just got to say, I love the response being the Teemo emote. It's like, ooh, oh, yeah, there's a ward here. I don't think I want to be here. I'm going to go elsewhere. Gotta ask you, Josh, what's your favorite emote to use in the game?
I don't really use
What
emotes.
are you doing, man?
I have 0 emotes. I have no emotes bound in my emote wheel.
That makes me kind of sad. Might make Tala sad to be in this situation that he's in right now. Tatu already marks him, so this is going to be an easy pick. Even with the arrow going down, he gets smoted, smited, whatever you want to say in the past tense. Quats looking to get away from Tyrion. Oh, Eden will take down Kisei. Quats is alive, and this poor Gator is not long for this world called the Forge God. Going to be called out, still gets knocked up and put 6 feet under. He then goes unstoppable. Quats still will not fall. You can do everything, but this baby dragon remains.
Oh my god, that's not how this is supposed to be going! That's right, this is supposed to be the game that Cade were blowing wide on open, but Pain with a better scaling composition and with more members still on the field, get the top lane turret, prevent the mid lane turret from going down, find more and more kills, and like you said, God's just refusing to... he lived on sub 50 HP multiple times in that last fight. Now they are back on the Rift in time to even play for the Dragon. Because these fights are going so wrong for Cade, Pain is going to take multiple turns in a row.
This guy's immortal. What in the world is... He refuses... I'm convinced he had negative HP at some point in that last little poke through, but Kots able to stay alive and keep Pain Gaming, keep this train rolling, man. It's currently a 4K lead. Starting up the Dragon, Tatu's already there. The rest of VKS are just kind of trying to figure out how to light up this map and get more vision, to get eyes on where Pain Gaming are going.
Yeah. Uh-oh, Kisei.
And that's why they need those eyes. Kisei gets caught alone, and Shadow Crusader comes out. They might be able to turn this onto Marvin. Already first reset for Saralu. We'll look for another onto Giggs. There's no tower there. It just fell. Giggs has no protection, and Vivo Keystars find themselves a team fight win.
Oh, at least they're getting a little bit more. Tyrion ends up blowing the ultimate, not finding anything off of that. But Kisei getting a little bit more money. They open up the top side of the map. Hidan, the only player really able to respond to any additional push. He does have to call the Forge God if he needs to clear out a wave.
As well as Mom coming through. Nice little long range wave clear from Quats means that rest of the Keystars can't really continue this push.
No ultimate. There's a flash from Kisei, but Tatu's here.
Tatu will not be able to land the Wind Becomes Lightning. Now over the wall, Talos looking for the Curse of the Sad Mummy, able to find it and stops the call of the Forge God. So Tyrion will be able to survive now. Now Quats in a bad way, gets picked off by Saralu, finds reset number 1. Now let's hunt down Kidan. Dan's very tanky, though. He's still taking a lot of this damage. Will return the crowd control and start sending VKS running as Gig shows up. The crowd control is here. Leona's a machine for that, and the sacrificial lamb is Saralu. Dan able to turn this one around.
This game's gotten very chaotic out of nowhere here, Desrex. Tatu in the bottom lane, not able to pick up Kisse. The flash has to be committed from the Syndra, but so many kills traded back and forth up on the top side of the map, and we have just crossed the 20-minute mark. So, let's take a quick stock of where everything is going. Kots, 171 sacks, doing okay, about where you would expect, but that's partly because as the acceleration has come through, they were so slow earlier on. I think Kisse was about 70-ish stacks, 88 currently, getting really close to getting the big executes and also the Rabadon's passive coming through from the Syndra at the same time. However, the gold lead is also going to start lying to us. You see that Hidan has already picked up the Thornmail. Eric, do you remember what the fancy name for Thornmail is nowadays?
It's Masterwork.
There you go. It's the same trick question. I think I've asked you this one before. Doesn't have any fancy names. Either way, it's got 1,000 extra gold in Hidan's pocket. He's already the richest person on the map, and now he's going to start building up these levels, giving out more of these Masterwork items towards the rest of his team, and the gold lead is going to mean less and less.
You know, I'm going to do the same thing I did last time, Josh. Give me a name for the Masterwork Thornmail. What is your new name for it?
I'm going to call it Overlord's Bloodmail.
I'm going to call it Thorn Female.
Yeah, that's definitely better than
I'm
Thornmail.
glad I got a nasal chuckle out of you. I'm going to take it as Delas goes in, lands the bandage toss, but this is an angle for Pain Gaming to go. You know, Giggs trying to find it with the solar flare. Already one pick found. Yamumu not going to see the light of day, but it's returned as Morteus is able to bring in the autos. Now Sarah Lou looking to run, but Mom is able to cleave him right down. Tyrion, being that front line, can do no more as he's lost 2 members. And Pain Gaming only lost 1. They look for another setup.
I love watching Pain Gaming immediately after they go for a fight win, because you can see Tachi was like, it's Baron time, Baron time, Baron time, it's time to go! He instantly runs over towards Baron. The rest of the team was like, is it Baron time? You know, let me check my calendar. Okay, yeah, it is Baron time. Tachi can start hitting this one. There is a wave pushing in the mid lane, but Cade wants to contest.
Stars going forward. They're leading forward with an Ashe, though, and Hidan would love to turn and bash that Ashe, as over the wall, though, having a lot of spacing right now. Mortis is able to do a lot of work. Kiste with the Scatter of the Week. Still looking for the Unleashed Power. The loss will land the bandage toss, but on support. Now Baron picked up by Pain Gaming. Cade Stars are looking for an angle into this to try and get something back into their favor. But with an arcane shift, empty-handed, Pain Gaming are wearing purple.
Not able to find anything, and Pain continued to get stronger and stronger in this game. Where's the next Masterwork item going to go? Alright, not coming out just quite yet. Okay. Those question mark pings absolutely done. Like, get your butt over here. I have something for you. Goes over to... Where'd it go?
Wait.
Oh, there it is. It's on Tatu.
29 health. 29 health, Josh,
turret?
on that turret. Yeah.
Yeah. One auto attack, one anything would have been enough to take that one down, but Pain now taking control of the bottom side of the map. There's 20 seconds left until the next dragon spawns, but it's such a secondary win condition for them at this point, as they're just waiting. They're letting Tots continue to stack up.
Oh. Tatu's fearless right now. Another turret goes down in the bottom lane. And for Vivo Cade Stars right now, it's just fishing, hoping that you can find a pick with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, the Scatter of the Week, that someone gets out of position. Smolder, Ezreal, I don't care, just give me something to kill.
Yeah, they have so much control. I'm a little bit surprised to see how few of them are showing on the map at the moment. Not getting the push. They get the bottom lane turret. Yeah, it's good. That's 2 kills worth of gold. They are going to be getting a dragon, but it's not a very high quality dragon. Pain do have to be careful, as Kisse getting closer and closer to that 110, where you just become super stupid strong on this Syndra. And there's a lot of standing gold on the map that Cade can potentially pick up. The mid lane turret, 29 HP. The bottom lane turret, not that much healthier. The top lane turret, also at about half in this game. So if you start picking up these structures, that is a lot of money, especially with objective bounties that's going to start pouring into Cade's pockets.
Yeah, you can see this right now. Our observers going over each of those towers you were just mentioning, Josh. And just like that, Tyran's able to find the first objective bounty that's going to give some gold to back the way of VKS. All the meanwhile, though, Pain Gaming are still looking for sieges. They pushed into the mid lane where they're able to take a tower. Now they're looking for that tier 2 in the top.
Yeah. As they try and defend this one, that's going to be another turret going down. 30 seconds left and 2,500. Baron power play already coming through from Pain, but not feeling strong enough to try and force the issue around the inhibitors. So this is going to be a Baron falling off, and Cade, I'm surprised that they're actually trying to look for this fight.
Yeah, Talas is in a bad way. We'll put down the Curse of Sad Mummy, but it's defensively, which does not bode well for Vivo Cade Stars. They will lose their support call. The Forge God will run right through Morteus. 2 down. Pain Gaming are looking for a close.
Oh man, that was a lot of damage taking down Morteus. Giggs over the wall.
Got a flash over the wall. Tyran will go in with the Gator. Zenith Blade follows through onto Saralu. Not much help left for that tower. One defense broken through on the top side. Exposed inhibitor. Evo Cade Stars might be going for the long haul right now. There is a control ward on him, so this is hard to chase without being noticed. Giggs looks for that Zenith Blade. Pain Gaming are going to get out.
Yeah, so far Pain Gaming looking fantastic across this one, and Hidan in particular really stepping up in Game 2. He looked good on the Nara in Game 1, but that was definitely Kotz being the main character of the game. This time, Cade just playing really far forward, forcing Talas to use the ult defensively, and even though they're coming through this choke point, Kisse not in a position, not having the gold necessary. How did that arrow go through multiple people and hit Hidan? Did you see that? It hit the orange. There's like 3 people in front of him.
With all the Nautilus hooks I've seen in
man.
the past that shouldn't have landed, you know, I never know. I never know. These hitboxes can be wonky sometimes, Josh.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, these are heavy broadsides, man. Like, they are not just those little arrows that you see, like the elves use. No, these are like orc arrows. They are fat. Either way, it's still Pain with a massive control of this game. We have a minute and a half left before the Baron spawns, just under 2 minutes before the Chemtech Soul spawns, and Kotz teleporting towards the top side, making sure that all the lanes are in good position. 236 stacks of Dragon Training now completed. Uh-oh, so Rolu, gotta be careful.
Kisse, Scout of the Week goes out,
Really?
and Chad Arrow lands onto the tank. Hidan will just take that on the chin without issue, but this leaves not much engaged left. Talas is going to look to find it with the Curse of Sad Mummy, but only lands onto 1. And look at the Solar Flare onto Kisse. He's targeted and picked out. 2 fall, 3 fall. The entire team falls. Best your demons. Kryptonite no more. Pain have done it. They've taken revenge on CB LOL Academy Finals, so they tell everyone in America's Challengers, all aboard the Pain Train!
I can't believe that nobody beats Pain Gaming 4 times in a row. Cade Star is not able to stand up into this one, and that was a 4v5 at the very end. Kotz wasn't even there. Your 225 stacks on the smaller, not going to matter whatsoever. Pain Gaming taking Game 2 in a very different fashion. It didn't look like it was supposed to be their victory, but you can see how much pressure is coming out from the side of Pain. They had better early games, they had better mid games, and they just had so much more control. And Tatu was like, "Get over here, boys. This one, you've had a couple of good ones so far. This time it's our turn."
Gotta feel so good for Pain Gaming. This has been a team that's been a thorn in their side for so long. Again, regular season, couldn't get a win. Playoffs, couldn't beat them in the finals. What was the favorite team to take the entirety of the tournament now becomes the favorite team to take the entirety of America's Challengers.
Yeah, really good stuff overall. We can see a very strong team looking at this one. it was always very surprising to me whenever you see a team that has really just kind of got your number in your own region. It's very rare that lasts for forever. At some point, you are going to turn things around, especially if you are actually the stronger team, which Pain Gaming has been for the most part throughout the course of these two teams' history, at least during this year. First in spring playoffs, first in summer, second in summer playoffs, and then falling to them in America's Challengers, but now staying in the upper bracket, keeping the easier route towards the finals of this tournament as well. Pain Gaming looking good.
It's important to reiterate that, Josh, now that you brought it up. It is an easier route if you do go through the upper bracket, because to get to finals, just 2 best of 3s. We're already halfway there for Pain Gaming. But this is a story that's familiar for Vivo Keydstars going into that lower bracket as we pull up the post-game breakdown.
Yeah, ultimately, we get to see that. Look at that. The most damage in the game actually done by Tatu on the Xin Zhao, but the Ezreal and the Ornn not that far behind in this one. And we can see it did start off with a little bit of a lead coming through from the side of Cade. Kisei in particular getting a bit of a lead. Some great early invades coming out from the jungle of Sorolu as well. Unfortunately, it just was not enough. Talas in particular trying to take a lot of these fights while still level 5 Amumu, the worst level for Amumu in the game, end up being some of the major fights that turned this game around.
And I do want to point out to Loss real quick, because in that game too, those solar flares were right on the money. Paired with Hidan, who was using the Call of the Forge God, it set up this chain of crowd control that was way too much to deal with. We saw in one of the replays where they were standing still for what felt like 2 Morgana bindings in a row, man. And that's the suffering, but that's also the synergy that they've been able to bring together to be able to not stack those crowd controls on top of each other, but layer them perfectly.
Yeah, when you have a team that is so focused on how one player is playing, if you just remove that player from the equation, it makes things so much easier. Really good combination, and I really like the fact that Talas wasn't going, or rather that Giggs wasn't going for some of these crazy solar flares who try and catch out one person. Like, nope, we're going to wait, we're going to see the Syndra knocked up, and then we're going to stun them, because now they can't dodge, they can't do anything, and like you said, they're stunned for forever. The brittle stacks make the crowd control so much longer.
All right, we do have an interview with Marvin from Pain Gaming. Welcome, Marvin. I got to ask you, very first question out of the way. How does it feel to take down a team that's basically been your kryptonite for the summer?
Marvin está te perguntando como é basicamente ganhar do time que é a criptonita de vocês, né?
Bom, é uma sensação muito boa, a gente até brinca na questão da paternidade, né? O Morteus é meu pai, o Telas é o Morteus do Giggs, mas agora acabou, né? A gente voltou mais forte, a gente está com novos planos para ganhar deles e a gente está com uma nova mentalidade agora.
It felt so good. Our mentality changed a lot in these last days, so we can get the win. And it ends this shit about they are our fathers, they are winning us, so it ends here.
That's awesome to hear. You guys have looked so good. I'd love to hear a bit more about how you guys are feeling going in as the #1 seed and looking like the strongest team across not just Brazil now, but all of America's Challengers.
E sobre agora vocês estão nessa parte de cima aí dos playoffs, sobre os jogos que quem você acha que vocês vão enfrentar, como que você vê a sequência de vocês no campeonato?
Bom, acho que provavelmente a gente vai enfrentar a Fierex, que é acredito que o segundo melhor time do campeonato depois da gente. Bom, a gente já ganhou deles uma vez só na real. E, pra ser honesto, nenhum dos dois assusta, sendo a Fuego ou se a Fierex passar, mas acho que vai ser eles. Acho que não tem nenhum problema. A nossa maior rivalidade, podemos dizer, é a Vivocade.
Our better rivalry here is Vivocade, but I think we will match against Fierex. I think they are the second best team here, and we already won there. In the first series, and we think we can win it again. So doesn't matter if it's Fuego or Fierex, we will win again.
I like the confidence, man. Thank you so much for taking some time out to do this interview. Wish you the best of luck in the rest of the America's Challengers. All right, and yeah, I really do like that confidence. It feels like America's Challengers has just been a place to beat your weakness, man. The Kryptonites, the narratives are gone. We saw the same thing with Fierce Starforge, a team that was just called out, who was able to get the better of Dragonsteel, a team that was bettering them back in the regular season of NACL, and a team that's going to be coming up next, Josh.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to our next matchup, of course. Fuego from Latin America, and of course going up against the North American Fear X Star Force. So as we take another couple of looks over this last game, it was looking like everything was starting to go Cade Star's way, but this is where Tatu really started taking control of this game on this Xin Zhao. Able to chase down Talaz, even getting the flash with the extra range on that auto attack, meaning that the Xin Zhao just does not die because of the amount of early game control that they really have. But after that, we get to see the combo in effect. This one, they're just stunned for forever. They can't do anything. What do you do?
Jail. Yeah, you do absolutely nothing, Josh, because you can't do a damn thing, man. The layering of CC was so beautiful, but Tatu's presence in these fights and in these objective setups that have come out from Pain Gaming, in every replay you're seeing right there, he's always one of the first ones to be starting it off.
Yeah. And that's one of the major things about Xin Zhao and why this champion was so popular for so long is because of the amount of pressure that you have. A Tatu serving not only an offensive role, but also a defensive role, keeping Kotz alive. I almost forgot that this was that same game that Kotz was able to walk out of multiple plays. Are they going to show it again? Oh, no. Okay, all right. At least they don't show it this time around. But still, the amount of pressure that Tatu was putting on the game, the amount of just damage that he was doing and not taking it in return, just taking up Morteus and Kise because they can't hit him while his ultimate's up.
And again, this is that younger player on this squad who, I had mentioned it earlier, he started in 2022 and was too young to compete. So his coach had to sub in until his birthday. He just turned 18 in June, man. And it's great to see players developing like this so early on and putting on performances where he's actually being, a leader in a lot of these plays, a lot of these team fights that we're seeing.
Yeah, really good stuff overall. I'm looking forward to seeing what Tatu does because he is so young. Whenever you see these players who, like we've seen in the past, I'm trying to remember, was it General Sniper that was too young to play for a long time? That he constantly needed people to like substitute in for him. He needed other ways like, hey, no, go finish high school. When you're done with that, then we can start putting you on some of these teams. Very similar story coming out from Tatu, and that means he could be destined for greatness.
Oh, he's destined for greatness in this series because he is our MVP of the series. Congratulations over to Tatu, put a phenomenal performance. Besting his demons. He said earlier, what was it in the interview, that we're not going to be their sons anymore. They're not going to be our daddies anymore. We've taken it over. And he's wearing that crown, man. Wear it proud because that was a phenomenal performance.
Yeah. A damage distribution of 25.1% is crazy in the jungle, especially on a Xin Zhao, who is oftentimes mostly just there to create space for the rest of the team. Nah, he's going to be going in and beating people up at 17 KDA, 81% kill participation. Tatu looking good. And speaking of junglers, I'm looking forward to seeing how he's going to be matching up with players like XU going forward into the rest of the tournament because he's been looking very strong. He's also very clearly got that killer instinct that you need to be a great player.
Man, that 81% kill participation shows you just how much Pain Gaming really do play around Tatu and rely on him to be the initiator of a lot of these fights they're going through. Even their regular season back in CB LOL Academy, 84.3% was first in the league for kill participation of the jungle role. So he is definitely a mainstay of this roster. Very strong mechanical jungler. It's been a pleasure watching him play with the rest of the squad. And now, again, you are taking that easier road. You're going into the next best of 3. If you win that, that means you get to finals. And that's your chance right there to become our first America's Challengers champion, which, hey, that's a big title. That's esports history, Josh.
That's true. We've joked about Academy Worlds for a long time in North America. I'm not sure if the meme is still true down in South America and in Latin America as well, but it's just, we've always said, haha, we won Academy Worlds because, it hasn't existed in the past, but now it does! America's Challengers coming at you right here, looking for the real first Academy Worlds champion. So, Pain Gaming looking like a clear front runner for that one. I think one of the major things about Pain that makes them so good is there's not a clear weak point, right? Everybody has been able to step up throughout the course of this tournament. Some people have had good games, some people have had great games, and everybody is able to be a major driving force in the games that they have played so far.
All right, off of that note, congratulations to Pain Gaming, but we got to get ready for our next game. So we're going to take a moment to throw it over to short break. When we return, we'll get ready for Fear versus Fuego.
Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Dermaldehyde. Bahardamardin. Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost. Welcome back, everyone, to America's Challengers. Our first series of the day already concluded between our juggernauts of Brazil, both Pain Gaming and Vivo K-Stars. Now we're moving on to our second series of the day. That's going to be Fear Starforge taking on Fuego. As we pull up the bracket to get updated with what's been going on so far, again, Pain Gaming taking that first series. And who's going to be their opponent? Well, the winner of this next one between Fuego and Fear.
Yeah, we're definitely going to be looking at how the Fuego and the Fear matchup is going to be going very closely, because Fuego, a team coming in from Latin America North, where they were basically the only team going in their own region that was looking good. They 3-0'd back-to-back in the playoffs that they had against all the other representatives from all of the other national leagues. And Fuego looking very strong across the board simply because of how powerful they were. And there was big questions on whether or not they would continue to showcase this power as they came into America's Challengers. And they've looked absolutely fine. I've been loving the way that they have been playing so far in this tournament. And as we get to take a look at all of their players, in particular, player I've been very impressed with has been Virus FX coming down in the bottom lane. He has been looking fantastic and a major part of several of their wins so far.
Yeah, I've also been impressed by Mataz, who has done some very, very wild stuff. Especially in his Jungle Amumu game, where his entire team was dying, but he was still getting triple kills and winning the game for them anyway. Both of my Mexican brothers right there, Mataz and Virus FX, hailing from Mexico. Me, myself, Mexican-American, I got to give my shout-out right there. But their opponents will be Fear Starforge. Again, this is a team that was able to overcome their kryptonite. They did beat Dragonsteel in the groups. You see Philip there, just the same goofball that we've always known, and this is the superstar that we've been seeing from Fear Starforge so far. XU, who did get Player of the Game 3 times in a row.
Yeah, XU and the Blaze all have happened the 2v2 to beat in a lot of the series in the North America Challengers League, whereas Instinct and Winsome down in the bottom lane also going to be trying to get a lot of things done. Winsome has been credited by a lot of the other players in the league as the best support in the league when it comes to early game map movements. If you're playing top lane, your favorite support in the entire league is Winsome because of how much pressure he can put onto that lane. And hopefully he can do something similar this time around. I know ADD used to be a staple player in the Challengers League several years ago, and Philip is generally getting the better of him then, and now that he has Winsome on his side, he can have an even bigger effect on trying to shut down this top side.
Well, we wanted to know what Fuego thought of their enemies, and to get that thought through, we have an interview with Baula.
Si tuviera que escoger un sentimiento de clasificar a playoffs, creo que fue alivio. Era lo mínimo que esperábamos de este torneo y creo que hemos demostrado que podemos alcanzar un poco más. En contra de Fearx en este mejor de 3, creo que tenemos una ventaja que en Fearless en general éramos un poco mejores. Sabemos como que adaptarnos bien y creo que tenemos el chance de que si tenemos un juego temprano estable, de poder ganar la serie hasta 2-0. Cuando pienso en Fear, definitivamente es sinónimo de Blaze Olive y de XU. Son los dos jugadores mejores que tiene el roster y son los que tenemos que tenerles más cuidado y respeto.
Good amount of confidence on them, and respectfully so. I mean, they were able to take down Fear Starforge in the group stage, so they got to feel at least somewhat good coming into this one.
Yeah, and it's very entertaining too because Baula clearly has good relationships with several of the members on Fear X Starforge, and he gets to say, "Is like, yeah, XU plays all of those are the ones we need to worry about. Those are the ones we need to be shutting down." And as someone who plays a lot of these roaming supports, Baula knows that he's going to have to be matching Winsome to make sure that he can actually do his part.
But it's not just the side of Fuego that we got some words from. We also asked Fear what they thought of Fuego, and to get you that answer, it's going to be Philip with an interview.
I kind of expected to have a lot of victories, especially over the Brazilian and Latin American teams, but they surprised us a lot with their team play. I strongly believe that we can win it all. I think we played against Fuego in the first round, and I feel like just one little change in our play and it would have been an easy game against them. But I believe that it will be a strong game from us. I think in our drafts we like to target their weaknesses and play with our strong points, and that's why we are here. But I also feel like we are good players to complement that, and that's why we're here in the playoffs.
Philip's your boy, Josh. I'll let you take this one.
Yeah, Philip has been one of the classic players in the North American Challengers League and Academy before that for such a long time. Well known for playing things like the Renekton and the Gragas. In this version of Philip, we've been seeing a lot of him playing as a blocker, making sure that other major top lane carries have been shut down, and it's gotten them a lot of success so far, especially against teams like FlyQuest Challengers. However, this time around, ADD has been a player that has been punishable in the past, and so we're going to see if Philip can put those shoes into the carry feet, onto the carry feet. Either way, we'll need to see how much pressure he can put onto ADD up in the top side, if he can find all the solo kills that he used to be known for, especially in 2023.
I do want to echo that sentiment, because looking back at group stage, sadly enough, ADD had the highest average deaths. When he gets put behind, he dies a lot, so that could be a weak point that Fierce Starforge looked to punish. That being said, you still have to put respect on the name of Fuego, who were one of the most dominant teams LRN had ever seen. If you don't know, their season splits into 3 different stages. They have the regular season, they have groups, and then they have playoffs. They went 27-1 throughout the entirety of their season. So a very strong, capable team that I feel like a lot of people have slept on coming into America's Challengers. As we start getting the first picks coming in here, Fuego going to grab that Ziggs right off the bat. The response is Kaisa and Vi for Fierce Starforge.
It's also worth noting that the last time these two teams played up against each other, it was, in fact, Fuego who did end up winning. It was a massive comeback where Fear were up to a 6,000-7,000 gold lead relatively early on in the game, and ultimately, they were not able to close it out. So much of this had to do with the fact that Fear did not have the engage tools necessary to force fights. They did not have the tools necessary to go for dives at all. This time around, they have the Kaisa as this major scaling pick to outpoke the Ziggs later on, and they also have the Vi to say, hey guys, turns out we are fighting now. No ifs, ands, or buts about it.
And the Karma hover for the time being, probably not going to get locked in. It still gets paired very well if you do go for this Taliyah lock-in. Vi Taliyah is a very classic combo, man. It puts so much pressure coming from your mid-jungle duo. And this is the mid-jungle duo to rely on if they do go for this lock-in. XU and ABO have been phenomenal, especially both in NACL and America so far. So that's the pairing that we're going to go for over on the side of Fierce Starforge.
Yeah, a little bit surprising to see that this Taliyah, though, coming through for a Blaze Olive. Like you said, it is something that have had success for in the past, but generally a Blaze Olive has been a player that has been opting in to playing the double marksman mid lanes. We've been seeing that he loves playing the Corki. It's been one of his best champions. He loves playing the Jace. It's been one of his best champions whenever he has to go up against something like a Tristana, but this time a very different look coming out from the side of Fear X Starforge, a very classic combination of champions. And one of the major things about this is it doesn't give a lot of room for outplay to the other side. So much of the outplaying that you generally see going up against this combination has to do with your map movements. It doesn't necessarily have to do with your mechanics a lot of the time. So Fear have a lot of control over how the mid lane fights are supposed to go.
That being said, with this latest pick coming out from Fuego, it does give a little bit of control back, more in stopping some of the engages that Fear are going to go for. The cease and desist, once you put up the steadfast presence, that's going to be stopped right into its tracks. So Poppy going to be a pretty nice tool to try and peel away some of the forward engages that XU will be doing as we head into the second phase.
Well, just to be clear, it doesn't stop the ult, it stops the Q, but you're unstoppable during the ult, so he will be able to get that one off. You can't outplay that, unless you're Tristana, in which case you can
Vault
get your
Breaker or Cease and Desist? Which one's the Q? Vault Breaker? It's the Vault Breaker, right?
Yeah.
There,
yeah,
thank you.
Yeah. Cease and Desist is the ultimate there. Either way.
Thank you.
We have seen that players like Caps are really freaking nutty when it comes to actually canceling out all the crowd control with the Tristana rocket jump. But we also see Winsome going over to a tried and true. It is going to be the Nautilus coming around this time. One of the most common counter picks to this has been the Braum, as we see Virus going through all the champions he would love to play, but we know probably going to be the Ziggs that he's going to be playing this time around, and a Leona, which has been a very strong champion for Balo throughout the course of this tournament, and also a champion that just outtrades Nautilus rather consistently in the bottom lane.
And it gives you a very fantastic engage to try and catch out potentially this Kai'Sa and Taliyah. I mean, we saw the power of the Leona when you're able to layer CC together. We'll see what the final pick is to see if they have something that kind of works around that, or if this is just going to be a peel angle. This might be just the kill angle, as the hover is going towards the Viego. Will not get locked in. Instead, it's the Mummy for Mataz. And I did say earlier, I was getting pretty excited about that, man. When Mataz was playing it last time, it was a wild game to watch, but it was a fun one nonetheless, and that is the lock-in for Fuego.
All right, I'm going to get the not a serious point out first and say that Fuego has 4 Yordles, and I don't think that's beatable. If TFT set 1 taught me anything, you're going to be dodging all of their attacks, and it's not going to be possible to play up against this. However, the more interesting and the more salient point here is that they are trusting Philip to be playing the Olaf in this game, not a champion we've seen him play much throughout the course of this split at all. However, there is a lot of crowd control inside of Fuego. Poppy, Leona, Amumu all do a lot of crowd control throughout the course of the game. Philip is going to be ignoring that and also having a pretty good matchup right off the bat, just trading very aggressively into the Poppy. And that means that Philip, they're putting a lot of trust into this player, saying, we think you're better than the Fuego top laner. We think you're going to be able to take this one down, and actually giving him the tools to carry, something that we don't oftentimes see from this roster.
For the year of 2024, I did look it up real quick. Olaf has been played 3 times by Philip thus far, each of those being a win. So it is something that Philip's pulled out in the past. It's just not a champion that we've associated with Philip too often. As you said, like Gragas, Renekton, those are the big picks there. But it will put a different look onto Philip. He will have to be in the front lines. He will have to bring that damage, and will be one of the front-facing factors for Fear if they want to get this win. Again, this is a team they lost to in Fuego, so you're looking for some redemption.
Yeah. And we get to see the crowd once again. They're coming through. They are, a lot of them, we know they were here for Pain versus Cade, but a lot of them sticking around to see what happens with Fuego and Fear X Starforge. The friends to the north coming through to brawl it out, and Philip in particular showcasing what he can do on this Olaf. I really like the composition from Fear. They have a lot of tools, especially during the mid game, to run this game over, get themselves the lead, and crucially, they have just enough crowd control, they have just enough tools in their kits to make sure that they are going to be able to chase down the rest of Fuego if they ever find these leads.
The LRN got the better of the NACL last time in their matchup against Fear. Fuego looking to try and do it again as the last remaining hope of NACL fights for their lives, is now looking for an angle over here. There's already a ward there, so Fuego getting that early ward means they know what's going up with this invade.
Yeah, there was a ward placed down by X here in the bottom side of the map. So they're take a look for Zelt. Force out the rocket jump relatively early, meaning that they're not going to have the same kind of early trading capability up against a Blaze. All of a small win coming through from Fear, even though it ends up being a trade of vision otherwise.
See Fear now setting up, getting back into what's going to be our standard lane setups now. For Philip, I do want to jump back to the fact that he took this Olaf, because it's going to be an interesting matchup. We did point out earlier that ADD hasn't exactly been playing the best as of recently in this America's Challengers. And Steadfast Presence isn't going to do anything against Ragnarok, so this is an interesting matchup for Philip to look to go into as he tries to take over the game from the top side.
Yeah. Ooh. Lots of damage going on to Baola, end up taking the isolated Q, or at least most of the Q, coming out from Insync. One of the major things to pay attention to is how Zelt actually navigates some of the level 1, as most of the level 1 has been dodged out. Oftentimes the way that you can play this matchup as Tristana is with you have that rocket jump, as soon as you see Taliyah's Q finish, you go, okay, well you do not have any damage left in your kits, let me jump onto you. We did not see that happen from Zelt. It is going to be a Blaze Olive getting away with the level 1 at the very beginning. And also, Instinct and Winsome with more control over the ball, forcing the early potion out of Baola, because Winsome, we're going to have to talk about that one. What was that?
Winsome has always done a lot of questionable moves every now and then, despite being a pretty high caliber player, but I was so close to just being an outright disaster. Look at Philip, he's getting poked down quite a bit by ADD in this top side.
Yeah, I'm just shocked that Winsome got away with that. If it was my Nautilus, I would have ended up hooking the turret and dying. But Philip also in trouble, taking a lot of damage, taking the worst of these trades. And Mataz now top lane, and Philip has no flash.
Yeah, this is going to be brutal right now for Philip. He is able to get one sidestep through, but remember, you have 2 bandage tosses that you can throw out. So it's an easy first blood for Fuego.
XU not able to get top lane in time, and this is something that's been taking a lot of the Challengers League teams by surprise, is how willing all the Latin American and Brazilian junglers have been to skip over all of their camps. XU is well known as being one of the most aggressive junglers in terms of skipping camps in order to go for these plays for the rest of the team, and even his team was not ready to deal with the fact that ADD getting ganks out from Mataz super early on, and now Philip, his wave state, it'll come back to him in a little bit, but he's going to be struggling for a little while, only getting the boots off of this early back, not able to get a longsword or anything to amplify his damage, and really allowing ADD to survive some of this trading.
And you can tell the way ADD's posturing that he has a pretty good handle in this lane thus far. As you said, that back was incredibly inefficient, and ADD still holding the wave towards his tower. It'll slowly start going back over into Philip's direction, but it's a great start for what was a perceived weakness of Fuego.
Yeah. Ultimately, we'll see what Mataz can do. He is now in a Mumu with no flash available. It is definitely something that XU can try and take advantage of, but so far is playing towards the bottom half of the map. Instead, is going to be clearing a little bit. He does get the rapid respawn from his opponent, but ADD in a bit of trouble.
Oh, don't bite off more than you can chew. Philip stepping up onto ADD, but this means that Mataz is called up once again. Philip, does he smell this one coming? He's waiting in the tri-bush and now spots it out because of the ward. The bandage toss waiting to come through. Philip wants the sidestep, gets the sidestep number 1. So you got sidestep number 2. The answer is no. Philip caught out. Is the damage there, though? Philip's still alive. He's going to take down the mummy. Philip able to body the second gank of Mataz.
Oh, and because he's Olaf, he can heal up off this wave, and now ADD in a tough position. ADD at least has the teleport available to try and fix this lane state. But another gank coming through from Mataz being a disaster because he just takes like 4 turret shots and dies. They both thought the other one had the damage necessary to pick it up. Neither of them did. As Philip runs his way back towards the top side, he has XU in his pocket to make sure that nothing crazy happens.
Say with me, Twitch chat. Mataz giveth, Mataz taketh away. Both plays made by Mataz results in a kill. First one for Fuego, second one for Fear Starforge. Now Philip, he made that recall earlier when the wave was going towards his tower, so he'll be able to catch the wave right there at the prime time, and should be able to get a slight CS lead against ADD and continue growing.
Yeah. I do like the boots of swiftness coming through from ADD, keeping him relatively fast and also helping him get out of the little bit of crowd control coming through. But Mataz, now this flashless Amumu, has to be a little bit careful, but they do pick up the first grub.
One grub, good enough. Fear can pretty much just battle this one out, no problem. They've already called Winsome over. Even with the supports coming through, ABO, the flash out, not going to be in much of an issue. ADD does go forward, but the fight is broken out near the mid lane. Baula in a lot of hurt, falls to about 200 health. The fight turning onto Winsome now, who gets jumped on by 3 members of Fuego and slain.
Yeah, really sloppy play overall coming out from Fear. They had XU playing in the pit alone. ADD was able to force him out and deny one of those grubs as Philip pushed in the entire wave up in the top half of the map, not having the waves in position that they need to actually make that play work out. And Fear ended up giving over a little bit more of that gold lead right on back. Mataz giveth and Mataz taketh away. I think that one's in Corinthians.
This is going to be the entire theme of this game. Mataz is the single playmaker for both of these teams now.
It's been working out so far for them. They do have a small lead. We'll take a look at the bottom side of the map as well. Wow, that is very even. Okay, let's go back to the interesting side of the map because Mataz I mean, he's now on the bottom side, actually, so this might become the interesting side of the map because he has the Curse of the Sad Mummy.
Here it comes. Level 6 for Mataz, waiting for that Curse of the Sad Mummy. You also have the Mega Inferno Bomb that can drop down to chain alongside it. No level 6 for Bala. Will take a little bit longer as he's been roaming out in lane, so you won't have that ranged Zenith Blade to start off the fight. XU still in the area. First Dragon is available. Pushing forward will be Fear's bot lane. As we go back over to this top lane matchup where Philip's just trying to bully ADD around.
Yeah. I mean, he does have a little bit of a lead right now. We also saw XU tick level 6 after hitting his own blue buff, going for the first dragon of the game. It looks like it's an ocean. Yeah, it's an ocean dragon coming through, so Fear will like that. Now, one of the major downfalls we have seen of Winsome in the past is oftentimes he takes a long time to get level 6. We saw it happen with Talas last game. It did not help out their chances simply not having access to those ultimates. So I'd love to see Winsome make sure he stays in lane for a little bit. So here's Mataz.
ABO has no flash, so this is a lockdown right here. Zeph's in the right area. Easy kill for Fuego as they'll take a pretty notable kill lead. Now 1K in the lead in gold as well against Fearx Starforge 8 minutes into this.
Yeah, and so much of this has been off of Mataz. Once again, going towards the mid lane, flash ulting to make sure that they can get something done, but XU trying to pay them right on back, comes towards the top side, but Mataz is waiting in the wings. He's just hanging out with the grubs.
Yeah, Mataz is over in this general area. Both top laners are starting to get low, so this might pull Mataz over towards where XU is. And Philip has no problem really fighting this one out. I mean, Curse of the Sad maybe is not available, but Cease and Desist is. Philip's losing a bit too much health, though. We'll just take the recall.
Yeah. Ultimately, this is going to be one of the major points for XU. You always look at Vi, these first couple of ultimates, how effective can they be in these fights? Can they get some of these ganks going off? So far, the answer has been no. Blaze Olive now has no flash, hasn't had an opportunity to leave the lane at all, and is now, just now, starting to get enough priority to potentially start looking for these plays, but Vera is just going to go back for some items, going to make sure they can spend all of that money, and Fear slowly giving ground to Fuego, who came back in their last matchup.
I mean, for Fuego, where you're finding some of these plays is actually pretty crucial. One of the win conditions was, hey, Philip's just going to body ADD. Well, now Mataz is here. Hey, let's go look in the mid lane. ABO, he's on Talia. Lots of roamability, lots of pushability. Well, now Mataz is here and you're dead. Mataz has been very, very impactful on this Amumu so far to stop some of these game plans that have been drafted by Fear Starforge.
Yeah, and you can see that Fear is still trying to make something happen across the bottom half of the map and not going to be finding anybody. The timing just not there at all. And in particular, I'm curious to see what it is that Fuego is going to do. They have the classic Yordle Demolition Crew where you just run between turrets and suddenly Mom says you got to send the Ziggs top lane in order to pick up the plates there. But they haven't gotten any plates in the bottom lane. They haven't gotten any plates in the mid lane. They haven't gotten any plates in the top lane. So the general game plan for Virus is a little bit delayed.
2 minutes, 20 seconds before we get the Dragon up, as well as the Rift Herald spawning around the same timer. That'll be the next objectives to potentially dance around. It feels like Fuego are starting to get more and more the better of this, especially given they have the gold lead that they have. A lot of this on Mataz, who picked up Leandries. If you can get that Curse of the Sad Mummy right onto the back line, I mean, that's going to be a Mega Inferno Bomb that follows through. So Fuego, at their current state, are pretty much set up to take some of these skirmishes that are going to be around the soon-to-be spawning neutrals.
That was a very weird sequence up on the top side, watching Philip just run by ADD.
This entire lane match has been a weird sequence, man.
Yeah, alright, here comes dive onto Instinct. No counterplay available to Fear.
It's only the slow, though, from the Solar Flare. Instinct was able to get out of the center of it. Mataz spotted out, thanks to one of the missiles. Instinct should clear the wave and be okay.
Yeah, ultimately, just nothing happening across the map. You can tell that both teams are constantly setting up for plays, but neither team has been able to make one work. So we are seeing small lead just getting built up across the game. The mid-jungle 2v2 of a Blaze Olive and XU that we have praised this team for over and over. Not been able to find anything at all as ADD tried to freeze a wave.
Oh, Ragnarok could get popped, but with the axe missing, Philip has no way into this fight. and ADD will be able to control this wave and send Philip packing.
Yeah, you can tell Philip is a little bit frustrated off of that one. We have been seeing that Philip has been getting caught out quite a bit over the course of this event. In particular, Fuego was one of the teams that really was preying on Philip off in the side lane. Zelt able to run him down multiple times with the Yone. And as we start looking at how the rest of this game is going to go, we have another spawn of the Grubs coming up soon, but it's not going to be sticking around for very long because the Rift Herald spawning in just a minute after.
Yeah, those neutral objectives both going to be coming off the clock in just a couple of seconds now. You can see the waves getting pushed in by Instinct in the meanwhile. There's a lot of pings going towards the bot lane from Fierce Starforge. So potentially looking for a play onto ADD, something to set up the dragon that does come up right now.
We're seeing that Zelt up on the top side of the map should be A-okay. The Tristana definitely not at the strong point of their game. I mean, the Kraken Slayer does give you a little bit of damage, but it mostly just allows you free time off on the side lane, potentially picking up some plates, getting some farm, pushing Philip around a little bit. But Philip, with no teleport available, having committed to go towards the top side of the map, would potentially give his team over to a 4v5, and it's been leaving Fear in a position where they can't get anything done. And ADB is looking for some trading, getting that ward taken away from Instinct. But Fear, they're a little bit late to the play. Philip is so far.
And this is dangerous. Mataz, he's trigger happy, man. He'll push that bandage toss if you get even remotely close to him. Grabbing the dragon is going to be enough, though. So Fuego will be able to get that and get out, but Fear Starforge have an inside track on the mid lane tower.
But the wave is just gone. Yeah, the Mago Inferno Bomb takes that one down. There's no grubs that go over, at least Fear. They're looking at the Rift Herald right now, and there shouldn't be a response from Fuego, but you can also see Fuego sent 4 members down towards the bottom side of the map. They might not be getting the plates up in the top half because they teleport Zelt down to the play, but Ablaze Olive.
Ooh, Zenith Blade doesn't land. ABO trying to get out of this, but he's getting collapsed on by the rest of Fuego. Curse of the Sad Mummy comes out and ABO's dead. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Mataz is going to get his life for the trade. Hey, here comes XU. Cease and desist lands right onto ADD. Looking to take him down. ADD is able to get a big shield in. Buster Shot comes out. ADD survives himself. Goomba stomps XU.
And it's been a disaster for Fear. We get to see the first couple of ults, the first couple of flashes being used by XU and Ablaze Olive. They both end up dying, and ADD walks out with a sliver of health, doing his best COTS impression from earlier in the day. But now Fuego are going to be walking out with a massive gold lead across the entire board. A teleport being forced out of Ablaze Olive. They don't get the Rift Herald, they don't get any of the grubs, they don't get the dragon, and now Fuego, I mean, even with all of that, they're still down a little bit of money. Speaking to how effectively Fear have been playing some of these laning phases, you can see that as Instinct comes in, they try and get the damage down, but it takes them forever. They get Mataz, doesn't even have a shutdown, and then XU going in all by himself. Winsome can't come back in at all, just has to leave XU for dead.
XU got bodied that fight. He was pushed all over the place, couldn't even finish off ADD. That was brutal, man. And it really shows you the teamfight potential that a lot of these teams, you know, especially coming from, you know, CB Law Academy, LRN, they have hands, man. Even if they're not doing the most calculated plays on the map, they are willing to teamfight and take these at any cost. And it really showed right there. Mataz able to collapse in with that Curse and Sad Mummy. Now gives Fuego a situation where they're not in the gold lead just yet, but still sitting pretty with these fights.
One of the places that people might not have been expecting to be strong in this game is Philip. He's up about 1,500 gold over ADD. He's up 40 CS already. He's gotten the entire top lane turret to himself, getting that first brick. So he has money. The problem is he hasn't necessarily been in a position to do anything with it. The last time we saw Philip going for a fight was while he was getting turret dove all by himself. He did manage to turn it around, but now trying to make something out of this, we're going to be starting up the Rift Herald well before XU and Winsome can actually appear for the fight.
Now, all the meanwhile, this leaves Zelt into the side lane. It's going to be an easy turret take.
Money!
Does give Fear Starforge that Rift Herald, but Zelt's very happy to capitalize on that and continue growing that lead. 2-0-1 on this Tristana with some towers to boot.
Yeah. This has been part of why I've been so surprised about this Talia, right? It's a champion that has, like, It's got good tools, but it's very difficult tools to consistently use. The seismic shove, not a ability that is consistent to land on anyone unless you have prior crowd control. And XU hasn't spent a lot of time in the mid lane. A lot of the mid-jungle 2v2 that they have been so prided for in North America has not been showing up at all in this game. Instead, this is how they're going to be starting to move on the map as they start taking away a couple of camps from their opponents. But it doesn't get them anything more than this Gromp. It's such a small victory coming through for Fear. You have to start asking, how is Fuego going to be pushing the map right on back? They shouldn't feel like they need to either, because they're the team that has Ziggs, Tristana. They have a lot of damage. They have some crowd control as well. They have Leona and Amumu, two of the best engagers in the entire game. So as long as they can get these fights started later and not have Instinct do the Veers to them from the last time they played, it's going to be a very good game for Fuego.
And Fuego have everything falling into their hand right now. I mean, you have the Demolition Duo, which means any alone time with these towers is going to get taken in a heartbeat. You have the 5v5 with Obala and Mataz. And you have the ability to turn these fights on a dime with the Keeper's Verdict. ADD also has that. So 5v5s are so strong for Fuego right now. For Fear Starforge, I want to see more situations like this where you're trying to pick someone out potentially in the side lanes and try and catch Fuego, you know, pulled apart. As the Rift Herald is going to go down, Fear Starforge will be looking for that bot lane tower. And with Shelly coming down, they're able to get it.
Yeah. What do they do with the Herald, actually? Oh, interesting.
There goes Curse of the Sad Mummy, but it gets followed up with the bandage toss and that damage from the AP that was itemized very early on for Mataz, really showing up. Cease and desist over down in the bot lane. They're looking to capitalize onto ADD being alone before the teleport comes through, but it's not fast enough, and XU's dead! Bala puts out the Solar Flare, doesn't find ABO, but another blunder for Fear Starforge.
He's too tanky at this point. ADD still alive after all of that. Paola walking up. He knows there's not enough damage to take him down whatsoever. The dragon spawning. They're going to be starting it up right on spawn. Fuego getting the better of that play. And now Zelt teleporting down, gets caught.
Zelt caught out. You're going to get the full combo out of the Talia. Zelt does flash and get out from the second Q coming through. Now Winsome's looking for an angle out. Here comes Philip. Can't get onto Zelt. Has to turn his attention towards whoever is willing to stand in this mosh pit with them. Starting to put the hammer down. It's so much damage, but it's not enough as Virus will claim Philip, and the rest of the Reapers are routed by Fuego.
That is mentally shattering for anyone in this game. You can see Philip, he had 4 members who were at 100 HP and none of them die. It plays Olive not able to pick it up. XU also just not being able to find that play, being late to the entire thing because he goes down in the earlier dive. Suddenly, everything that looked like it could have gone well for Fear X Starforge gets turned into an advantage instead for Fuego. All of their flashes are down, but they get away with all their lives. No turret goes down. There's no recompense whatsoever. Fuego just in total control now.
Yeah, Fuego have taken over this game. A lot of the gold lead that has come through has been counteracted by the way Fear have played the map, but Fuego, with this acceleration that they've found on champions such as their Ziggs, such as their Tristana, means that this standing gold is going to get melted quite quickly. Already able to grab that tower onto the top side. Fuego currently holding a 2K lead.
And a 9-2 kill lead, which can feel just as bad, right? It feels worse, because you don't get to see the goal that your opponents have when you're in the game. You don't get to know. All you know is that nothing seems to be going your way. No one actually goes down in that fight. And this is one of the major parts of why the Talia is supposed to be so good. You stun someone up and you kill them instantly. But between the Locket and the fact that Zelt just has enough mobility, gets away. That's the first person who lives on 100 HP. Then Virus able to flash right on out. Mataz and Paola both go so low, but there's just not the skill shots landing. Ablaze Olive shorts his Q. That gives ADD enough time to join the fight as well, finding 2 kills for themselves and getting some revenge against some of the people that he used to play with. He used to play with Ablaze Olive back in the day.
Yeah. I remember that. That was Immortals Challengers, I believe, in Spring 23. it was that ABO and ADD played. So a little bit of history between those right there. But yeah, Fuego have been off to the races, man. This has been an absolutely dominant game coming out from them. And it seems like Fear, they get so close multiple times in these fights where the health bar is critically low, but you have to deal the killing blow. And Fear haven't been the best at doing that.
Now they're going to be trying again. They're not down that far. Looking for ADD a little bit, but not able to land a seismic shove on that one. Does mean that he can just walk on out. And Fear, this gets worse before it gets better, right? Eventually, when Instinct is on 3-4 items, he can start just poking at ranges where Fuego are going to struggle to deal with. But the rest of his team is still very easy to engage upon in every single one of these sieges. So Fuego, they can just start lighting up. They want to start stacking up these dragons. That one at least goes over to Fear X Starforge. But now Fuego, okay, that was a bit ambitious from Fierce. But the more important thing is they are still in control of the rest of the map. They just need to deal with these waves.
Now, some of the side laning has been working out for Fear so far. You can tell from just the top lane and the bot lane turret actually being gone, and the fact that Philip has been constantly pushing these waves. So Fear are not out of the running just yet, but it is a pretty tough game for them thus far as they look to find their real next angle into this.
Yeah. One of the major difficulties is nobody has been able to stop the farming coming out from Zelt. He has so much money in the bank at this point, and he's just moving from one side of the map to the other. I wonder if they're going to allocate this farm to him in the bottom lane. It looks like it as Virus moves towards the rest of the map, and ADD is topside, just making sure that he gets as many cannons as possible, giving him all of that money. And Fear, they don't really have a point of power. Look at where all their vision is. It's in the bottom half of the map. There's nothing to play for there.
Definitely nice to see this performance out of ADD, because he did have a rough time in the group stages. Solar Flare goes out. Target's going to be Instinct. Mega Inferno Bomb lands onto Instinct. Doesn't take too much damage, though. This is about a third of his HP, but will be able to escape the clutches of Fuego.
But this is totally fine for Fuego. Fuego don't need to get anything done right now as Winsome, essentially in a rough spot.
Yeah, that's Winsome for you. As walks up to ADD, puts the anchor right onto his head, and decides, nope, this is not the angle to be taking. Fear, they do like their fights, but it's not going to be in their favor for a little bit.
Yeah, look at that. The gold lead for Zeld, richest player on the map. And even though we know that Instinct and Philip are also quite strong, they haven't been able to do anything with it. The gold lead for Philip has oscillated between about 500 and 1,500 gold over the course of this game. But right now, I mean, he's been consistently matched up into Zelt, because Zelt is consistently moving over to the side lanes. Wherever Philip gets a push going, it's going to be Zelt right on there to pick up the cannon wave, to pick up even more of that money. And this Tristana, level 16 already, 2 levels ahead of anybody on the side of Fear, who have been moving their money around much more equitably.
A lot of income for this Tristana, and of course it works up that passive range. Gets it longer and longer for Zelt to be safer in these fights and really reap all that havoc. We do have a dragon spawning within the next 2 minutes, 15 seconds. That could be the next objective that is contested. Fear Starforge have been looking for the potential of dragon stacking. So far, 2 dragons in their pocket. As right now, look at Mataz. He's currently walking around, clearing out some of these wards. Mid lane turret under attack. They're looking for an angle to find more of a fight. Winsome will have to burn his flash to get away.
I don't even think Philip's going to get the top lane turret. Like, he's not even getting a wave underneath the turret in time to challenge any of the speed that Fuego has had. Now they're looking potentially for Winsome and Instinct, who has no cleanse.
Nice from Instinct right there. Instantly burns the flash. Give respect over to Mataz, because if you dodge one bandage toss, the second one's going to come out. Mataz is going to land one of those, man, and you don't want to be on the other side of it. He's been a great engager for this team. Fear Starforge still fighting from behind, but here's the thing. They've been passively working this gold lead after every blunder. They lose out, fall about 2k behind, and now, look at where they are at now. Just slowly working their way to about a 1k deficit.
Yeah. And it's worth noting that in their own playoffs, once again, there was only one game that Fuego dropped throughout the entirety of playoffs. They won both their series. They only dropped a single game previously, and then they just 3-0, 3-0, 3-0'd. I mean, I think this is once again talking just about how strong this team has been in Latin America North so far throughout the course of this tournament. They got, you know, if you take a look at their history throughout 2023, it's second, first, second, first, right? This is a team that is so used to winning. And now going up against the second seed from the North American Challengers League, who themselves got 3-0'd, but we're still, a lot of people are saying we're one of the top 2 teams. Just goes to show that there's a lot more strength here. And now Bala leading the charge into his friends.
Bala walking straight towards that brush. We'll put the sweeper down to get some vision through. Winsome sidesteps the Zenith blade. Teleport's now being channeled out.
Instinct.
Looking for the fight. Engage comes out of Winsome, but he's all by his lonesome. Look at Philip go. He wants to find Zelt. Zelt looking for the rocket jump. Caught down and slain by Philip. Virus too low. XU will knock him right in his jaw. Philip still with the continued chase. This Olaf bringing destruction. Bringing Ragnarok to Fuego. A triple kill for Big Felipe as the Weaver's wall is risen and Fuego are slain.
Whoa, the fire from Fuego just completely extinguished out of nowhere. Only Winsome goes down in that fight, and Fear is in a perfect position to open up the base of Fuego. There's no way they try and go for an end here. They're posturing for the inhibitor for sure, but oh my...
It's the end.
They're posturing for the end.
Yeah, this is the end right here. One fight. Doesn't matter about the blunders. They kept everyone alive. Philip clutching it out when the Reapers need it most. And 20 mains into this. Fear, Starforge take game number 1.
Oh, Fuego are going to be kicking themselves after that one. That was their game to win. But Virus getting caught by Instinct at the very beginning, loses almost all of the HP. That is a lot of the damage that is already missing from the Fuego roster. And then the fact that Philip just finally gets to go nuts. We knew he was so strong throughout that game. We were waiting to see if he was going to find his moment. It looked like he was going to find his moment earlier, but he let it go the first time. He did not let it slip the second.
Man, that was a very, very tough game for Fear Starforge because Mataz on Fuego took over really, really early, and it felt like in every lane, Fear Starforge were not finding the angles they wanted. Mataz up in the top lane, stopped Philip. In the mid lane, was able to get that pick onto ABO. But when it mattered the most, that last team fight, Philip teleports in. You hear the glass break. You hear the Stone Cold Steve Austin music suddenly playing. He's walking in, big chest in the air, and he takes everyone down.
Yeah, absolutely crazy how it took the entire game for Philip's advantage he had built over ADD to matter. And ADD had felt way more relevant throughout almost the entirety of the game. He would show up to these team fights. He would make sure that his entire team was fighting with an extra player. Bala and Mataz having so much play control over the course of this game. But at the very end, none of that matters because Fear was able to clutch that one out. But just as we were saying, Fuego were going to kick themselves, Fear are also going to be kicking themselves because that was supposed to be them getting all of their so many of the champions that they are used to winning on with XU on the Vi. And it took them a clutch fight 28 minutes into the game that happened to be in the perfect position with a perfect wave for them to win.
Yeah, you have to give some credit to Fear, even if they were losing a lot of these fights. They were still keeping up passively, as we do take a look at the way a lot of these fights played out, especially these early fights. Fuego were all on Fear.
Oh yeah, and Mataz in particular for leading the charge in so many of these fights, but you can see just how effective Fuego were in bringing more members to the fight. It's okay to bring a knife to a gunfight as long as you have more knives than they do, and this time around that was consistently working out. And Fuego, this was the one, this looked like it could have been a disaster fight for Fuego, and Philip finding the perfect position to be in, but everyone on Fuego able to walk out of this one. That looked mentally shattering, like I said, because so many members of Fear end up going down, and it just was barely not enough for them to find anything.
Yeah, the moral, not the moral, but the summary of this game was team fight lost, team fight lost, team fight lost, Fear. This is where things turn around. Watch Philip. Watch this. He just gets chased down by Philip.
Yeah, ultimately, XU just using the ultimate, XU getting the one other kill that didn't go to Philip, setting them up and allowing Philip to become absolutely a monster in this fight. Because once Virus and Zelt go down, Instinct picked off Virus almost killed him right at the beginning of the fight. And then Zelt, the only other real damage dealer, just gets caught out by XU. Just a great combination of finding the damage dealers first, and it doesn't matter how much crowd control the other team has if there's no damage to follow it up.
All right, let's pull up the post-game breakdown because I really want to see the damage profiles in this one. Look at Big Phillip, man. 16.2k. That's the Olaf I like to see.
Yeah, the top laner is the most damage in the game, partly because they were wailing on each other for a large part of it, and there wasn't actually that much fighting throughout the rest of the game. But the fact that the gold lead, slow build-up coming through for the side of Fuego, they had about a 2,500 gold lead, and then suddenly they lost. Right, like that is how sharp of a gold lead it was. A 6,000 gold swing and the entire game over the course of about a minute coming through from Fear X Starforge, really finding the perfect moment. It doesn't matter that they were slowly getting out of scale. It doesn't matter that their composition felt worse. It only took one mistake for Fuego to make in order for Fear to come back.
Look at that gold graph. We're going up the hill, we're going down the hill, we're going up the hill, and we just fell off a cliff with that last fight, man. And I do want to say a lot of this came from the fact that Fear Starforge were still generating gold passively. It was something I was saying right before we threw over to that breakdown. But they were able to CS well. They still played the side lanes decently. They were still getting turrets. So even though they were losing that team fights, they gave themselves a chance if the right opportunity presented itself. And it did in that last fight.
Yeah, so much of the game ends up coming down to the fundamentals mattering. That's something that the Challengers League in North America has seemed to be having advantages in. However, the fact that some of the chaos, some of the team fighting, some of the mechanics that comes out from Latin America and Brazil has very clearly surprised the Challengers League over and over again, showcases just how close it can really be. If you are being pushed off of playing standard League of Legends, like Fear likes to play, oftentimes these games can get very chaotic. So we are now 1-1. One of the wins coming out from Fuego happened in the group stage. The one win coming out from Fear happening in the playoff bracket. Now Fear just needs to win one more to advance to play up against Pain in the upper bracket finals.
Yeah, and that would be nice. Taking this win right now does mean redemption against Fuego, as you had mentioned in the group stage loss that they experienced earlier. But of course, it does mean it sets up that rematch for another team that bettered you at the very end of group stages, which was Pain Gaming. So that's a little bit too future thinking because we can't underestimate Fuego, man. They are a team that's willing to fight. I really like the fact that they're just willing to hands check people, man. In any condition, any scenario, it kind of reminds me of something that's going on in WWE. There's Bronson Reed versus Braun Strowman. There's just these two meaty men who are fighting, not for any title, not for storyline, but just for the sake of meat. And that's what it kind of feels like between these two squads, Josh. Between Fuego, they want to fight for the sake of fighting.
Yeah, I'm learning a lot about your personal life all of a sudden here, Desrex. So we'll see how it ends up going in the rest of this series, because we know that Fear is not a team that tends to back down from these fights. They are definitely a team that will opt into the hands checks because they are so confident that they're going to win so many of them. I would love to see if Matas can get another champion like this that will allow them to go for all the playmaking opportunities that they were able to find in the first game.
Yeah, that is going to be a big question going forward because for Mataz, I mean, one of my favorite things about him was his Amumu. This is Fearless Draft, so guess what? You're not going to be able to play it in game number 2. All the champions you just saw, they're banned off. So you're going to have to find another champion that can get you those types of angles. The good thing about the Amumu was you would get 2 chances with the Bandit Shots. Not a lot of other champions really give you that same opportunity. Off of that note, we are going to take a moment to throw it over a short break. When we return, we'll get ready for game number 2.
Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Dermaldehyde. Bahardamardin. Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost. Welcome back, everyone, to America's Challengers. The fear of NACL still able to get a win and get some redemption against Fuego, and a very well-needed one at that, and what was a very spontaneous victory, it felt like, Josh.
Yeah, that was not the way I think anyone was expecting that game to go, where it just suddenly ended. And Fear, even with that last win, it didn't feel super convincing. Both teams got to be kicking themselves for that. Fuego for not being able to close, and Fear for not having a real opening to the game whatsoever. Things really started to go wrong based on the fact that Mataz really was taking over so many of these engagements. So as we start looking at the next game, it's important to remember Fuego chose to play on the blue side, and this is supposed to be the side that is stronger on this patch, has been stronger for all of Summer Split. We'll see if Fear can recreate the success that they had last game.
And for the blue side, it's going to be interesting to see the picks that they do go for, because I feel like still getting Mataz on some level of engage that is similar to the Amumu would be good. And, you know, from champions he's played in the past, Maokai, Sejuani are two that really do pop out. I know he likes playing some damage champions here and there, but when he's on engage, he really does put a front foot forward for Fuego.
Yeah. I mean, part of the thing about this team is that he can play mostly whatever he's wanted to. If you take a look at his match history, it is a lot of green and not a lot of red. So that's the kind of thing, is he can just get away with lots of different champions. He's had some real pop-off games on champions like Talia, but that is, of course, not available this time around. And as we start getting ready for the second game of the match, potentially the last game of the day, you got to be asking how the members of Fear are feeling, because they have been a team that has been relying quite a bit on their veterancy, relying quite a bit on their early game plans in order to find their wins.
I think it has been showing off, especially as we get into the bracket stage, because Fear, Starforge, they're a team that's used to not only the Fearless format, where in the regular season it was a best of 3 that was being played. They're also used to LCS stage time. And we heard something from Dragonstill earlier where they were saying that, like, yeah, it's the Worlds patch. We didn't innovate fast enough. We had the wrong read on the meta. Fear have more players that have experience doing that kind of thing. So that's the big thing we're really looking to see out of Fear, is have they found enough adaptation to be able to keep up with some of these teams that caught them by surprise?
We'll find out pretty quickly, because one of the things that Fear has done, and I think something that has allowed them to accelerate, is it took them a while to start playing in person together. They really started doing it right around the beginning of the Challengers League playoffs, where they were all flown out to Cincinnati, got to play in the Esports Innovation Lab, where they were able to play in person. Several of them were meeting each other for the first time, and then they really did fantastic throughout most of playoffs. However, they are also continuing to do the same thing now that they have gone down to America's Challengers. And I've got to say, it's been a team that has won almost every single early game except this last one. So I'm wondering what they can do to make sure that they can recreate that kind of success, where they just blow open the game from some of their good game plans.
As we get into Champion Select, a reminder, Fearless Draft. You can see it at the top of your screen right there. Those are the champions that are not allowed onto the Rift for this game. Quick pickup for Fuego as they go straight to the Azir. Gonna be the first lock-in response out of Fear. Starforge is Ashe. And don't get baited by the Katarina. I've been baited twice today, Josh. I'm not falling for it this time because I know XU.
Yeah. I also really like the fact that it's a J1, because I'm assuming it's like, you know, James 1. But either way, it is going to be the Jace coming through for Ablaze Olive. This has been a champion that he has played a lot. It did receive some small changes on 14-18, which are technically buffs, but the major part coming through is it is a decent matchup into the Azir. You can really get into the Bird's phase very quickly. You have a lot of ranged poke with the Ashe and with the Jace, and so you're going to be able to challenge a lot of the range advantage that Azir Jhin typically have in most matchups because of how much damage Jace really brings to the table.
Yeah. And it was smart to go Kaisa in that game number 1 because it takes away one of those answers for that poke that Fuego were able to utilize in that group stage game that we had seen earlier. Still, you do have the Jhin, but you do get a bit of scaling. Competition with the Jace should be interesting right there, as you had mentioned earlier. Next lock-in waiting to get set up for Fuego is going to be the Rel. Get yourself some heavy engage into the bot lane.
Yeah, it's interesting because the Azir and the Jin don't really do a lot of damage in the mid-game. On one item, neither of them are particularly known for being like, oh my god, look, they just killed that guy. Whereas Ashe tends to be stronger on the one item, right? You just have a lot of your damages coming out from your base values and the Blade of the Ruin King, whereas Jin, if you're building Blade of the Ruin King, I need to ask you to check your eyes. And with the Braum coming through, this is a very powerful mid-game that Furix Starforge are going to be playing around, which is how they found a lot of their success historically.
And that Braun will provide some protection, of course, for Fierce Starforge. More looking at the long range that's going to come through. Stuff like the Curtain Call and the Deadly Flourish can get blocked by the Unbreakable, which will make it very key to peeling off for some of these carries, as well as just finding the engage with the Glacial Fissure.
Yeah. Now with the next set of bans, XU is Nidalee taken off the table, also ADD's Cassante. I wonder if Philip is trying to set up for a Renekton pick to go up in the top side of the map and really challenge ADD's champion pool. One of the major things that we have seen from Philip is that when push comes to shove, he just wants to play more Renekton over and over again, and with the Gnar ban, it definitely says to me that that's what they're looking for.
If it's not Renekton, it's Gragas, you know? You're just going to chill.
Yeah.
One way or another. It's about chilling up in the top lane. Those are two champions that give them that comfort. So one more ban to come out. You had mentioned it. Top lane focus for Fierce Starforge, trying to give Philip something manageable over into that top side. Final ban coming out from Fuego is going to be another AP jungler. Both Nidalee and Lilia not going to see the Rift.
Yeah. This definitely looks like a Renekton setup for me. Instead, it's going to be Zyra grabbed out for XU very quickly, actually. It looks like they know what they want to do. They want to be playing very heavy range, going up against Fuego. We have seen that Fear have stumbled a little bit when XU doesn't have as much control over when engages are starting. This is a very reactive team composition, and I didn't really think that Jarvan was going to be on the menu. I know it received some small buffs on 14-18, but it is going to be the selection here for Mataz.
Yeah. I think a lot of it is because some of the marksmen that have been nerfed does make it a little bit harder if you are immobile, and you do have that case for the Ashe right there, where Mataz can look to find those heavy engages onto Fierce Starforge. Also, same thing with XU, who will be on that Zyra. Some pretty good spots to pretty much focus for this engage, and that's what I wanted from Mataz, right? That's what we wanted to see. We want engage, 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 and I think that still supplies it. For ADD, he's looking over towards that Udyr, as that's going to be the next hover.
Yeah. Once again, I love this tournament because it has the longest 0 seconds of any tournament I've ever played in or ever watched.
No kidding.
We wait to see what it is that they are going to be actually locking in. It is, in fact, going to be the Udyr. Now, from what I can see, this is the first Udyr that they have played this season, I think. I'm not seeing it in their match history whatsoever so far, but as the Aatrox comes through, another classic Philip champion, where you can really take advantage of the Udyr. Aatrox has received a couple of small buffs over and over again. In particular, the World Eater gives you a ton more healing now than it did at the beginning of Season 14, and we'll see how effectively Philip can play this one. The damage output coming out from Fuego kind of low, and that does mean that characters like Aatrox, who rely on sustain tanking, become very effective at their job with the number of melee champions he can just hit with those Qs.
I know it's a champion he's very comfortable playing, but it hasn't been his best champion in 2024 so far. Has been rather feast or famine is the best way to put it. If he gets a lead, he's going to run through right with it. If he gets put behind, he kind of has his struggles in being able to come back. That being said, I do like some of the scaling that you have for Fuego to get into the later stages of the game. It's just going to be interesting to see how the early to mid game plays out between these two squads.
Yeah, it's just not a champion that has been particularly exciting so far throughout most of the split. The last time Philip played it was actually going into FlyQuest Challengers. They did not have a great time there, and other than that, this champion has just been okay. He's played it twice so far. The other time they played it up against Blue Otter, where he played it into Quacker's Olaf, which is, you know, it was before Blue Water had really figured out what it was that made them such a special team. But now as we go into potentially the last game of the day, we get to see if we're going to have 2-2-0s or if Fuego can take us to the third game.
For Fuego, if you do lose right here, your tournament lives are not over just yet. You do have the lower bracket. This is a double elimination, but it would feel so much better to take this to the upper bracket and make this a series right here, right now. Again, this team had a phenomenal regular season, 27-1 over the course of summer. Fierce Starforge coming second, making it to finals. Both these teams ready to show down in game number 2.
Yeah. Blaze Olive choosing to go with the fleet footwork, something that we have been seeing just grow in power, grow in, what do you call it, willingness to take, as everybody's just like, yeah, it's okay, we'll just hang on. It's more traditional, historically, to see things like the first strike coming out from this champion, but either way, just making sure that you can play the early laning phase effectively, use the movement speed to catch up to Zelt in all of these fights, and keep yourself relatively healthy, because Mataz, once again on this Jarvan, we've seen him skip camps early on. We saw him skip 3 camps in order to go for a gank, but you can skip 5 camps and just go for a gank after doing a first one. As Zell walks up, tries to get a bit of vision, but is going to get pushed out a little bit as Blaze Olive reads the movement.
Yeah, that's the nice thing about the Jarvan. You don't really need that much to be effective in ganking. You just need level 2. You have the flag and drag combo, and that usually does set up quite a bit. If you can get early flashes with that, it could bode well for the early game of Fuego. Here comes ADD. Looking to be an absolute menace to XU. And XU's got nowhere to go, Josh. I think this is just going to be first blood. ADD continues the chase. There's no blast plants. There's no safety. There's just ADD and the darkness that awaits.
Yeah, that is really bad coming out for XU. That is a lot of early game control already going over towards Mataz. As we see more trading the bottom side, but XU, this is supposed to be a champion that is supposed to clear the jungle in faster than 310. This is a champion that's supposed to be so fast on the map, and now Mataz going over to take away the blue buff as well. Could be a potential second death for XU.
Oh no.
No flash.
And it's red buff for Mataz. He's got his combo available, and XU's got nothing. Back-to-back deaths. Fuego are on fire. And that fire just got snuffed out. Oh boy. Mataz giveth, Mataz taketh away. No, he's giveth some more. As he chases Winsome, gets caught by the winner's bite. ABO on the opposite side. Now Mataz is fine, and he'll be able to get out.
That's a disaster coming through for XU so far. He has to go back towards the top side of the map. 2 deaths, no flash. Has a control ward at least to try and protect his side of the map, but because ADD gets that early kill, has to commit the ghost, but he just gets enough experience. He's able to force Philip underneath his own turret, and Fierce Starforge, a team that we have prided for their early game plan, are getting pushed around.
Yeah, they're just getting bullied as Bala hops right onto Instinct. Half health for pretty much both sides of the bot lane match between Fuego and Fierce Starforge. But what a phenomenal start coming out from Fuego, able to pretty much just body XU from having any impact in the early game. Still trying to catch up. Only level 2, 3 minutes in, is XU, as he's just now grabbing his 3rd camp.
Yeah, and this champion is still one that relies so much on their ability to farm quickly, relies so much on being ahead in levels. Now that they're set this far behind, it's going to be very tough for XU to be a major force on this game. And by extension, it's going to make it so much more dangerous for a Blaze Olive and Instinct to be able to set up strong positions later on. Zyra is supposed to create enough space for them to just create enough damage output onto characters like this Udyr. And with no magic damage threat coming out from XU either, everything about Fear's composition is just falling apart.
You can see right now, ADD has the confidence to just freely go for the proxy. Bala trying to get out of lane is looking for an angle onto ABO. Maybe a tough one to find ABO playing on the safer side. Zelt's not going to push up too much, not try and give a hint to the gank that's coming in. All that said, hey, let's get some silver linings for XU. They didn't succeed in stealing the blue buff, so at least he gets that back.
True, at least he gets some of his own farm. He didn't actually lose any camps. At the same time, ADD pushing around Philip very heavily up on the top side of the map. We have not yet seen Philip able to assert any control as we should be expecting. We need to see a couple more levels come out for his Aatrox before they are really strong. At the same time, XU, he at least gets plenty of farm. He is on pace with Mataz for having the same amount of experience, the same amount of gold from everything except for the early kill. So it's mostly just these 2 kills that are setting up the difference. And now Philip.
Philip sees an angle to get a bit more damage in, but can't really go for the outright punish. The wave right there, too big. And ADD would be happy to pressure with the Phoenix dance. He keeps seeing time and time again. Now Fuego onto the Dragon. They're going to pull the Ocean Drake.
Yeah. Small victory coming through for Fuego. At the very least, going to be keeping themselves healthy throughout this early game. But Philip not able to stop the back, and we are going to be seeing the early Oblivion Orb coming out from ADD, so it's going to be easier and easier for him to continue pushing around Philip up in the top half of the map. However, the game is largely on Fuego because the defining member for so much of this late stage of the game is going to be Ablaze Olive on this Jace. He's being very aggressive, and Mataz is waiting in the wings.
And Mataz waiting just right over that wall. ABO. He smells something, man. Something's not right over here. As he has seen Mataz time and time again kind of ganking this lane. We saw it in game number 1 where Mataz just shows up out of nowhere. And that was what put ABO behind that game number 1. So ABO playing with a little bit more caution this time around.
Yeah, with no teleport available, knows that he needs to be respectful as the Grubs are getting started up. XU moving to the other side of the map, though, not interested in going for any of these fights just quite yet. Wants to make sure they have the Leandries completed. And so Fear are pulling back across the entire map and going to have to be playing a very reactive style of game, but they don't have the vision control yet to really understand what it is that Fuego is going to be doing, which gives a lot of freedom to Mataz to try and make more of these ganks happen. Ablaze Olive is going to have to back away. Philip needs to make sure that this wave doesn't get froze on him so that he can continue to farm.
They might not have eyes on Mataz, but they do have a hawk shot that they can throw out every now and then. And you can see from the last information they're able to gather, they saw camps were missing over on that bottom side. They instantly ping over towards the Grubs, knowing that he's taking that at the moment. And having that information is going to be crucial because Mataz is a very gank-heavy jungler. XU was looking for a potential gank over on the bot side, but going to walk away from it, not going to try his luck.
Yeah. XU once again forced away from this Scuttle Crab, not even able to pick up the Control Ward this place as the Ghost comes through.
Yeah, here we go. World Ender going to get popped as the Ghost gets popped by ADD. Philip has a long way that he needs to run, and he's in the middle of the flames of the Phoenix. Philip finally gets one more dash with 100 health remaining. ADD bullies him to the respawn.
Yeah, losing out on some of that early trading, losing out on some of that early gold as ADD does end up finding the kill onto XU has meant that this lane, it's not the easiest thing in the world for Aatrox to navigate anyway because of how powerful that is.
Ooh, and there's the shuffle onto ABO, trying to focus down this mid lane. Cataclysm comes down, ABO still alive, and Baola will pay with his life.
Arrow going to be completely going wide, but XU hits level 6 at just the right time to throw the ultimate out over the wall. Now looking to potentially stop a couple of backs, does stop Mataz as well, who is standing right on top of the ward. But still, finding even more gold going over towards the side of Fuego.
Oh no.
More?
Oh no. How good are your dancing shoes? Okay.
It's okay.
I forget it's still early on and he only has the Swifty boots.
Yeah. Even without that, though, I think the barrier probably was the thing that kept him alive. He was definitely very borderline for how much damage he was going to be taking, but Instinct as well, falling behind in his bottom side of the map, partly because of how much time they lost with Winsome roaming up to make sure that XU wasn't losing too much of his own side of the jungle. There's just been knock-on effect after knock-on effect as they lose some control of the bottom lane. Jin gets these early boots. He's able to get back into the lane very quickly. We'll take another look at this last fight. And I really gotta praise Ablaze Olive in that moment for one, not instantly flashing, using the Q to get over the wall first, and then able to save the flash for a little bit later on in the play to get more distance and pull Baola underneath the turret.
What should have been a play where ABO just dies, will be able to maneuver enough to get himself a kill. That gets him Serrated Dirk as well as his tier completed, which he will be building up. And as that poke begins to build, that's where ABO, Blaze Olive can be absolutely terrifying. We saw what happened last time this man was on his Jace. But speaking of terrifying, I'm terrified for Philip, who's just constantly getting bullied by this Udyr.
Yeah, I mean, this will get better for Philip as long as he doesn't just bleed out. As long as he's just a little bit behind, he will have a lot of sustained damage and sustained healing later on to play into all of these melee champions. So I'm not that worried for Philip just quite yet. As long as he doesn't die, as long as he's not losing multiple plates over to ADD, he will be able to play later on in the game. But as we get into this one, we have another couple of objectives spawning. 10 seconds until the Cloud Dragon and 20 seconds until the next set of grubs, noting that Fuego did get the first one. They've been very good at consistently getting that.
Good job to XU, though. He's currently a level ahead of Mataz, given all the shenanigans that happened in the early game. I mean, he died twice before he could even get a camp, so it is a feat to be able to still stand against Fuego and EXP as the Dragon gets started.
Yeah. Fuego moving around. There's a potential curtain call coming out from the other side, but Philip looking for a potential teleport as he's waiting in base. Not going to find
Mataz wants in.
Look like.
2,300 remains. Enchanted Crystal Arrow comes out. They find it right onto Mataz. The trap was set, and Mataz takes the bait. Dragon goes to Fear Starforge.
Really good. We see another selfish monkey coming through from XU to say, nope, that is my dragon. At least they're going to stop some of the dragon stacking coming out immediately from Fuego. A lot committed to make that play happen is both Instinct and XU having to use those ultimates. But we are seeing that the gold in the jungle has shifted right on back in XU's favor. Mataz not able to farm as fast and not able to find the same kind of repeat ganks as we kind of expected to see when he was playing the Amumu.
Also, just a nice setup coming out from that squad. Using the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, kind of baiting Mataz in with the low health of the Dragon. That's the way you want to see it done for Fear Starforge to try and get control back in this early game. However, what we keep watching is this top side, which has just been so sad for Philip. He's kind of getting bullied, taking his lunch money. He hasn't died just yet, so, you know, not going to be skipping school. But still trying to stand it out as Void Grub's now getting picked up by Fuego.
Yeah, still 20 CS lead going over to ADD. Some of the best performance we've seen out of his laning so far, and it started again right at the very beginning. But we got to go back to the fact that we have now seen 2 games where the team that has had a lead between Fear and Fuego has ultimately been the team that has lost. Something that Fear, we know, is very accustomed to based on some of their games that we have seen with FlyQuest Challengers. And now, Instinct trying to get a couple of waves. We have praised Fear in the past, even this series, for having slightly better fundamentals than their opponents, getting a little bit better in the trades as they move around the map from one objective to another. They are doing a decent job farming despite not having a jungler that has been active.
And the main thing we've been seeing, as you said, fundamentals. They still have good laning. They're still good at generating passive gold. It's the team fights where we see Fuego start to really excel. And they might be looking for an angle over on this top side right now. Mataz can use that Blast Plant alongside Zelt. They want to dive Philip.
Yeah. Gotta run.
Oh, Philip, what do you got? Tries to slow down ADD, but not slowing him down enough. Enchanted Crystal Arrow does land, but Philip is long gone.
Yeah. Trying to catch ADD underneath the turret, maybe taking too many turret shots was his potential out. Unfortunately, that's the first death going through. The gold goes to ADD, and 2 plates getting picked up by Zelt at the same time. That is a lot of money suddenly picked up by Fuego without any answer on the side of Fear. There's not a Rift Herald to go for. There's no grubs for them to pick up. They can try and start the Rift Herald soon as it is their turn. But we already see Battle up in the top half of the map, making sure that they have enough vision control to prevent any plays from happening.
You know who Fuego kind of remind me of? Do you remember how we used to always say, when Winnie sees a fight, he takes it?
Yeah.
It's like 5 Winnies.
I mean, it's been working so far. They've been having better early games than Fear.
Very significantly with the way they've been taking this. I mean, they're just a scrappy team. Take a look at the plates that have been taken so far. So many of them have gone to the top side where ADD has been just constantly punishing Philip. So lots of gold generated right there from Fuego, giving them about a 2.5k lead.
Yeah. The fact that so much has gone over to ADD is very, very big. Because this is a player that I remember when he was playing in the Challengers League or Academy at the time, he received a lot of criticism because once he started dying, he just kept on dying because he loves playing on the edge of what he is allowed to do. He will take everything he thinks that you are going to allow him to take. And when he's strong, he can take a lot. But oftentimes when he's behind, he can't really take much of anything. So FearX Starforge allowing him to be as strong as he is in this game gives us reason to think that ADD can take control. However, one of the major things that Udyr needs to be able to do is push sideways and then rejoin the rest of the team. And so far, that hasn't happened just quite yet. It'll get more pronounced as the game goes on, as he's better and better able to chase Philip down in these long lanes.
I mean, you can see he's looking for those angles, currently in the side wave, getting that hard push in. You know, and ADD is that very experienced player. He's kind of the, I don't know, the pit bull of Tier 2, Mr. Worldwide. You know, played in LCK, LPL, LLA. NACL fans remember him from Immortals back in Spring 23. So there is a lot of experience to hinge on to try and find ways to play these side lanes and really maximize this Udyr's potential for the teamfight following.
We'll see how this is executed, as now Fear, they're the ones who are not in a position to go for this dragon whatsoever. Several thousand gold behind, not in position to fight for it at all. Baola looking to see if they can find Exy, who's just trying to get his own bronze in peace. Will be able to secure that one at the very least. And Ablaze Olive up on the top side of the map, just going to be hitting away at this structure. And so this is where Fear oftentimes can falter in these games, is simply they're a little bit slower than a lot of other teams at being aggressive for these structures. And now Philip, up in the bottom side of the map, is getting pushed very aggressively. We'll probably have to give over a lot of control, and as the Rip Herald is spawned here, Blaze Olive is not interested in playing for this turret at all.
Chance Crystal Arrow goes out, lands, but unstoppable is ADD, so he takes it on the chin and he just walks on out. Turret goes down, Fuego find the play bot lane.
Jace does a lot of damage to turrets, but it doesn't do that much yet. And Instinct has to be very careful as another structure under threat by Fuego. A very successful sequence. They get the dragon, they get the bottom lane inner turret, and they get the mid lane turret. And Ablaze Olive, he might have to risk his life to pick this up. A couple more auto attacks.
Oh man, yeah, he does have to give his life for it, because the rest of Fuego is starting to collapse into this area. So Ablaze Olive, he's dead to rights. He'll go up in flames, and it's ADD will be the one to deliver the killing blow. Goes on a killing spree now, a fight breaking out. Curtain Call opened up, Winsome will use the Glacial Fissure, doesn't land it onto the Curtain Call. Stream of Shuffle from Zeph to pull away Winsome. No members of Fear on this side of the map fall.
The gold lead, though, it remains about even overall, still about 2,500, 3,000 gold in favor of Fuego. So even though that last play was very successful for them, Fear is still getting a lot of farm, still keeping this game relatively competitive. But major problem, we were looking at last game and how ADD, significantly behind Philip, allowed Philip to eventually take control of some of these fights. This time around, though, shoes on the other foot as ADD, 2,500 gold, basically the entire gold lead for Fuego is encased in this Udyr. And that's a very hard champion for Fear to try and take down. The damage over time, the consistent DPS that Instinct, Exy, and Ablaze Olive do isn't on par yet with how tanky ADD has already become.
They do have some angles in. I'm looking over at Mataz. He's going for more of a damage build, which means he's not going to be able to absorb too much damage. That takes away a bit of the frontline power of Fuego, something that Fear Starforge can potentially look to fight through. That being said, if ADD's there, that gets completely flipped on his head, because this guy is an absolute menace. You can see right now in the side lanes, he's already pushing in for the... going into the direction of the inhibitor towers at this point. Chester Crystal Arrow comes out, but you're not finding it on ADD, who sidesteps it with ease.
Yeah. It's pretty tough for any plays to come through. We've been seeing Instinct using the Enchanted Crystal Arrows mostly defensively, like whenever someone on Fuego is going for a dive is when they've been actually throwing those out. But Fuego, they don't need to go for any fights necessarily, they just need to create pressure up in the top half of that. Mataz once again asking questions about Xy's red buff.
Mataz, I don't know if you want to be on this side of the map right now. I mean, ADD's not over here, and there's a lot of members of Fear who are willing to fight. Balala looking to push that vision control forward, able to get it over towards that Raptor bush as the angle towards the mid lane. Beerus will just get a shot and look to back off.
Yeah, but still, Zelt completely outranging Philip at this point, not really letting Philip get any of this farm without contest. He's down again about 30-40 CS on where ADD is. Zelt also up about a wave and a half compared to Blaze Olive, and the game is just slowly getting out of hand as ADD not even taking any real damage. As Instinct tries throwing him down a little bit, he just runs away from that. And Fear, they can't even exert control over their own side of the map. Mataz?
Oh. Yeah, Blaze Olive, he's willing to pull the trigger on a heartbeat, try and take members down when he's on this chain. And Enchanted Crystal Arrow is not going to land again. Still get the Strangle Thorns going through from XU, but no one falls on Fuego. We'll take it into their stride as they go back to base.
It's a lot of damage at least coming out from a Blaze Olive. Has the 2 items completed, probably building the Cerildas next. Generally what you tend to see on the Jace. But Philip up in this top lane, still just trying to farm up, trying to get himself into a relevant position in this game, down 2 levels compared to ADD. And with only 40 seconds left until the next dragon actually spawns, Fear still don't look like they're going to be in a position to actually go for this fight unless they start getting poked very soon.
Yeah, if we set up around this Drake, that's where ABO's Shock Blast can start to shine out. I mean, he does have 2 items completed, but that also puts a lot of the pressure onto ABO to be the one to set up the team fights for Fear Starforge. We still got 10 seconds until that dragon does spawn. Fear Starforge are not exactly in the position to set up for it.
It's so hard to retake with this composition as well. You can try and pick someone off like they did around the first dragon where they got, or the second dragon rather, where they got the Cloud Drake. EDD has a couple of good teleport spots, so this is a very dangerous contest.
Instinct looking for an angle, puts down the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, lands on the Zeph, but the curtain call's opened up because Mataz has played the distraction. Zelt will take down Philip. ABO on the backside, a kill's gonna get returned as ADD finds 1, finds 2, finds 3. We'll get the Bear Slap stun, and the Strangle Thorns are the only thing there to save XU from the fury of Fuego.
Fuego immediately going right on over towards the Baron. It feels like the game might not even have that ready to go, but it is already past 20 minutes, and Fuego, it's so much control. Only XU and a Blaze Olive still alive, but they have to face check every single one of these brushes to even try and get to the Baron.
Shock Blast not landing. ADD's gonna be on the defensive right here. Wants to play Diversion. 7k health remains on the Baron itself. XU's not even close. Winsome coming out from the back end, and it's going to be conceded. Fuego, they get a snappy team fight. They watch ADD run right through the Reapers, and they're rewarded with Baron.
A 5,000 gold lead already coming through. The Baron power play right on up, and a Blaze Olive. He's going to try and pick up this mid lane turret. Surely, no, doesn't even think he has the time to pick that up. Can't even get some of these objective bounties coming through. And we get to see how tough this fight is. Look at the teleport coming in from ADD. Philip is effectively dead by the time the fight really starts, and ADD just on top of multiple members. Where is Instinct to go? The answer is really nowhere. Has no flash available, and at least XU has some self-kill tools still available as they are able to flash out of this one. But ADD with just so much control over the entire battlefield.
This was a fight that Fear Starforge wanted to opt into. Baula and Mataz played their role perfectly. The moment the arrow went on, Zeft wasn't in danger because Mataz and Baula were engaging and stopping any forward momentum from Fear. Now Fear looking for an angle, but the arrows are just not landing, Josh.
Yeah. This is looking very much like we're about to go to a Game 3 between Fuego and Fear X Starforge. 24 minutes into the game. They're starting to push on these second-tier turrets. ADD with control of the mid lane, asking how Philip wants to try and defend it, and the answer is he's not. So without any gold, without any tools on Fear, with this counter pick already coming through in multiple lanes, Fear just crumbling because of how effectively Fuego played the early game. Another turret will be going down.
This game very much feels over already. I mean, Fuego are literally on fire at the moment as they're moving over towards this top side. They've claimed every single outer tower. Now they just need to work their ways towards those inhibitors. A lot of this is just how well they played the team fight, as well as how dominant ADD has been. Fear are losing angles. At this point, you're looking to just stall out and hope that ABO finds enough poke there you can actually team fight again.
He doesn't even have the next item completed. It's going to be a while before the Serelder's Grudge is done, before they have any extra damage that they can put out. And ADD, 2 levels ahead of a Blaze Olive, 3 levels ahead of Philip. And Zelt, I mean, the second highest experienced player in the game, is also this crazy scaling champion coming through for Fuego. With a minute and a half left until the next dragon actually spawns, Fear have lost control of their side of the map. They've lost control of their ability to contest any of these objectives, and at this point, they're waiting for a miracle. They have to try and find someone with an enchanted crystal arrow. Maybe Virus gets a bit too far, but he has cleansed. Zelt, maybe, if they can find him in a side lane, take a page out of the book that Fuego has used to so much success, where they were punishing some of the split pushers.
I mean, step one, actually land the arrow. That's the problem we've been having from Instinct in this game. There's been a lot of attempts, but just not that many landing to actually start up these fights. One of the only good ones we saw was onto Zelt, but it was at a time where they got counter-engaged on. So this is a struggle right now. You're still looking to find that pick, but it just hasn't been the execution that you've wanted from this Ashe. And now it puts Fierce Starforge into a situation where they're pretty much pushed into their base. 6K deficit as Fuego look to take us to a Game 3.
I am curious what the comms are like on Fuego, because we look at this game, we think it's pretty close to over. ADD clearly redeeming himself from the first game, but it's not as though they need to force the issue, right? They're playing a composition that has a lot of tools they can try and get some of these engages going, or they can wait for the next Baron to spawn. They can wait for the next Dragon to spawn. They can just take these objectives slowly, because Fear can't do anything. And Zyra already well past the point where this champion has been at the strongest. At this point, it's mostly just a little bit of extra damage, maybe some threat of a Baron sneak. But how do Fuego want to play? Vowla wants to play right now.
Blaze Olive stepping a little bit too far forward. Mata is going to go for the Cataclysm, lands it onto him. ABO tries to turn it around, but here comes out. Glacial Fissure lands onto nothing. Out comes Shock Blast. Mataz has to bail out, looking to flash out of this. Gets run down by the Emperor's Divide. Winsome left by himself. Zelt will decimate him. Fierce Starforge only have 3 members left for the defense.
And the Blaze Olive and Winsome already going down. Like you said, it's just a very easy push in from Fuego. They use Mataz. He does a fantastic job using the shield on the Sterak's to not die. And ADD thinking up the turret a little bit. It does not matter. Fuego can just buy time as they send Mataz down towards the Dragon, get themselves the Chemtech Soul, make it even more difficult for Fear Starforge to take them down.
Dragon Soul now on the table for Fuego, and with no contest out of Fear, it belongs very handedly to them. I can imagine the next objective is going to be that Baron spawns in 40 seconds. Fear Starforge. In game number 1, it was a comeback victory, but the deficit wasn't this big, Josh.
No. And this is 8,000 gold. I think the biggest gold lead we've seen comebacks from in this tournament so far has been about 6 or 7. So the fact that Fuego are just picking up every single one of these objectives, they're going to come back out onto the Baron buff. I mean, we know XU's a good smiter. Mataz has done a pretty good job as well, and he's got it. Man, Bear Pig, who is very fast, running in front of him.
Arrow's no problem. I don't care about crowd control, man. He will use that arrow as a toothpick to get out the remains of Fierce Starforge from his teeth. Right now, Fierce Starforge slowly moving their line of scrimmage, this vision line, forward more and more. They do have a control ward on the Baron now. Fuego kind of dancing around both this top and mid wave to set up for this Baron.
Yeah. Here, I think they're going to have to go back quite a bit, because so far, I mean, in the group stage, in the round robin, Fear absolutely got the better of Fuego in the early game, but this time around, last 2 games, Fear have not been able to contest that whatsoever. They get a little bit of vision. XU is going to have to give his life if he wants to try and prolong this game.
ADD is stepping up. We're going to hop right on to Philip. XU, quite a distance away, but the reset of the Baron has been called. Fuego will back off. Not going to risk it on the Smite fight.
Yeah, instead of Blaze Olive hanging down in the bottom side of the map, calling Fuego's bluff a little bit. They will get themselves a bit of gold. They will get themselves that bounty as Philip finally starting to do a little bit of damage to ADD, but still nowhere near the amount they need to do. And Instinct gonna get chased down.
Yeah, Instinct. He doesn't have Enchanted Crystal Arrow up, so he can't throw the arrow at the Jhin, which would stop the ultimate right there. He's just dead to rights, and that very much hurts. You're down a marksman, and now Fuego can just go right back to the Baron.
Yeah, Blaze Olive. He's at the point where he actually takes these structures very quickly. He will get the bottom lane turret. A lot more money coming through. All right, XU, it's time.
Here we go, Bala looking for the engage. Del goes in with the Shurima shuffle. It looks to set up the alley-oop. Everyone gets split by the blast plan as Philip looks to survive, but he is slain, and so is the rest of his teammates around Baron. Purple again belongs to Fuego.
Yeah, ultimately, I mean, it's a positive gold trade for Fear because of all the objective bounties that they've been able to pick up. However, it's so much tempo value for Fuego as they're hitting the Baron once again. They're even sending Virus, who on this Jhin is not the main source of damage, to the Baron to go try and contest this mid lane. But still, the Baron buff comes through. The power play is here. Instinct has the flash, the barrier veil to try and go for some crazy play, but Desrex, we're also looking at one of the crazy things that has lost Fear 2 games in the past couple of days. These games going late, and there's an Elder Dragon on the table.
Oh boy, let's take another look at how this went off. It was a beautiful shuffle coming out of Zelt to set up the play.
I got really excited when I saw the blast plant knock several people away, and I was like, oh wait, there's no damage left. Okay, well, Fuego is able to take that one anyway. Really good engage coming out from Zelt. Really good aggression from Mataz at the same time. There's 2.5 minutes left of the Baron power play. They're up 7,000 gold, but Fear, they have a win condition now. The bottom lane is relatively open. There is an Elder Dragon spawning fairly soon. We saw how quickly the game could end. So if Fuego give Fear an opportunity to even try and contest this Elder Dragon, the game could still be afoot.
Take a look at that gold right now. Blaze Olive had so much time alone with multiple towers. I believe he took 3 towers throughout the grand play of that entire thing, which has put him competitively with the rest of the top members, the top gold carriers of Fuego, which means this shot blast, 4 items completed, it is going to start to hurt. You can see it right there. Lands right onto the curtain call. Virus taking a lot of damage, but look at the mid lane. Zelt works his magic onto the inhibitor.
Yeah, very easy for them to take down as now Blaze Olive and XU trying to pick up these cannon minions so they don't lose the inhibitor turret. Minute and a half left to the Elder Dragon. Fear do have to be defending fairly proactively, but they still have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, goes wide.
Oh, Instinct needs to land it, man. Now here comes the engage from Fuego. They're looking over towards Philip. It's just ADD by himself who's looking to be a pest. Another shock blast comes out, lands onto Mataz. Now Virus and Mataz starting to run low, all thanks to ABO, slowly fighting their way back. And now ABO has to flash out. Can he survive? Mataz comes in with the Cataclysm. ABO's alive, but it's another inhibitor forfeit to Fuego.
It's a lot of tools used to get the flash out of a Blaze Olive. The game goes on. 45 seconds left till the Elder Dragon spawns, with 2 inhibitors already taken down. Virus already with the reset. Multiple items completed at this point. It's all about this upcoming smite. And crucially, XU, we praise him a lot for how good he has been a smiter in the past. But I wonder if he's overhyped at this point, SRX. We haven't been seeing the same kind of consistency of winning smite fights like we used to before. And now, with no flash available, it's not going to be up in time when the Elder spawns.
We'll say early on in group stages, XU looked immaculate, but it hasn't been the same level of play ever since those first 3 games. Now Fuego looking to take control of the jungle for your Starforge. Elder Drake is spawning right now, and this might be the last chance, the last stand for Fear Starforge.
They're getting pushed around. Paola once again looking very familiar from game 1 of the series. Fear have to be careful because Fuego can force the issue and go towards their base.
Yep. They're getting corralled right now. They're getting pushed over into the wrong side of the map, Josh, and I'm still looking at that bottom lane. There is a way to push over there if you want to go for the back door, but here we go. Chess Crusader goes out. It's finally going to land onto ADD. 1,200 health remains on the Elder. The focus is on the Baola, who's by himself. Instinct going for the chase. You have the slows of the Ashe. Can't get it in, but turned around with the Magnet Storm. Instinct has the flashback. ADD looking to go forward as the curtain call gets opened up. Looking for that fourth shot. It does not land. ADD slowed once again and stunned up. So far, the spacing working, but Mataz will be the great equalizer and put that bot lane down. Philip fights for his life, but his life is forfeit, and the Reapers will go up in flames in game number 2.
It took a while for them to find it, but finally we saw Fuego find that last fight, win some, and Instinct only have the one flash, and plays Olive has to run.
One more Cataclysm, 2 more kills. ABO will take one with them, but it's not gonna take the game. We got a series. Fuego will take us to a game 3.
Mataz once again instrumental in the way that Fuego has been playing. 1-1-16, a KDA of 17 in this last one. And they've won 2 early games in a row going up against Fear X Starforge. EDD finding some of that vengeance from some of the things that we have seen this player do in the Challengers League. And Fear, once again, playing like a shadow of their former selves, just like Dragonsteel, another famously aggressive early game team. Fear not able to pull it off at all because of a great read from ADD's Udyr.
And it's pretty wild because we had such high expectations of NACL, such high expectations of even CB LOL Academy, and it's Fuego who's looking to do this underdog story and take down some of these titans that we have in the tier 2 space. So far, so good, as they are going to take us to a series, that final game 3 in the Fearless draft. And to be ahead in both game number 1 and game number 2 early on really does bode well for this squad.
Yeah, very exciting stuff for Fuego overall. They're looking for more of these rematches. They're looking to try and prove that it is not Dragonsteel, it is not Fear X Starforge, it is Fuego who are going to be taking down Pain in this and trying to find their way towards those grand finals. But they still have one more game, and the fact that we had game 1 taken down by Fear X Starforge means that they have side select for this all-important Game 3. We've seen 2 games of Fear from the red side. Now they have their option to choose whether they want to stay on that side, if they want to switch over towards the blue side, try and get some of these picks for themselves.
We are going to take a look at the draft in just a moment, because keep in mind, it is Fearless, which means it's no longer 10 bans, it's no longer the draft bans that you have along with it. You also have the extra 10 bans from game number 2, so you get 20 altogether, which is going to be quite a lot to handle with. We're going to have to see these champions pools really pushed right here. I think for the most part, Mataz and Bala have been showing how good they are on a lot of these engaged champions. I really like the synergy that they have being able to engage together at crucial times. Like, the only time Instinct found a good arrow was on Zeft, but by then, Bala and Mataz were on top of you.
Yeah. It's been pretty wild to see how effectively Baola is corralling the members of Fear X Starforge, pushing them down towards the bottom side of the map multiple times, finding the same angle to push them down towards the bottom lane. And it just showcases how veteran, how strong of a shot caller this player has been so far from this team. And as we take a look at the draft, this is another engage pick that Baola has been going for, and very rapidly losing out on opportunities to do this exact same thing. Things like the Leona, the Rel, the Alistar slowly being removed from the pool. No more Braum, and so this means that Fuego has to be very careful about how they want to try and play this game 3, because all the champions that Baola has relied upon are taken off the table.
But we also have to consider how Fear Starforge are going to approach to the draft as well, because look at what their first pick was. It was Ashe, and it was one of the picks that just had no presence in the game overall. The Ashe arrows were not landing where they needed to. Most of them found the Udyr, who was going unstoppable at the time. There has to be some reconsideration to get Instinct on something where he's actually going to find some success over in the bottom lane.
Yeah. I love seeing Instinct on champions that will be very strong team fighters later on in the game. I know him very effectively for his Aphelios, but as we take a look at some of these highlights coming through.
Man.
Yeah,
I wanna see it
once
again.
you're at this point already, like, XU is pretty much dead. He has to commit way earlier than that, and because Philip is not there to protect him, the wards that they had set up did not spot ADD on his way in. It ultimately leaves him in a terrible position, and unfortunately a bad read from XU on what it is that Mataz is up to on the map. Whether or not he has lost his top side of the jungle ends up getting him killed a second time.
Fuego are scrappy fighters, man, and at any moment, you never know. You can go open your front door right now and there's a member of Fuego ready to knock your jaw loose. This is how consistent they've been with their fights. This fight in particular was a big standout to me because I thought this was one of the best chances that Fear Starforge had. This is the one where Bala and Mataz really popped off, and of course ADD, who's just full meat over there chasing down XU.
Yeah, really good stuff. We really love to see the meaty ADD, the meaty Mataz come through. They've been looking really good so far in this series, and with only one game left to go, I want to see Mataz on more of these engaged champions. Like you said, he's been very good on things like the Sejuani and the Maokai historically. Both of them are still available going into this last game of the series. He still has champions where he can be very aggressive with his engages to try and close it out.
Look at ADD's health. No problem, man. No problem whatsoever. It's an Ashe. I don't care. I don't care about that. I'm big Udyr, man, and ADD had a big presence in this game, and that's really what it was. From the top, from the start onwards, he was constantly in the side lane, shoving those waves in, constantly harassing Philip's Aatrox. It was a pick that we said, hey, it either does well or it gets destroyed. And in this case, ADD was able to body Philip over on that top side and take that lead across the map.
Can't wait to see what they're going to be doing for the third game. Like we said, it is with this Fearless draft, with 20 champions already taken off the table, we know that we're not going to be seeing any of these last champions yet again. I'm trying to think of what it is that Fear X Starforge can do, because so much of their game plans when they were playing for the Challengers League had to do with the Blaze Olive and XU having a lot of control. And as we take a look at this post-game breakdown, we can see that Mataz didn't actually do a lot of damage. It was mostly being done by ADD and Zelf in the mid lane. However, they did a lot of damage, right? Like, they did what they needed to do. Mataz had a fantastic job of actually getting all these engages going. While there were a couple of small slip-ups, a couple of small craters in that beautiful mountain that they were building, it ultimately didn't matter because nothing that they could do ever was a positive gold trade, realistically, for a Blaze Olive and the rest of Fear.
I'll give a slight silver lining over to XU because he was able to recover from what was a very, very heavy invade, but it also meant he couldn't do anything to help out his lanes that were suffering throughout the game, especially in that top side over there with Phillips. So great game coming out all together from Fuego to take us to a game 3 and show what the LRN is all about, Josh.
Yeah. Fuego, once again, the undisputed champions of Latin America North, looking fantastic, taking down all of the other national teams that played up against them, taking down the other Latin America teams from Latin America South in the Duelo de Reyes, I believe it was called, the Duel of Kings coming through. They looked fantastic there. It has been a complete domination by Fuego of the Latin American region. Turns out, you know, North America might also be part of that at this point if this is how the series is going to go.
Hey, I'm just saying, you got Mataz from Mexico, Bala from Mexico. That's technically North America. If Fear fall right here, I'm just like, this is my new North American team. I'm going to be rooting for Fuego. No, I'm just messing. I got to show no bias. I got to clear that up right now. What are you showing me?
Bala's Costa Rican.
Ah, who's the other one?
It's
Virus.
Mexican.
Virus. Sorry, Virus.
I can't believe it. Can't believe it. I'm revoking your Mexican card.
I failed you. I failed. Okay. I'm just going to talk like Kangas now. Hello, what's this all about?
I guess that's how it works ultimately. We can't always
I
move
don't know how
back to Minnesota.
Minnesota.
It is still a very tough position now. I am really favoring Fuego from this position. They've been looking better. They've been playing better this tournament overall. Remember that they were the second seed coming through.
All right, we're going to throw out a short break while we get ready for game number 3.
Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy, Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Dermaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
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 Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost. Welcome back, everyone, to America's Challengers, where we have Fuego and Fear Starforge going the distance. Game number 1, a comeback victory from Fear Starforge, but Fuego able to take a very decisive victory in game 2, Josh.
Yeah, and honestly, it felt like they should have won the first game as well. The way that they were playing, the way that they were slowly building up advantages, ended up working quite well. Now, luckily, for fans of either team, it is important to remember this is a double elimination bracket. Whoever loses here is not out of the tournament just quite yet. They will have another chance in the lower bracket. However, you don't want to go down there. It's a lot more work. You got to play more games. You do not have the same sense of security because you're playing for your tournament life every single time. So Fear Starforge, for all the North American fans, need to figure out how to play the early game going up against Fuego.
And that's going to be what I'm going to be looking out for in this next draft. You know, Fear have opted for that blue side, so I need to see stuff that has early game agency, where we can see plays early on from Fear that can contest with a lot of these early game plans that Fuego have been executing on.
And it's been so important for XU, as we have seen, not been able to have the greatest of early games so far, something that he has generally been renowned for in the North American Challengers League, where we can see that XU is the one who's dropping cams to get these ganks happening, but he has not been able to do that. The Vi not getting any early game plays. It was Mataz who is making Phillips' life miserable. Not being able to do anything on the Zyra either. He was not able to out-farm Mataz for quite a while because ADD was in his jungle. We need to see more support for this jungler in this last game of the series, or Fear are going to have to play the rest of it from the lower bracket.
That's a very good point to bring up, Josh, because what happened in the top side? XU's trying to get his red buff. Suddenly ADD's there. What happens when he goes for his blue buff? He gets jumped there. That should not be happening. You should have some level of lane priority in one of your lanes that you can play around. And because of that early situation, it meant that Fuego had those early leads that really snowballed them into the end of that game number 2. But those mistakes are in the past, and that's why I say I want more early game agency from Fear. I need to see some of those pop-off champions that Fear are great at, that they've shown throughout the entirety of the season of NACL. You know, champions like Gragas are still on the table if Philip wants to go for that. Not fall to the wayside by Fuego, but as I look at the team names, we will get that sorted out in just a moment. That is Fuego, who are currently on red side.
I mean, I feel like it's very indicative they are playing against themselves here at Deserex. It's Fear versus Fear right now. You got to make sure your early game makes sense, and Instinct can be picking up the VARs as the very beginning. Remember, anything that was played in Game 1 or Game 2 is not playable in Game 3. And crucially, I'm looking at the fact that there's a lot of champions coming through for Baula. The Nautilus, the Braum, the Leona, and the Rel all taken off the table. The Alistar, I think, is the only one that is really this high priority engaged champion that is still available for both teams. Rakan is still available and is also a good pairing with the Ezreal, who is currently 100% win rate throughout this tournament.
Okay, so we got Ezreal, Cassante. What's the response coming out right now for... God, I can't look at the names. I just got to remember that Fuego's on the red side. What's going to be the response coming out right now for Fear Starforge? It's not Katarina, just a nice little call-out right there. 4 more agency. I mean, Varus, I think, is a fine pick for Instinct. Instinct has always worked really well when he's able to get some space provided for him and can start to show up in these team fights more than anything else. So now we get some Engage. Now we get a Rakan for Winsome in the bottom lane.
Yeah. Rakan, I really like this. It is a strong pairing with Ezreal that is now taken off the table. This has to be a hover, like, for someone. I don't know who the Karma player is in A Blaze All of His Life, but we see it all the time. We also see the Maokai snagged here for XU, taking it away from Mataz. He doesn't have the Sejuani, doesn't have the Maokai anymore. 2 of the premier engaged champions we were saying he was going to look good on, but they are no longer available. I do not expect this Nasus is real. It took some pretty hefty nerfs going into the Worlds patch because Riot really doesn't like that champion being popular in the mid lane.
I do think this would be the pick to go for, especially as we start rounding out supports. Support pool is one of the pools that gets choked out the fastest, so trying to grab this in the first stage before you can actually get those Phase 2 bans is going to be quite crucial as we go through the longest 0-0 ever, Josh.
No. That was a couple of days ago. We had some of the longest 0 seconds we'd ever seen in the world. But as we wait to get the graphics back up on screen, that is very true. The bottom lane, because it is so focused around these engage supports, as soon as they start getting taken off the table, it can be very difficult to try and find something to come back. Like, 80 carries are relatively easy. It's like, okay, well, the one that did the most damage is off the table, so we'll do the one that does the second most damage. Okay, well, this one does the third most damage. You just kind of go down the tier list from there. But there's only so many champions that are engaged supports. At that point, you're starting to get into things that are a little bit wacky. That's part of why we've seen Tarek pop up every now and then as just like, oh, this is still kind of an engaged support overall. But as we look at this one, I do kind of expect that we're going to get a lot of bans towards Ablaze Olive. He's been playing things like the Yone and the Corki quite a bit throughout the playoffs in the Challengers League, but we haven't seen them come up so far in this series.
So, as we work through some of the technical difficulties, we are getting fed to us what bans have gone through. It is Gnar and Ivern that have been banned away, as well as the Orianna and Corki. So, I'm not going to see too much of that in the mid lane. It does allow Fuego to set up for what they want to take in this mid lane matchup right now. That would be interesting to go for the mid lane, because you do have an opportunity for counter pick. I don't know if they're looking to exactly save that for the jungle more than you would in the mid lane. So yeah, the switch over to the jungle pick makes a lot more sense to me.
Yeah, it is interesting to know that this is not the same kind of champion we were used to seeing. The last time that we saw the Viego come through for Mataz was actually against Fear in that very long game, the 48-minute game that we did end up having Fuego come back in. Other than that, has not played it since 14-12. It's actually been a while. Actually, that's kind of worth noting, is that the Latin America North playoffs were so many patches ago. I think Challengers League was 14-16 on their patch, but the Latin America North playoffs were on 14-14. And so it's been a while since we have seen any of these teams playing on stage. But it is going to be the Viego locked in, and then the Camille and the Hui selected right now for FearX Starforge. A very different look coming out from this roster.
Yeah, you still have kind of that poke profile that ABO was known for, even with that Jace pick from earlier. But interesting to see the Camille locked in for Philip. Gonna try and take more of a side lane dominant carry position for Fear Starforge this time. Final lock-in for Fuego is going to be Ahri.
We have not seen Zelt play Ahri in quite a while. The last time we saw it was back in April, so it has been quite a long time since this champion has graced the light of the stage coming out for Fuego. But the Ahri Viego, a very potent combination of champions you can play in the mid and jungle. You have enough crowd control between the two of you to lock someone down very easily. There's enough mobility. You both have the capability of jumping on the same target over and over again. Whereas on the other hand, the Maokai plus the Hui, like, you can do some big damage, but you don't have the same kind of ability to choose your targets on the Hui like you do on the Ahri and Viego.
I actually do like Fuego's draft a little bit more. I think the execution is easier. Usually I want something to set up the Ahri. Alistair does that no problem, headbutt, pulverize. Ahri does a lot of damage, which sets up the Viego for these potential resets that can come through. Do you think the ease of execution is a little bit better for Fuego? So we're going to have to see how that pans out as we get ready for this very, very crucial game number 3. Again, if you do lose right here, you fall into the lower bracket. Your tournament lives are not over, but it's a much easier road if you can continue through the upper bracket.
Yeah. Other thing I'm really interested in is I don't think we've seen Camille be played by Philip so far this season. I'm trying to think of the last time I've seen him play it. It is a very strong counter pick, in particular to the Cassante. You just have so much damage. You don't care about his damage reduction. You have a lot of mobility, but it is a character that is so reliant on landing all of these hook shots throughout the course of these team fights. And as I say that, it is confirmed this is the first time that Camille has been played by Philip in summer 2024.
He has played it in 2023, played it 4 times, won 3 of his games on it. So there is the experience there, but yeah, you're kind of calling back to some of that old muscle memory. But here we are for game number 3. LRN versus NACL. Fuego versus Fear Starforge. Winner continues in the upper bracket. As we're ready right now, Fear Starforge want that revenge, but Fuego has just had their number every single early game.
Yeah, I also want to point out that Instinct choosing to go here with the Arcane Comet instead of the Press the Attack, simply showcasing that they are way more likely to be playing a lethality style Varus this game. It has been something that is better than it was on 14-16, but worse than it was on 14-17. So it's still a net buff overall, where the lethality Varus can still do a lot of work. However, this puts a lot of pressure on Philip this game, who had a pretty decent game 1, an okay-ish game 2, but the biggest thing now is because the rest of your team is relying on so much poke and so much of the sieging potential to be coming through, it means that you need someone on the side lane to be creating pressure for this game plan to work.
And if you don't, you can fall behind pretty fast, and that really does feel bad for a poke composition. You know, you are going to have a lot of poke from Hwei, a lot of poke from Varus, but you want a strong economy to make sure that this poke is actually meaningful, and they're just not able to run through it and take you down. Taking a look at where the junglers are starting, it's both going to be north-sided. Blue buff start coming out for XU. Taz starting on the red buff means a chance to meet over in the bot lane.
Now, Desrex, have you ever played much top lane?
I hated top lane when I was ranking, dude. It was my least favorite role, but from time to time.
So, I was a tank top laner for many years of my League of Legends career, shall we say. I love watching both top laners with grasp, because it is so satisfying whenever you get a grasp proc and your opponent doesn't, because it's like, ah ha ha, I spaced you better, what are you going to do about it? But so far, we haven't seen Philip get... I think I've seen 2 instances where Philip got a grasp proc and ADD did not. And also the fact that Philip is using the better mobility that this champion has to be aggressive, looking really good so far.
Yeah, this is an excellent start from Philip. And with the situation we called earlier, Mataz is pathing towards the bot lane, which means Philip is not going to have that early pressure that he's had in game number 1 and game number 2. Another thing to point out is Fuego are not playing the same style that we saw from those previous 2 games, because this time it's Mataz on a carry. We do know that he likes some of these damage champions. Brand is another one of his picks that he likes to play a lot, but should be a different angle for Mataz now that he needs to do the damage and get those kills.
Yeah. Oh, Virus?
Virus going hard onto Instinct. Instinct looks to turn it around. There's the headbutt pulverize. Ignite going to be used, but XU is around the corner. Winsome looking to play the diversion. Going forward is Mataz. Baola critically low. Will he drop to the plant? It doesn't get close enough. No one going to go down.
Ooh, really big trade happening in the mid lane as well, as Blaze Olive getting the better of the damage trade, but the worst of the farm trade here in the mid lane. We did see that Instinct ended up using the barrier, but stays alive as a Blaze Olive needs to be a bit careful as Mataz comes around the backside.
It's not the easiest mission to actually take out Hwei and be able to chase on him because of that right there. You can just pop the fear onto you, makes you run the opposite way, and Mataz like, okay, good enough. Okay. You sent your message.
Hey, that's still 100 gold positive trade in favor of Mataz, because, it's 75 gold for a Blaze Olive to buy the control ward, and then 25 gold to Mataz. That's 100 gold in favor of Fuego right there. The small interaction is going to start adding up.
It was nice from Winsome. Did grab the wave, pulled it over towards the side, and will be able to allow Instinct to be able to catch this wave without the pressure of the tower. Bala now returning over to the wave as... With this Alistair back in lane, this means that the push is going to be found, and as well as a headbutt pulverize, Winsome falling to about 200.
Yeah, I mean, Instinct being able to get their reset off does give them a lot more combat power, but Winsome being very low makes it hard to do anything with that. So Winsome and Instinct not able to get any of the backs stopped from Virus, and Virus will get a higher quality recall, even if it's a little bit later. But now Mataz showing, hey, I am up top side. Philip, please back away from the minions. Allow ADD to get this crash going. And Mataz, even just showing that kind of threat is really valuable. And then not hitting the Scryer's Bloom immediately after, showcasing that Philip still needs to be at least cognizant and aware of a potential dive.
Yeah, sometimes the game is won in the mental stage, and Mataz just showing his presence there, the best gank is the gank you didn't throw out. It gives pressure onto Philip to have to try and manipulate this in sometimes awkward ways where ADD is looking to crash this wave. Now, looking over at the bottom side, you do have XU looking for a potential angle to take this dragon.
Yeah. Yeah, threat being stronger than the execution so much of the time is Fear going to be hitting this and Winsome clearing out a little bit of vision, but XU on this Maokai, not the fastest Dragon Taker, fairly healthy, but it's still a very aggressive Dragon. Hextech is one of the ones that do the most damage. So as they start moving Instinct and Winsome over, at least they do spot out Mataz.
Sapling placed down. Mataz can't really camp out in that brush anymore, so this dragon longs to fear Starforge. Philip, ADD, still kind of decking it out over here. This has been the normal name of the game. Trade grass procs all day, every day.
Yeah, this is definitely part of the game where Cassante gets more exciting to play because you do more. Ooh, that was the ultimate, I think.
Yeah, and Zelt's still going forward. He does have Mataz, who's coming around the corner.
On top.
ABO, he's got to be careful. This could be a pinch right now. ADD is finding his way right onto this ramp. Spots out ABO, says, I got to take this man down. This is going to be an easy pick. ABO does have his flash available. Will go the long way to meet back up with his team, but that means that XU is going to be sacrificed. Mataz looking for the chase, needs to get one more snare through. Turns it onto the blue buff, will be satisfied stealing resources. But this means Philip has had enough time. Same thing with Winsome to arrive to this fight, and Mataz gets punished. He will be able to smite out, get the heal back in, but it's too far too late. 1-for-1 trade, both junglers going down.
Oh, Mataz getting the level up in the middle of that fight saves so much of it, almost getting access to some of those resets, but XU also ends up going down, and the gold being traded in very different places. ADD picking up a kill, picking up more of that money, whereas on the other side, went over to Winsome on Rakan. Rakan's not a champion that uses gold well at all, and now Philip has to be very careful that he is able to get this wave to crash so that he's able to walk back into lane the next time around.
He's always spending that gold on his lady, Zaya. You know, not the best use of his gold right there. We need to get some items. Winsome as True Shot Barrage goes out. Part of this for the scouting, you do spot out what camps are currently on cooldown, when they'll be coming back up.
Baula?
And now Baula has the back end off this Tribush.
Yeah. Instinct does look like they threw out the Chains of Corruption, which is part of why Varus is as low as they are. Instinct, a player that has historically not played very heavily for the 1v1s when the supports are out of lane. So I really like that proactivity coming through, using the ultimate to chunk Varus very heavily, but as both of them go ahead and back away, we are now seeing the reconvening of both sides of the map up in the top side in order to go for the grubs. The first one should be going over to Fuego.
In Game 2, Grubs played a pretty significant factor. They were able to get these 6 Grubs onto Fuego, and that resulted in these sieges being very snappy and fast. So Fear not going to allow for that same situation. Only 1 Grub picked up so far as the rest of Fear get into the Void Grub pit.
Yeah. Fear, they have to be very aware of the fact that Philip has no mana, so he has to be very... Ooh. That's the second time that Blaze Olive has thrown out the ultimate and missed. The Unending Despair is actually mine, as here's an ultimate.
Oh, flashing right over the wall to catch out Zelt. Doesn't even have time to burn the Spirit Rush. It's a quick pick by Fear.
Yeah, really good stuff coming out from Instinct, being in the right place, right time. No flash, no ultimate. Philip, you have no mana.
Oh, he's got nothing. What do you do? How do you escape this? Okay, Flash gonna be burnt out. Now he's under the tower, but he's still dead nonetheless. Mataz says, Philip, it's been too nice up here. It's been sunshine and rainbows. I'm gonna rain on your parade.
And a teleport coming through from a Blaze Olive to make sure that this wave is not lost, to be able to get this and then walk back mid and get most of that wave as well. I mean, the pressure really seems to be getting to Philip. He's definitely a player who has gotten a lot of solo kills and been solo killed a lot of times throughout his career. This time, not necessarily getting to the same level that we have been hoping to see with this Camille. Just moving into a position where he didn't have the resources if he ended up getting caught. And now ADD, once again, overall getting the better of him, up about 500 gold.
That's going to be pretty rough for Philip, because you want that volatility to go your way when you're on this Camille. Once you start getting that lead, it's hard to stop a Camille in the side lane. Even worse when she's jumping onto a lot of your carries. So Mataz, knowing that fact right there, and knowing that Fear have also gotten a Void Grub lead thus far, be quick to shut down Philip and stop any growth happening over on that top side. As now the focus starts to turn its attention onto the bot lane, there is 35 seconds before the dragon spawns.
Yeah. We do have to reiterate that if there's a Camille in the game, there is a bit of a timer on the other team. However, it's not necessarily a timer that is the hardest thing to beat, simply because if Camille doesn't start getting some money, if Camille isn't allowed to farm, that timer is going to be like 35 minutes plus before it's really a threat. And that is well after defensive items generally start coming out for Vir-us, for Zell. You can get the Zonia's Hourglass already done by that point. But as we look at the next timer, it is only a couple seconds until this dragon does spawn. Philip still up on the top side of the map, and Blaze Olive, at least he's zoning out some pressure from Zell. They do spot ADD moving down, so Philip can push that wave before he needs to look for a teleport. And overall, you're in a slightly better position to go for this dragon.
Yep. This is a good setup for Fear. Maokai in the river is always very deadly once the ultimate does come out. Takes up the entirety of the river. There's a lot of crowd control you have to handle. Blaze Olive will be standing in the sidelines, waiting for an angle to hop in here.
Whoa.
Now here we go. Headbutt pulverized finds Winsome. Winsome looks to turn it around, able to catch out Mataz. Mataz is rooted. Mataz's crowd control gets hit by the unending despair of a Blaze Olive. Takes a good amount of damage. Vir-us runs low as well. Has about 100 health to his name as the dragon gets secured by the Reapers. They will chase Fuego right out of the river.
Yeah, Instinct tried to throw his ultimate and the piercing arrow out towards Vir-us, but was not able to land the ultimate, meaning that the Ezreal walks away with the flash and the cleanse intact. Still, two dragons now going over to Fear. This is the best early game they've had so far in this series, and they're only 500 gold ahead as we're 12.5 minutes into this game. They don't have any massive leads anywhere, but the dragon stacking does give them a little bit more freedom when it comes to actually trying to scale into this game. Instinct still will do quite a bit of damage with the opportunity that they've built, and as the attention is paid towards the top side of the map, remember, Fuego need all three of these grubs if they want to try and get the Twitch chat on their side.
I would really like to see Fear be the first one to set up for this, just off of the sheer fact that you have the Camille. It's a lot of side laning pressure. Camille alone with grubs on a tower will take it in the blink of an eye. You can see right now, Fear kind of realizing that they are getting some setup into this area. And it's kind of a scary composition for Fuego to have to walk into if there's Fog of War there. You got two strong engagers and a lot of poke.
Yeah. I also want to point out that Vir-us just got their reset offs, and as ADD and Mataz give over some ground, XU should be able to secure most of these grubs, get themselves a slightly better position. Mataz is completely spotted out and knocked up.
Yeah, we'll get knocked up. ABO's there, but there's not enough damage really brought by Fear Starforge. ADD's just waiting in the wings. With that being done, Fuego are going to be denied any semblance of the Void grubs that are remaining. It's 5 grubs for Fear Starforge.
This is the first time, yet again, that Fear, they've been doing a fantastic job controlling the dragons, controlling the grubs. They have an advantage for real now that they get all of this put together. So, we got to reiterate the pressure that we are going to be putting onto Philip in this game, because so much of this composition relies on having these strong side lanes. Philip, if he's not able to push out the wave, if he's not able to create the pressure on the side lane and then look for flanks, it's going to be very hard for this composition to do much more than Siege. But now they're lining up, and Instinct very strong.
Ooh.
Whoa.
You see right there, Vir-us has to just get out of there. Arcane shifts away. Here comes the engage coming up here. Starforge, they want a piece of the cow. They want to make some burgers. Headbutt Pulverize comes out, trying to use the ultimate. The ultimatum will stop Baola right in his tracks as Philip grabs kill number 1. Winsome now coming in with the ultimate. Over on the opposite side, you have Philip, who's looking to be a menace. Following through is Winsome. Catches out Vir-us, who gets dismantled by the tree. XU grabs that kill, but it might cost him his life. Zelt's able to catch it and grab the kill right on back to Fuego. Still on the opposite side, you have ADD there.
Whoa.
Now the re-engage getting called by Fuego, but it's at a man disadvantage. They'll still trade 1 for 1. ADD looking for the fight on Philip. Philip's willing to trade this one out, gets feared up, unstoppable in the process. Knockup comes out from Winsome. ADD, this guy just keeps going. He just keeps coming at you. You can't stop him. The charm lands, but it's not enough to secure the kills on Fear Starforge.
Dude, Cassandre things go absolutely wild in an incredibly chaotic fight. True shot barrage.
Oh, Philip, no!
Okay. No completed item there for Virus means that Philip is able to walk out at that one, but he still needs to be careful as Blaze Olive next on the menu.
But Bo3s finds its mark onto ABO. The rest of Fuego
No way.
light him ablaze, and it's a shutdown for ADD.
I thought he was going to walk out of that one. That's how crazy this game has really become, as so many flashes. In fact, the only flashes that are going to be up after this are ones that were down for the fight in the first place, as Zelt and Mataz get their flashes back in just a moment. The gold lead very slightly in favor of Fear, but the Rift Herald going to be going over towards Fuego as Blaze Olive showcases that he is the richest member on the map, but ADD also showcasing what can happen if he can build a lead. He just takes forever to die in that last fight because there was no real marksman, and Varus is not going to be able to deal with the amount of armor that this man is going to build.
Looking for the engage as Winsome. Teleport comes out. Winsome with the ultimate goes onto the back line. Finds it on the Bala. Zeft is in a bad way as it gets caught by the Maokai ultimate, who comes in with the twisted advance and takes down Zeft. Turret gonna fall as Philip focuses it. Now Bala looking for the escape. Burns his flash in the process, and it's a steak dinner for Philip.
Really good stuff, getting multiple kills and the turret, whereas ADD just grabbing the turret up on the top side of the map. And Fear don't need to stop right there. Look at how much pressure they have. Look at the number of members they have in the bottom half of the map. They can continue pushing, whereas Instinct just going to be wave clearing here in the mid lane. It's probably going to be a dead turret as we see the True Shot Barrage go out.
Yep. Oh, there Mataz flashes onto Instinct and takes him down in a heartbeat. Now gonna use that Varus form to bring the damage onto XU and chop down that tree. It's a double kill for Mataz, but Philip, a new challenger, has arrived. But it's a handicap match, man. It's a 2-on-1. That headbutt pulverized is found, and Philip cannot escape. Mataz will grab another.
Mataz is refusing to lose. As soon as Instinct walks in that way, Mataz goes, wee woo, wee woo, that is illegal. Jumps on him immediately, and Instinct ends up going down. He's just trying to clear the way, but it was not enough. And Fuego, they fight themselves back into a gold lead all of a sudden. They're going to stop the dragon stacking immediately from Fear.
And this is what I was talking about by the ease of execution for what Fuego have drafted. They have so many ways to really get in this fight through both ADD as well as Baula. A lot of these picks really start to add up, and it turns these fights where Mataz can just get reset after reset after reset. And all things considered, it now gives Fuego just a slight gold lead in this game number 3.
Yeah, it will be a turret trade immediately after that, as Blaze Olive still whacking away at the top lane turret. Philip needs to be careful. Gets away from the charm for sure. But either way, Fuego, now with control of the bottom half of the map, is going to be putting a lot of pressure onto Philip down here as well. And instead, Instinct goes mid lane.
Now Bala now setting up over here as the ultimate's going to be used. Lands on the Virus, but there's not really anything to be had in terms of a team fight for Fear Starforge. True Shot Barrage goes out. Recall's called over in the bottom lane for Fuego, as they look to respond to some of the pressure that ABO is putting on this top tower.
Yeah. They will at least defend the top tier 2, but Fear, a lot of the momentum has been stopped, and we are going into potentially the closest of the 3 games. We'll take another look at the fight in the mid lane. Instinct throws out the ultimate, and immediately Taz is like, wait, you are not allowed to do that, sir. I understand you have a Maokai, but do you understand how much damage I do on this Viego? Just takes him down almost instantly. At least Philip will trade one back. But this is just Mataz. He gets 3 kills off of this play with how aggressive he was and how disrespectful Instinct honestly was walking into the mid lane.
For Fuego, that's how they fight. They see fight, they take fight. You put yourself in a bad situation, that is your fault, because Mataz will go for that engage. All that being said, though, Blaze Olive is still able to keep up that gold lead. A lot of that coming through the side laning where he's finding these individual turrets by himself. So you still have a lot of damage packing on this way.
Yeah. As long as Blaze Olive is able to land those ultimates, they will do so much damage. He can set himself up so effectively. And now XU with a bit of a interesting flank angle, but no real way to get it started. Actually, his ultimate's coming up in just a moment.
Yeah, XU tries to walk forward. You'd still have to get through the flash. The Arcane Shift creates enough distance, but it'd put you right underneath that tower, which is very dangerous right there. Now Fear Starforge starting to set up around this bot side jungle where ADD is popping out once again. He wants a piece of XU, waiting for that Q3. Winsome is there on defense, and just look how tanky ADD is as he pushes away the Reavers.
Yeah, very odd movement coming through there for Winsome. Ultimately not going to get punished for it at all, but still, we're not seeing Philip really take control of the side lane just quite yet. Still building up that second item, building towards a Hydra, so that they can just get the wave pushed very effectively. This will allow them to stand off on the side, play up against ADD, who does not have a Thornmail or any sorts of grievous wounds, and Philip will be able to heal through a lot of these longer trades. But now Fear moving out in force, and this looks a lot more like the Fear who is second place in the Challengers League in both the regular season and in playoffs, moving together, trying to take down Zelt.
No ultimatum going to be burned. Instead, Zelt going to be okay. Comes the pressure from Fear Starforge onto the mid lane tower. But Mataz is coming, and he's coming quick. You also have Baola to deal with. XU going to be a diversion with that twisted advance. Minute 20 before the dragon spawns. The objective for Fear was to get that tower before the recalls.
Yeah, they get that one off. Blaze Olive commits a teleport to secure the top lane farm. And Philip, the rest of the team has no pressure.
Yeah, Philip's by himself. ADD going to go for the chase right here, and Philip has a long way to find himself back home. He's getting chased down by this big, meaty man, and unfortunately for Philip, his life is forfeit.
Oh no, nobody told Philip that they were relieving pressure in the mid lane. That means that you can be collapsed upon. He went for the one more wave, I promise. Just one more wave. This is the last thing I'm going to buy. It wasn't the last thing he bought. He bought some death, and now Blaze Olive pushing things out up in the top side, because at least he knows where the entire enemy team is. And Fuego, they set themselves up to potentially take this next dragon.
This game's been pretty wild, and the fact that the gold lead is this close right now shows you how competitive this series really has been in this game number 3. Dragon spawning in 15 seconds. Mid lane priority now being set up by Fear Starforge, who are going to shove this wave right on through and rotate over towards this river. You also have ADD, who's being called down, who's going to be able to rejoin with the team of Fuego.
Yeah, Fear, they do have a bit of control. The teleport is still available from Philip, and there's lots of poke available between Instinct and a Blaze Olive. As the dragon gets started up, Fuego do have vision of it, and they're forcing their way into the river.
Yeah, and Philip is split from the rest of the team. He's going to look for a flank, potentially on a Virus. Be nice to be able to take him down. Dragon has now been pulled. Fear Starforge, 5k health remains on the Dragon. They're going to go quick with it as the ultimate gets burnt out. 2k health remains, now looking for the smite, getting pulled right back in. Here comes Mataz, and he gets the steal! Fear Starforge might have an advantage right here as health bars are running critically low, and ADD gets put down. Now Fear gonna go for the chase. Here comes Philip over on the sideline, want to find Virus, but he gets cut off by Baola, who will take his life instead. XU now the long chase onto Zelt, able to find it. Another one as Mataz goes deep, looking for the reset, but he gets his head cut right off. It's a big shutdown, and Fear Starforge, the heart of the NACL, comes back alive.
And they're starting to move over towards the Baron buff as well. It's going to take a long time. This is not a fast Baron taking composition, but with the entirety of Fuego dead, they will be able to do it just fine. And yet again, Fear X Starforge, the same way they won game 1, it was all just one fight out of nowhere that they just went with better positioning. And Blaze Olive doing so much damage in that last fight. One of the richest players on the map with so much control over the battlefield.
We're now being secured as we take another look at this fight. It almost felt good for a moment when Mataz gets the steal, but then you look at the health bars and realize this is not Fuego's fight.
Fear is not able to DPS anyone that they want to, because Philip's always creating pressure on them on one side of the fight, and then on the rest of it, just getting chased down. This composition is so good at doing that, but I do like this play from Mataz saying, hey, wait a second, that is an AD carry that is all alone. Instinct goes down again before Philip is able to revenge that kill. So they have the Baron power play, the first one I think they've had this entire series, as they start putting pressure down in the bottom lane. Is Philip going to get caught again? No, everyone in Fuego leaves.
Fear Starforge currently holding a lead, as well as wearing purple. But now it's up to Fuego to find the counteroffensive, and they're looking for it right now as they go after Philip. Philip goes on to retreat. XU looking to get out of there, but he can't run fast enough. The rest of Fuego on top of him, manages to burn the flash to get his escape. Fierce Starforge escaping the clutches of Fuego, and now they look for a fight of their own. Bala is too low. He can't stay in there, and finally this big meaty man gets chunked and taken to the butcher. Fierce Starforge take him down.
Can't believe XU was able to walk out of that one. A-okay. A great use of the twisted advance and the twisted retreat keeps them alive, as now they're starting to go for all of these turrets. This Baron power play is going to be absolutely massive, as they're getting ready to take potentially multiple inhibitors.
Fear step up towards the base of Fuego. You still have 15 seconds on a dead timer of ADD, so Fear have some time to work with their big purple buff. We'll take down the bot lane inhibitor, utilizing a lot of those grubs that we had from earlier. A swing of gold and a swing of momentum over to Fear Starforge.
Yeah, the bottom lane inhibitor going down at a fantastic time. It is still 2 dragons going over to Fuego, but we continue to see that Fear, when fights are surprising to both teams and people don't quite know what's happening, or when both teams are very set up, Fear is coming out the better of it. Fuego has been relying a lot on getting more members to fight, and they've been doing a good job of that. That's how they got so many advantages in Games 1 and Game 2, but now Fear coming alive once again and win some. Oh no!
Ooh, headbutt pulverize finds the mark, and it's going to be a kill for Fuego, but again,
ABO!
Fear are going to go for the counteroffensive. XU is deep in there. ABO coming on the sidelines. Not looking too good for Mataz, who gets chipped away, but XU still in that bouncy house, still in the mosh pit. Bala starts to get low, but XU gets lower all the way into the dirt. As another piercing arrow comes in, it lands onto ADD. 2 fall for Fear. Fuego will be able to trade up.
Pings going towards the mid lane. Fear are not done with this push as they come through. Philip still going to be healing off this wave a ton, and with the fact that they have 5 grubs, this should be another inhibitor turret going down 40 seconds before the Baron, or before the next Dragons.
And what inhibitor would you want down the most when we start dancing around some of these objectives? Well, for one, Dragon probably not the most effective to have the bot, but once Baron does come up, having that exposed inhibitor is something you can come back to and take out to set up that potential future objective. Always going to be real good for Fear, as well as the exposed inhibitor that you have the mid that you can also play off of.
Ooh. Going to teleport from Zelt to go towards the top side. It is too late to teleport top lane and then go towards the dragon. So this is a concession from Fuego, saying that is all you guys if you want it. And instead, the fact that ADD has stayed out on the map with no teleport active for so long is also conceding this mid lane inhibitor. Philip needs to be aware people are not matching his team. That means that they have to be topside, but they're not going to be going for the play just quite yet. Now they are.
Philip realizing what's going on, he's looking to get away from this charm. Zelt wants to land it, Bala's there. Ultimatum comes out. Philip's buying a lot of time, but finally getting caught by the charm on the back end. This was a big trade by Fuego, though. You gave up your base to get Philip, and now Fear have had time to rejoin the fight. Out comes the Chain of Corruption, going to find its mark right onto Mataz. He cannot get the reset. The Viego's off the map, and Fuego end up trading 1 for 1 while losing inhibitors in their base.
Yeah, I can't tell if that was a bait or just a complete reaction coming out from Fear to try and bring everybody towards the top side, but ultimately, the Dragon is still available. XU!
Another headbutt pulverize. It finds XU, but XU has gotten tankier. He can buy time, and buying time he does. He doesn't go down, which means the super minions can actually take a Nexus Tower.
Fuego has been rewarded for this kind of play over and over again in this tournament, but this time they end up losing a Nexus turret for it. They end up being late to go for the reset, and it means that Fear, they're not resetting either. They're still creating pressure up on the top side of the map, trying to chase down Virus.
Fear are not leaving anytime soon. They want to continue these sieges. They want to show that the NACL is not something to be scoffed at. They want to get revenge from group stages against Fuego. And with 2 inhibitors down, they only got 1 more to go before you get those double supers, and you're knocking on those Nexus doors.
ADD never backed in any of that, and now finally Philip, who has respawned, is once again hitting this dragon, slowly picking up on the other side of the map while the rest of the team holds back Fuego into their own base. This is the largest lead Fear have had this entire day, and now 3 seconds until the Baron actually spawns. They're laying traps.
Fuego stepping up. Mataz takes a bit of damage right there, and that's a third of his health already gone before a fight does break out, which is very, very brutal right now. It's this poke that's starting to show up from Fear Starforge from both the Varus as well as the Hui.
It's okay. He's a jungler, so he's going to go jungle privilege his way back to full HP. It's all right. But now Philip has to be very careful. This is how Fuego was able to get a lot of their pressure before, is they would always go kill the side laner before a fight would start. Philip not letting that happen, teleporting towards the top side as the rest of his team is hitting Baron.
True Shot Barrage goes out. 11k health still remaining on the Baron. Moving forward, it's going to be Fuego. Might be the last stand right here as they look for an angle to take the fight. Fear Starforge going to throw out that ultimate from the Maokai. Looking to step forward is ADD as well as Bala, but Bala is taking a lot of damage. And look at the space the Hui ultimate is creating. Now Bala looks for the escape. You'll get one delivered from Instinct straight to the gray screen. The chase comes out from XU, and Fuego are falling. If you don't fear the Reapers, maybe you should. Fear Starforge will snuff out the flames of Fuego.
So many of these even man fights coming out from Fear have been going their way. They are so good at these traditional front-to-back styles of team fight, seeing win some, go forward, then come back, heal up the entire team of the Redemption and keeping them all alive. Gonna win them this last game. The Fear X Starforge, the first game that they have looked in control of, they completely dominate.
And look at the faces on Fear Starforge. It looks like a face of relief for the most part, except for Philip. You know, he's already giggling over there and giving out his kappas. But a very hard-fought game for them. One that you were mentioning earlier, Josh. It could have been a 2-0 sweep. Fuego had both Game 1 and Game 2 early games pretty much locked in, but able to find that comeback victory in Game 1 and show a pretty dominant Game number 3. It does bring life back into them as they proceed in the upper bracket.
Yeah, ultimately, I think a lot of North American fans were worried that we were going to be seeing first Dragonsteel and then Fear fall shortly after that, but no, they were able to stand tall. But I also got to give a really big shout out to Fuego. For a team that has been coming in from Latin America North, they have had some really darn good early games in this series. Even that last one, they were contesting Fear over and over. They really have a good understanding of how to try and punish all of these split pushers, punish anyone found off in a side lane. It's gotten them plenty of victories. They clearly have tools that they can use to get deep into this tournament. Unfortunately, they were only able to do it twice.
And with the way this did play out, I mean, it was a change of strategy coming out from Fuego. They tried to get Mataz on something more carry-oriented. We got a little bit of a change of strategy coming out from Fear at the same time, where suddenly Philip is playing a lot more carries. I mean, he did it Olaf, game number 1, pulls out the Camille into this game. And what seemed like a very competitive match, especially with how well ADD was doing in some of these team fights, we finally get Fear able to really run it out at the later stages of the team fight. Felt really good for them because, again, this is a team that beat them during the group stages. NA as a whole has not been looking that good in America's Challengers, but some redemption now made as they continue in the upper bracket.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing what they're going to be doing, as they are going to be playing up against Pain in the upper bracket in their next match. We're going to take a look at some of the highlights. We do get to see that when Fear is setting the pace of these fights, they're able to look so much better. And in particular, we have been seeing that Philip, on a character we haven't seen him in a long time, able to dance around along these fights. However, this has been one of the weaknesses that Fear has had for a little while. Philip not always on the same page with how much pressure he is allowed to create off in the side lanes. It's been meaning that they have to fall back to a lot of these team fights that has been their bread and butter. Also, Cassante things in this fight, man. Like, what the heck is this? He just stays alive for so long.
Give me the Showmaker copy pasta, the way that one played out. Snappy engages that came out from Fuego. This was one of the snappiest right here, where if you misstep at all, it has been shown time and time again that Fuego will punish you. And they've shown they're not a team you can scoff at. They're not a team that's just going to be a joke, a walk in the park. They definitely took Fear to the limit, Josh.
Yeah, I really enjoy watching Mataz play, because He's definitely a player that is always looking for the next play. Sometimes a little bit too much, but in general, he's so good at trying to make something happen for the rest of his team. And as long as he can learn to temper that, I think this player is going to be very, very exciting going forward. And the rest of Fuego, they still have plenty of time to try and build themselves up. We saw some great stuff coming through from Zelt in particular as well. Another player who has consistently showed that they can make plays in all of these team fights as long as the game is set up for them to succeed.
It's kind of crazy how elongated some of these fights were that Fear were able to get. And that last one set them up in a position where they could pretty much just force the Baron any way they saw fit. And one of the things that kept popping up was how hard Fuego were trying to force some of these engages with their front line, and how it was met with the spiraling despair that was getting so much damage off at the very start of these fights. It allowed pretty much Philip and the rest to run right through Fuego and take these aces, take the victory. But we are going to have an interview with the victorious Ablaze Olive on the other side, and there he is right there. How you doing, man? First question I do gotta ask is, how are your expectations feeling? I know a lot of us saw NA as being one of the favorites coming in here, but I feel like we've been shut up quite a bit. We've had to maybe readjust to some of the competition we have here in America's Challengers.
Yeah, definitely things not going to expectations from before the tournament. Definitely making the playoffs is a good feeling, but we're not doing it in the way that we would want. We would want to really showcase that we're a level above this other competition, and frankly right now it's not looking like that, but we're still able to get this victory, which feels really nice.
One of the things that we've been seeing from this series is that for a team that has been generally known for having good early game plans and really dominating mid games all the time, it feels like you guys have been really pushed from Fuego. Is that something that you want to credit to them, or do you guys feel like this has been a bit of a different learning experience playing on the new patch?
Yeah, I think we generally do have a pretty good early game. I think XU is really good at understanding how to play to his condition in the early game and get an advantage for himself. Certainly it seems like Fuego has a very good understanding as well, because we do tend to not have the greatest early games except for our group stage game against them. I think the game 2 was kind of an outlier, though, to be honest, because our jungler died twice at level 1 and like the game's completely over at that point. So yeah, I mean, I think we're going to have to re-look at these games and see why they're not going to plan in the early game.
All right, and now that you've had some time with some of the squads, both in CBLOL Academy, both their teams making it through, as well as the LRN, who's been surprising to you? What are some of the teams that have really stood out to you?
I think, for me, honestly, I was most impressed with Kisei from VKS, but, I mean, unfortunately they lost today, but I was really impressed with him, and I feel, I mean, this is just because I'm a mid laner, I always feel like the person who I have the most trouble against, or I feel like is the best, is the person I'm the most, or like the team I'm the most worried about, but they dropped a Pain, and, like today, so it looks like they're also less strong than Pain, and we lost a Pain as well. So, other than VKS, like personally, I feel like we should have a really good time. And even against VKS, I feel really comfortable. But if I had to shout out any one team and player, it would definitely be VKS.
All right, I want to thank you for your time, ABO, and I want to wish you the best of luck representing NACL and America's Challengers.
Thank you very much.
All right, and I mean, pretty straightforward interview right there. I mean, MVP has to go right over to ABO, the man we just interviewed, because it was a pretty standout performance. I love the shot that we got from him, Josh.
That is a wild photo coming out from Ablaze Olive. One of the things I have loved about this event is that it's not just been the traditional gamer photos over and over again. It looks like someone like caught him in the shower and he's very upset about the whole thing. However, that last game at KDA of 1990% kill participation, just a fantastic performance on the way, and a bit of a different style than we have been seeing him throughout most of summer. He's been a big proponent of all of the marksman and AD mids that we have been seeing in the mid lane, and the Hui, something we know has been in his pocket for a while, but not something that we've been seeing nearly as often come out on stage. So congratulations to Blaze Olive for being the MVP of the series, and hopefully we can see much greater things from them going up against Pain as well.
Let's go ahead and pull up the post-game breakdown so we take one more look at this final Game 3 that unfolded. I mean, again, it was taken to the limit, and you can see just how close this was. It's around the 24-minute mark before it finally started to break.
Yeah, a couple of big team fights, just like we said, which were pretty normal, like front-to-back team fights, which has been one of the bread and butters for Fear. They've been very clutch in so many of these situations, not just here, but also domestically. Whereas Fuego, they've generally been so good at corralling people and finding fights where they have more people involved. We're not able to do that. It was just a front-to-back, and NACL was able to come out on top of those.
All right, well, that's going to do it for here on America's Challengers. That starts off our bracket, starts off our playoffs. No team eliminated just yet, but we already have some spicy matchups, especially looking at that Pain Gaming versus Fear matchup we'll be having later. But for the broadcast, we want to thank you so much for joining us. Shout out to everyone who works behind the scenes. Shout out to the players, and shout out to you, the audience, for watching our beautiful mugs. My name is Eric Desrex Beltran. This is Joshua Joshi Howard. I want to thank you for joining us. Be sure to tune in tomorrow for more coverage of America's Challengers.